talk about the gameplay of a team like A1 Esports, talking about the players like RX Jax, talking about players like Sinister, 6ix9ine, Dante, those players have already showcased how they can be versatile with their drop locations if they have to change. Because in some dire situations, we have seen them changing their drop locations to a different location. Otherwise, they would like to go to the backsides of farm, and they always play around the circle, which is a really good strategy when we talk about a longer league stage.
Exactly, and that is one thing that makes A1 Esports really special, in the sense that they're really dynamic with their drops. This is really hard to predict with this team. You never know where they're gonna go, who they're gonna challenge in the early stage of the tournament. And even if the drop location challenges with someone, they manage to avoid them. We saw that during the PUBG Mobile Global Championship as well.
Yeah, talking about Global Championship, I have the best stats just to conversate in this one. 6-1 was the scoreline with them against BTR. They took fight with BTR 6 times. They made them lose 6 times, and that was a good of a rivalry that we were just enjoying. And they were one of the most luckiest teams if we talk about the way the team was playing. I mean, the luck was in their favor, the gunfights were in their favor, and they have that experience of GC that they want to show out in the season 3 of
Exactly, but this time luck is not something that you would like to rely upon. This team has to rely on their own gameplay in order to make sure that they move forward to the next stage of the tournament. So if we are going to talk about Carnage Esports, we have to talk about their level of aggression.
I mean, obviously, the team that is highly aggressive, team that has showcased like out of nowhere, players were not ready for them at all. And that is one thing that they showed. You can look at the utility usage. One of the best utility usages if you want to rush into a house. One grenade, one molotov, they see someone on the knock side, they just rush in. And that's what a team should be doing if you want to get those kill points. If not, if you don't get a kill or a knock from a grenade, you at least get their HP down. And that's one thing that this team kind of relies on.
Exactly, but one thing even you guys will notice in the clips that are on your screens right now is going to be the fact that how adaptive this team is and how fast they adapt to the situations that are laid out in front of them. We know that fights in PUBG Mobile, you never can predict how they're going to go about. But the way these guys take their fight, it looks like it was all scripted. They knew exactly how things were going to turn out.
I mean, they already knew the future, and the future was they're going to win that fight. I mean, obviously, that's the way it was going on. Talking about the players like Snipe, talking about the players like Praveen, they are incredible in their own genre of their own guns. The guns that they yield, they gotta yield the kills from them, and they do that with perfection.
Exactly. Let's talk about the IGL Jiggle and the man support himself, Manish, as well, because these two have been really incredible in supporting Praveen and Snipe.
Yeah, and along with that, I mean, talking about the aggressive gameplay, yeah, it's good. But if we talk about one thing in a longer run, because it's going to be the league weekdays and obviously the opening weekdays, if we're going to talk about this, and obviously the super weekends, things are going to change drastically when we talk about the differences in the play styles of the team. So I would love to see how this team plays in both the moments and how the momentum that they build up here carry forward with them, because they were one of the teams that had highest number of chicken dinners in PMCO. They got to carry that forward.
Exactly, but will they be able to do that? That is the question we're trying to find the answer to.
When we talk about a team with experience, we always talk about a team with aggression that they will be bringing on against the young bloods. And that's where DE will be shining up the most. I mean, talk about it. Previous PMPL, they were one of the most dominating teams. Even with 3 men, they had back-to-back 2 chicken dinners. And that's one thing that they would love to do once again.
Exactly. That is something that this team will try to replicate this time as well. But the first thing that you notice about this team is the fact that their names, their IGNs end with the word Sir. And that is to showcase that the respect they command inside of the game. And well, that is something that we have all noticed throughout the years where we have been watching this team, that they do command that respect. Absolutely in no position. When you think this team is going to fail, that is when they outshine.
But with that, they mean business as well. I mean, that's one of the most important things. You can talk about it. A journey that this team has always showcased. They always had that dream to just, be the best out there with the players that they have. I'm talking about Wadu, talking about the players that they are they have showcased one thing, and that is brilliant gameplay. They have brilliant cover for each other. Whenever the fights are on them, you could see them on the screens as well. So I would love to see what they do in this moment when it's going to be the young bloods coming against the experienced lads.
Exactly, and especially since the team is coming in with major roster changes. I mean, we know the veterans that were there in the roster the last time are not going to be present. Is this team going to be able to survive? Are they going to be able to cope up with the rest and move forward? Well, only time will tell. The real soldiers, that is what this team likes to call itself, and that is exactly how they play. Once they step down on the battleground, there is no deviation from the plan to victory.
Exactly. I mean, talking about the players like Mappa Ninja, Gyols and Nima, they have impressed us multiple times. I mean, they were in GC stages, I mean, league stages, and they were incredible at those movements. Talking about their second places, third place, they were out there in a few games. And the best part about this team is when one player rushes, there are other players just giving that perfect backup right from the back starts. And that's one thing that a team needs, which is, rushing with a vehicle, slamming with a vehicle. So that's how you know that there are people who are watching you as a backbone, and you can have the fights.
And that strategy is definitely that something needs, because this team has this game plan of playing edge to edge. And when you're playing edge to edge, trouble arises when you have to move from the circle that you're in to the circle that you're about to go into. Because you're going to be outside the circle, a lot of teams are moving and you can be taken out. But the ability of this team to anchor down their positions, and as you mentioned, one player moving in, taking care of his rotation first, and then him watching on his own teammates as they try to fall in, they have that down to the very last rotation.
Exactly, but there's one thing that I would still be, considerate about what this team's play style is. If we talk about it, the team plays good in in-house fights, but the open Miramar fights and all those things kind of sometimes just, go on a good, bad, ugly, crazy scenario. So that thing is one thing that they'll have to just, look forward to. If they just, maybe they are looking forward to that already while we're talking. So if they just do that good, they are going to be an impressive team. Come what may, they're going to obliterate the competition. They're going to dominate the competition for sure if that just happens.
Well, only time will tell if that is going to be a reality though.
Every day is a fight. Every moment is a race against the best. Beat the clock. Be on top of your abilities before the rest. Every face-off will be bigger than the last one. Every knock will count. Time will stand still in the wake of the storm. And that's why the sun never sets on this battleground. This is where champions will gather to etch their names on the highway to glory. Welcome to the Coliseum. Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League Season 3.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3 is where we're at. We just got done with the league plays of week 2, and of course after that it is time to step into the super weekend of week number 2, for which of course we will get started off. But before we do so, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag Wook Up Your Fun, alongside which of course a big thanks to Oppo for sponsoring the PMPL events. I'm your host Blotter. Joining me on the analyst desk once again are the duo that we already know. It is going to be none other than I Super Johnny, joined in with Ocean Sharma.
Thank you very much. And yes, this is going to be an exciting one because now is where we can see the turn of events that is happening. Upside down is where we are in as compared to the previous week.
Yeah. It is going to be super interesting because now, I mean, a lot of things are going to change. The team that we expected to dominate, well, they're not even here.
they're not even here, but they have created a humongous lead for themselves, and that, of course, is going to be represented, of course, in the name of Z3us Esports, that is dominating on the first position with 197 points. But move on along, of course, there are 20 teams that are part of PMPL South Asia, from which, of course, only 16 teams move in to play the Super Weekend. We're already done with Week 1 Super Weekend. Move on along. This is where the journey starts all over again.
Exactly, and talking about the journey starts all over again for some teams, for some, specifically 3 names. It's going to be the start of the journey now. So that's something that's going to be super exciting to see.
Exactly. That is going to be super exciting to see how they start up their journey. Like the first day, the first match is going to be the most crucial one, critical one, because they know what the other teams were doing previous week, but they still have to implement it for themselves. And hey, there have been, like, as you know, in the league days, the first time we saw Erangel, Sanhok, then we saw Erangel, Miramar, but when it comes down to Super Weekend, when it's Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar, all those things combining up, sometimes pressure takes the best out of you.
It certainly does, mate. And for that, of course, there are a few teams that have not been able to acclimatize to that pressure. But that will be a conversation when we look at the entire teams that are going to be part of the Super Weekend Awesomeness in week number 2. But move that conversation along and talk about, well, what is on stake. Of course, you can be the champion. But alongside that is the massive prize pool of $300,000 on the line, from which, of course, 150 grand is separated only for the PMPL South Asia Finals.
You know what I'm really excited about for the Super Weekends? Every chicken dinner gets you $1,000, and we saw a team getting 4K for themselves. Now, might be some other, might be a familiar name. We'll have to see how that just pans out, but this time, I want to see which team grabs the first time, like the first chicken dinner for themselves for the first match.
Exactly, and I hope it's going to be one of the new lads that are going to be stepping into the Super Weekend for the very first time, because that's going to be quite interesting to see. Because, as you said, I mean, $150,000 is there for the South Asia finals, but, I mean, apart from that $1,000 for every single chicken dinner, it is pretty important. The teams can build a bank for themselves just off of that. And well, there's the 2,500 attendance fee as well, along with the $1,000 for the MVP. So there's a lot of money on the line. There's a lot of pride on the line.
That certainly is true, mate. But to be able to participate in that prize pool, to be able to, you know, get that share for yourself, the points make a huge difference when it's a break-neck game sort of a situation where there are teams who are not able to be a part of the top 16 in the Super Weekend based on just 1 point.
Exactly. And first position gets you 15 points, gets you $1,000 as well. Second position gets you 12 points, third gets you 10, fourth gets you 8. I mean, I like one thing that Johnny always says, that I don't know how to rhyme this one, this point system as of now. Well, 13 to 16 gets you none, but 1 kill, 1 point. I still remember we have seen teams like with 1 placement point and 11 kill points gets them to top 3 or top 4 sometimes. I mean,
exactly. Early aggression, I feel like, is something that does give a lot of teams the advantage, but that's the thing, they need to know how to play with that aggressive play style. Specifically, if we're talking about the teams, I mean, one name that is still here and have proved to be one of the most aggressive team is Z3us Esports.
Absolutely is, and well, this time around as well, they are part of the Super Weekend, and they have started off with an amazing turn of events in the, of course, league plays, where they got amazing amount of high kills, and along with that, right here we have all the teams, all the 16 teams that of course are going to be part of the Super Weekend.
INES showing up for the first time. I mean, this is going to be quite interesting to see, because this week during the league play, INES, they had decent performances. They were stuck again in the same sort of situation wherein until the last game we did not know if they were going to make it or not. Anything could have happened, but fortunately for them, they are here right now, and now it's time to prove that they deserve to be here.
Exactly. And talk about Carnage as well, right? You know, they had a slow start for themselves, but when they started off their momentum, that was a really good start for them. StalwartFlex as well. But moving on, there are some other names that are going to be showcasing here themselves. I mean, you can talk about 1952 and Seal9. Seal9, league days were impressive, but league days and Super Weekends have a different mindset for the players as well. So I would love to see if they can continue the same thing right now, or if they fumble up, because now there are a lot of things. The points count. Obviously, previously the points were counting, but they were for top 16. But now the points count for one more thing, and that is you get those points to stay in the top 16 by the end of it.
And you better, because only 16 teams are going to be moving on into the finals as well. So
exactly.
The journey, of course, has started for a few of these teams, starting off in the first time ever in the Super Weekend, but some of them are starting off with 0 points.
Exactly. Those 3 teams, we have seen 3 of them, but now, as we move forward, now we have the teams that are playing, and they will be continuing their journey. Z3us Esports, Skylight Gaming, A1, and T2K. So T2K, they had an interesting turn of events, wherein during the league play, week 1, they were really dominant, but then you come to the Super Weekend, and they are sort of sitting in the middle of the table. A1 Esports, they were off to a really good start during the Super Weekend, the last one, but then they sort of fell off.
That is true, mate. But another point to bring up when it comes down to these teams, I mean, Venom Legends, is on a roll, on a complete different rhythm altogether compared to week 1 in towards week 2. But on the same side, of course, conversation could be brought down towards Extra Legion Ocean.
Exactly, Blood Legion. I mean, the team we know, we want to see the same Blood Legion again from the PMCO times. It's coming there slowly and steadily, I would say. But hey, slow and steady, sometimes it's win the race. But if it's really slow, you might just get those speed bumps ahead of you.
Exactly. But I want to ask you this, Ocean. So we know this time coming into this Super Weekend 2, during the league play, we saw a domination from Seal9. They were sitting at, 108 points with 8 games.
104, I guess something like
exactly. So the reason I wanted to ask you this is my maths is really bad. So what's the average right there with 8 games?
I mean, I would just say it's really high. That's all I would say, right?
12 to 13 points, right?
Because the most important thing is, if you're talking about the average, there are so many factors that comes onto it. That's why I won't say the average should be the main factor, because obviously it was Erangel, Miramar, plus they also had some breaks for 2 games or something. That's why you can never rely on that average as of now. And plus, now every team knows what's at stake. Previously, every team, the points were counting, but they were not counting for the money in
now
the
there's money on the line.
And for that, of course, every single time, Super Weekend is where the entire conversation leads down towards, funnel down towards, and in that, we do know for a fact that one of these teams has not been able to be a part of this, but move that conversation towards the overall ranking. As of now, based on just one Super Weekend that we witnessed, it was, of course, Z3us Esports that was just glorifying the entire lobby with 4 chicken dinners.
There's a 31-point difference right there. I think that should be enough to keep them on the first position for at least 3 games.
Right.
Depending on how Carnage Esports or DRS Gaming actually, the performance they put up today. But I don't expect this team to fall out of the top 8 anytime soon. Apart from that, expectations are going to be huge for StalwartFlex, because week 2, this team was actually doing pretty good.
I think by the end of this week, if these teams, because you can see the names of A1 Esports, you can see High Voltage, you can see Zeus, DRS Carnage, Train to Kill. So I would say by the end of this week, we might see Seal going down to 6th at max if these teams, get their gameplay going up. But talk about the other teams, right? That were in the top 16. You can see Blood Legion at 56. So the teams that will be starting up today, their main goal is to reach 56 as soon as possible, while Blood Legion is also playing their games.
Exactly. Beat 56, but I should say the main target is going to be 58 points, because Team F4, they did not make it this time. R3D Esports over here with 77 points, they are not here as well. So those are the points that the teams are going to be looking to surpass this week, and it's not that much. I mean, with the way these teams have played during the league play, they should be able to do it in about a day or a day and a half. So middle of the day tomorrow, they should be able to take these teams on, especially considering there are 15 games now for the Super Weekend instead of just 8 you played in the league play.
And that makes a huge difference, because again, it's all about catching up to that lead and then overpassing and surpassing that lead. And again, for a few of these teams, they have been able to create a humongous lead. That is, of course, going to be Z3us Esports. But on the other side, teams like R3D, teams like, again, Future Station that has not been able to participate, not in the first Super Weekend, not in the second Super Weekend, are going to be backtracking that much more, and that's going to make it that much more strenuous for them as to how exactly are they going to be approaching the game. But never mind that conversation right now. As you talk about aggression, we did just mention Zeus bringing in some amazing plays, a lot of damage into the lobby, but alongside that was again a player from High Voltage, Assassin. So let's of course compare head-to-head. Zeol from Z3us Esports going up against Assassin from High Voltage.
When you talk about their gameplays, the style that both of them accumulated is actually really aggressive. As you can see with the way they are getting kills for themselves, and obviously for the team in this one, 54 kills and 50 kills for both of them right now. Damage dealt is also quite similar. Talk about the damage received, it's also quite similar. But the thing that there is, it's survival time. See, I would say this, your average survival time, your own survival time comes down to how much you survive, but sometimes it also comes down to one major thing, and that is how much of a back cover maybe you're getting from your teammates. So survival time comes to a synergistic gameplay as well.
Exactly, I agree with that. The situations that you are put in along with your teammates, and that is also quite important. But, I mean, both these teams have showcased outstanding performances, specifically during the Super Weeks. Zeol and Assassin also have been cornerstones that their teams rely upon. I mean, talk about those plays that these lads have put up. Zeol, I mean, he does have Godless right there backing up in terms of aggression. Assassin on the other side has been outplaying the lobby time and time again. Any team that's put in front of him, High Voltage rely on him heavily to come up with those moments where all the attention of an entire team is just on Assassin alone, and then we see Aussie and the other lads go in from the flank and go for the finish. This man demands so much pressure. He pulls so much pressure towards him that you forget that there are 3 other players that are after you at that point.
Exactly, because again, I mean, I remember from the first 3 days itself, we had the start set up where High Voltage Assassin was the one who was just leading those killer charts again and again and again. But that was just the play coming in from that loot. Move that conversation along towards another team that we were talking about. That's going to be Venom Legends. Now let's compare their gameplay from week 1 league plays in towards week 2, because there have been a miraculous turn of wins from week 1 into week 2 in their gameplay.
It's night and day. That's the difference. It's night and day right there. Because look at that. With 1 chicken dinner, they had 50 points and 19 kills. Now, week 2, with no chicken dinners, they got 49 kills. This team picked up the pace and, well, they drove through everyone.
Exactly, you can see the total points that they have 94 for just 1 week compared to 50 for the previous one. And it's not like, you know, they were doing something different. I would say, yes, they were surviving more, they were taking all the fights in a good way. But the thing is, you could see there that their damage received versus damage taken was still like damage taken was at a higher number. That means if they were taking the fights, they were taking smart fights for themselves, the ones that they knew that they could, you know, just get a hold of. And that's one thing that matters. You don't have to just take each and every fight on you. You have to take the fights that you think that you can take the best out of everything. And look at these ones. Look at the proper covers that the players have. Look at the proper ways the players are taking fight. Not waiting for the reloads. They are just waiting. They are just switching the guns and then taking all the fights. So they know their surroundings at this moment.
That's like a basic lesson right there. Switching your weapon is faster than reloading. But I want to say this. So I don't know how on point my facts are right here, but like Snake Venom, it takes time for you to well, get finished off basically. And well, this Venom is definitely starting to kick in the lobby.
It certainly is, mate, because again, you look at that graph right there, which is of course comprised of all the games that these lads have played. And again, you look towards match number 10 all the way towards, of course, match number 20. There was a bit of a leeway where it seemed like the team could very well be going down, but they understood what was going wrong, and after that match 20-21 Marco, they just picked up the pace with a humongous lead.
I think that was the end of week 1 when they started to figure things out and they started to figure, all right, we have to be a little bit more aggressive. We can't sort of rely on the playstyle that we played with the last time, where we would wait till the final moments, get a few kills, and then just basically just move on with a bunch of points. This time they are being aggressive. They are taking fights, as Ocean said. They're on in.
I saw one thing in this one. You could see in the initial movements of the seismograph, there were 3 games back to back that they had like just 1 point or something. 3 games back to back. But now in the next week they had so much of a fluctuation in that one. So that's brilliant.
That is brilliant indeed, because again, that's the reward that all the fans wanted to see. I mean, everybody had been rooting for this team being so aggressive in their plays in the history. Of course, we wanted to see that, but along with that, talking about rewards, we have a wonderful reward system set up for you guys. So let's move on along and have a look at the schedule itself, where indeed till now we've already given away a few of these, but move that conversation towards, well, those of you sitting back at home, you can very well chime in through all of these, and in that you get, well, you get, of course, in-game items, alongside which you get to, of course, participate in actual gifts as well. That could be in your hands, from pro pods,
more stuff,
local currency coupons to, again, in-game items. Of course, in-game items is a flair that you want to have in the lobby amongst different friends, basically, right?
This screen shows that everyone's a winner, right here, from March 23 to April 18, as it just shows, right? As we see squads calendars from where they'll play, this is like audience's calendar where you can win.
Exactly, and that's all you gotta do. But alongside that, what does need to happen is for you to start earning those rewards in game, you need to be chiming in to the PMPL South Asia action through the esports center in game. As you do so, you will start earning points. You can then multiply those points via the weekly winners, by guessing the weekly winners, and again, you can then double your points by, again, participating in the lucky draw. And if you get selected, you will of course be getting all those wonderful rewards, but alongside that, you could very well be a part of that permanent outfit that could be yours.
Exactly, that's so pretty. And apart from that, I mean, even before this, when we were seeing that calendar, there was another outfit that I really liked. We have 3 beautiful outfits now.
Exactly, mate. That is true, and that's of course been fanned out throughout PMPL South Asia action, and that of course brings us down towards, well, in-game rewards are sorted, virtual rewards are done for, but move on towards what counts, what matters. We are talking about the super giveaway that has been set up for all of you viewers, and that's going to be, keep in mind, only for the super weekends. But again, the love that you showcase will matter a lot, because what is at stake is, of course, AirPods Pro, alongside which you've got gift cards in your local currency, along with, of course, in-game items that you can very well be flaunting in lobby with. But to be a part of this, what you need to do is hashtag PMPL SA along with your UID code, followed by the region that you are supporting, and the teams who will be in the top 9 will stand a chance, or rather they will have a better chance of winning these gift cards. So again, start sharing your love, start sharing your love for all of these teams that you are joining in for. With that, we already have one wonderful week number 1 set and done. That is, of course, week number 1 super weekend done. So through that, we have a wonderful turn of events. A lot of you, so many of you participated, but again, only few lucky ones are going to be the champions. And right here we have 3 UID codes coming in from the country of Nepal, from the region of Nepal. And again, I mean, these teams have dominated, the teams from Nepal have dominated, but move that conversation along towards one person getting from Bangladesh selected, another one from Pakistan. Boy, oh boy, where's that love being showcased, Mongolia? Where is that love, mate? Why are you not bringing in those hashtags? But alongside that, now, this is where things get that much more wonderful. I mean, Ocean, you had been mentioning this. You were talking about, you know, Nepal region just completely dominating. Now they're dominating in the giveaways as well, dude.
Yeah, I mean, they are out here. You can see the giveaway winners, and with all the winner UIDs, I mean, there might be someone who would be just, you know, waiting for, hey, am I selected? Am I the winner? And then they see there, and then they're like, yay, I win. I win.
You log in, you just want to watch the game, and the notification pops up. You won something.
Boy, oh boy, everybody's a winner here. That is no two ways about it. But along with that, it is time to step into week 2 of this wonderful super weekend, through which, first things first, let's have a look at the schedule. Once again, you're going to be starting things off, as Ocean and Johnny were mentioning, starting off on Erangel, followed by Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, and finally Erangel again.
I mean, this used to be the thing, right? We used to see previously groups A, B, C, D, E. Now it's not like that. Now it's like the 16 teams that did their homework previously on the league plays. They are the teams that are coming up here.
Exactly, mate. And in that conversation, when you look at the stats showcase a different turn of events, where the real soldiers seem to be on number 1 when it comes to the prediction based on just the stats. But Zeus, very close.
Exactly, but we do see the new lads in there as well. That is Seal 9. Huge expectations from them. I expect them to do really, really well this week, considering the momentum that they had during the league play. But we know, with that 1-day break, things do tend to take a turn.
They do, mate. They certainly do. And again, I'm going to base that conversation towards the teams that are just chiming in for the first time ever in the Super Weekend Ocean. What do you got to say for these 3 teams, mate?
Play it slow. For the first 2-3 games, play it slow. Then just pick up the momentum. If not anything, just play slow today as a whole. Tomorrow, pick up the placement points momentum. Then just go for the aggressive kill points. Just read the other teams out before you go into all together.
Exactly, mate, because now we are in the center, so to say, in the center of the entire saga. This is week number 2 of course, the Super Weekend, and in that, we've only got 1 more week remains after this one is done. And again, we talk about a team like Future Station that are not still being able to chime in. That is going to be a big blow to their play. But alongside that, there are other teams that we just mentioned. They better bring in that consistency, eh?
Yeah, I agree with that, but I disagree with what Ocean said right there. I think you are already starting with a deficit now. It's time to go YOLO. Not complete YOLO, not complete YOLO though. Like 40% YOLO.
Alright, 40% YOLO. Any predictions coming in for you guys?
No prediction. Let's go all together.
No prediction whatsoever at all. It is time to step into game number 1 of the second Super Weekend. Thus implying, let's move on to our commentators, the Erangel boys. It's going to be none other than Blay, joined in with XP.
Thank you so much for that once again, Plotter. And ladies and gentlemen, it is the weekend. And of course, what a better way to start off what is going to be a fantastic weekend. Apart from PMPL action here, the second Super Weekend about to go underway. XP, you seem ready to be jumping in straight into a club. I mean, you're looking fantastic.
It is the weekend. I thought I'd get in touch with my feminine side this time, you know, get that flower power out there, a little floral pattern, and I think I carry it well.
You carried very well. You carried way better than I could potentially have done. And yeah, alongside me, XP, of course, going to be giving you guys company for the duration of this of the Super Weekend, second Super Weekend coming in.
I like how they introduced us as the Erangel boys.
We are kind of the Erangel boys at this point. And you know what? I'm glad you brought it up, because we are indeed going to be jumping in, ladies and gentlemen, in the first game of the second Super Weekend. It is once more going to be starting on Erangel, and taking a look at the playing path. It's going to be starting from the military base, heading straight on up towards north, passing over School, Pachinki, Rozhok, and ending right next to Severny.
Well, as we've mentioned this before, a few things in life are certain, one of which is the fact that StalwartFlex are going to be dropping down on the military base itself. But the question is someone going to give them a little fight for their money this time around? Because they kind of had that place to themselves all this while. I need a little bit of opposition at the military base a little early on. Now, talking about the other teams, of course, Deadeyes Guys are going to be heading to Rozhok. As you can see that prominent logo on our screens right about now. Seal 9 have decided to opt out a bit early. They should be heading towards Milta as we speak. Of course, Venom Legends shifting things up. We kind of saw them at the end go towards Primorsk or the ferry pair. This time they're going to their old school drop spot of Milta and Milta Power. Again, T2K, the boys from Train to Kill, is a team that usually contests them in that location. And every once in a while, we have Blood Legion joining in as well. But since Deadeyes Guys are back in Rozhok, looks like Blood Legion are going to go there and try and maybe get a few more kills. But as, of course, all the teams are going to be dropping down, the big question right now is, where is the first circle going to form? And in 3, 2...
Oh no, oh no, oh
Looks
no.
like I jinxed it.
You screwed it. I blame you, XP. You've completely destroyed it. You've wrecked the server. And unfortunately, because of that, we're going to have to wait for a few minutes before we will have a restore coming on in. It was looking exciting.
Look at my shirt till then.
Yeah, you can. It is colorful, I won't lie. I would have preferred watching the game, to be very honest, and nothing against you, though. It was looking interesting until we unfortunately had to cut back to us, but we can talk a little bit more in detail about how certain these teams are going to be playing. Now, the big story of this weekend is the champion of Super Weekend number 1 came in the bottommost position during the league stage. Seal are not there. They're going to have to sit this one out, which was a big shocker. However, that being said, we did see Seal 9 jumping in and delivering. They came on top during the league placements in the second week.
Basically, last weekend we had 2 teams from Mongolia in the Super Weekend. This weekend is the same. It's just a little bit of a switcheroo. But now, I was having a look at the overall table play, and Seal Esports are basically head and shoulders above everyone else. So like we kind of were joking around last week, I think it's they're trying to set themselves up with a handicap, make it interesting for all you viewers at home. They want to make sure that the competition is razor thin right until the end. That's my speculation over here.
Could be. They're like, listen, you guys are going to be winning this very easy, so thankfully, by the way, it looks like we are about to jump straight back into the server. It looks like everyone's ready. There we go! Everyone's dropped on in. Everything's fine. It looks great, and hopefully, XP, you're not going to screw things up again here. But very quickly, let's look at where teams have dropped, right? Everyone's heading towards the usual drop points. 1952, though, they're going to be heading towards the Ferry Pier area. Venom Legends, as you pointed out, they either like going towards Ferry Pier, Primorsk, or they like going to Milta Power. This time around towards Milta Power. StalwartFlex, as usual, down south over there. We have P and Crew up north, as they always do, towards Savani. So nothing too jarring when it comes to these drop spots for all these teams.
Nothing jarring indeed, but one thing that kind of sticks out is INES. Now, we did not have the pleasure of watching these boys in last weekend, Super Weekend. So the fact that they are going to be at Georgia Paul, and mind you, Seal Esports is not in this weekend, right? So it's basically uncontested, and Zeus is another team that loves dropping down to the shelter. Once they catch a little hint that, someone is going to Georgia Paul, we just might see them coming and bringing the fight right to INES. But again, most teams right now are going to be comfortable. One name that is going to stick out, if you have a look at your top right, there's no one at Kameshki. And the reason is R3D are not in this weekend.
I know. It was kind of heartbreak, right? We lost R3D, we lost F4, we lost Seal Esports as well. And I believe, what's the 4th team? I'm trying to remember who it was. I do believe it was, we got F4. Future Station, there we go. Future Station also did not make it, unfortunately.
Second time in a row.
Second time in a row. And right now, look, I'm not counting anyone out, but if you're not going to make 2 Super Weekends in a row, your chances are going to start to look pretty slim indeed. However, T2K, a team who have been kind of middle of the pack, right? They haven't really been the high fragging team, but right now they are 7th place when it comes to overall rankings. Again, reminding everyone, Seal, who are not playing this weekend, have 197 points. Second is Carnage on 166, as you can clearly see over there. Thank you, production. DRS in the 3rd position, 160, Zeus on 150, and then from then on, it's a bit of a gap between Zeus and High Voltage, A1, T2K, StalwartFlex. StalwartFlex especially were looking fantastic during the league stage. So for a lot of these teams in the 4th to the 9th, 10th position, they're going to be looking to capitalize on the points they had from earlier. But the team I am personally going to be keeping an eye out for is going to be Venom Legends. Right now, they're languishing on 71 points, 13th position. But the way they played in the league stage just a couple of days back, they were looking almost unbeatable, on par, at the same level as Z3us Esports.
Absolutely, they were a heavy-hitting team. In fact, they did rack up quite a few kills as finally we have a few shots being fired. And as usual, we were kind of anticipating the fact that Blood Legion want to try and contest Deadeyes Guys in Rozhok, and that is exactly what we're seeing. Again, no complaints over here because it does mean we're going to see some action right at the beginning. But yeah, you know, just talking about all the teams that did make it now, 1952 are going to be playing their first Super Weekend. So is INES. Now the thing is, well, Seal9 of course as well. Now Seal9 ended week 2 as far as the league stage goes right at the tippity top. So I'm not going to expect them to have any issues basically trying and, you know, make those points in the Super Weekend. However, you know, the analyst desk kind of said that they need to take it easy. For me,
I disagree.
For me, there you go. They have to go guns blazing. And talking about guns blazing, shots have finally been fired.
As you pointed out earlier, Deadeyes Guys going up against Blood Legion. And I gotta say, P and crew Deadeyes Guys, right? Like, it's weird. I look at his two names, I'm like, these guys should be contesting for the top 5, top 6 positions, but they qualify for the Super Weekend. They did it last time. They did it very convincingly, actually, the first week. And again, once again, they have qualified for the second Super Weekend, but they have looked a little depleted. They don't look the same team which I have seen and casted in the past. They look a little bit more timid, a little bit more discombobulated when it comes to taking fights. And speaking of fights, A1 is going to get the first knock. And that is going to be an interesting start. We don't see the finish coming out yet on our kill feed, as most of these teams are right now looking to migrate towards the play zone. But there we go. T2 gets blah 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 down on the floor. He's bleeding out a bit here, and Jane has been spotted out as well. Now, he can potentially cross on over, but I like what Sinus is doing. He's trying to take away that weapon, as Nineboy is going to catch Utsarga. So T2K, far away from each other, have already lost Utsarga. One of the players is bleeding out as well, and down. They're kind of down to 2 members, and it's not looking good for them very early in the game.
Again, it was one of the situations where, you know, we kind of expect this when you are migrating in your convoy of vehicles. It does seem a little safer when you are getting shot at, but once you do get knocked down, it is pretty much nigh impossible, in fact, to, you know, go and get that revive in because, well, the attackers are going to be coming in for the kill. But of course, A1 Esports, they spotted them off in the distance, and, well, there you have it. Before Sinister could run him over, he was taken down by a hail of bullets. Now, Jane is going to try and lay down some lead. Of course, it's not going to be in their favor. They need to get the buggies and they need to get out before they pinch themselves in. Now, the question is, he was in that little irrigation canal. He better not hit anything once he's trying to get out.
Yeah, that could be a problem, right? And right now, the question for me, if I'm A1, do I really go in for the finish, right? You got a couple of kills. He's taking it slow.
It's a little bumpy.
It's good suspension. You know, it's a buggy after all. But it looks like A1's not going to be pushing their luck here. They got a very comfortable 2K. They got us 2 points already. And they're just going to let T2K make their escape. And right now, T2K, there's no point in them really trying to go for any revenge plays or whatnot. Taking a look at a circle, we're going to be seeing the second play zone coming out very, very quickly. 1952 has managed to make their way, has entered the play zone from down south. Now, I really thought they would be ensuring StalwartFlex would have a rougher time crossing from that western bridge. Instead, they opt to relinquish the position, and because of that, StalwartFlex are going to be pushing on much deeper into the play zone.
That is correct. And of course, Venom Legends are going to be making their way to the play zone as well, just north of Yasnaya if you have a look at your circle. But now the question is, where do we go next? Where do we go next? Well, it's going to be pretty easy for a lot of these teams, especially in Gatka. You know, you have all those compounds. The best thing is, these compounds, they have some distance to the next one over. So the game kind of becomes, it's all about depleting the other person's utilities, med kits and bandages primarily, and of course, those delicious energy drinks. However,
you like your energy drinks, don't you?
I love my energy drinks. That's why I'm so upbeat all the time.
Yeah, definitely the energy drinks, XP. As we have PN crew coming in down from Severnian shooting range. They're going to, I mean, they usually always play from that position, so they're going to be feeling very comfortable there, looking at a circle. The question for me is, the final circle, is it going to be one of the circles which kind of encompasses both sides of that stream? That could be problematic if that is going to be the case. But right now, though, everyone's having a pretty comfortable time just driving on around, as they're going to be switching over to Carnage Esports, who are right now second place in the overall standings. A team we definitely have to keep an eye out for, because they had an incredible Sunday last week.
Incredible indeed. Of course, they did leave Carnage in their wake as they basically decimated team after team. And there you have it. The first airdrop is going to be touching the ground. The M249. the crowd shredder, as I like calling it, with an 8X for all you sniper fans out there as well. So it's a little bit of everything, well, a little bit of something for everyone as well. Magnet from 1952 has an idea that A1 Esports are going to be coming to their position. The question is, do you want to shoot? The answer simply is yes. Of course, A1 Esports are going to just bide their time because, you know, they still have a central position in the circle, so they really don't have to move around right now. But I would definitely be willing to save your vehicles, because if the past or if history teaches us anything, a couple of these teams have been in dicey situations because they left their vehicles behind. And, you know, smoke can only conceal your movement for so long.
Indeed, eventually it will dissipate into the air. And so Blood Legion and Deadeyes Guys have had this bit of a stalemate for almost his entire game at this point. Right now, who's going to blink? As you pointed out, Brozok is very clearly in the play zone. There's no rush right now for either of these two teams to really commit or even start the fight. But eventually, they want to decide if the circle doesn't favor them. It's going to be a battle against time, against the blue zone, against their opponents as well. So maybe one of these teams is going to make an early move and just try and get the team wipe early on, so they don't have to worry about it once the circle starts moving in.
See, have a look at one thing. If you're just talking about Rozok right now, first of all, they have an airdrop falling right on their position. So that is something that could lead to a couple of mistakes here and there. But now, have a look at Leo's position. He is going to be a bit further up north because, again, Venom Legends are moving in. You've got to make sure everything around you is secure. So we do have that warehouse with that triple-storied blue building right up there where that gentleman is. So he's going to spot Venom Legends coming a mile out. Now the question is, if DE kind of anticipate this as well, and somebody's going to be pushing in from the back, they could basically potentially team up with them. Now I kind of did notice one thing as well. Have a look at PN Crew's position. I saw they are split on either side of the river.
Smart play.
It is a smart play.
It can be risky as well. That also means that if you do have to take a firefight on the other side of the river, you are kind of reliant on it, just the two of you.
They're trying to basically do the unexpected. It's all about, you know, because people are going to be anticipating your moves. You want to do something out of the blue.
And what they're trying to do as well, from what I can notice, and they're setting it one by one. Legend's going to be a recon guy. He's going to clear out the bridge. All right, there's no one nearby in the vicinity. In case a circle shifts on down south, they can cross the bridge easily, the other two members. If the circle actually remains to the northern side of the river,
well,
they're going to be fine. But the circle is indeed going to be south. That means, since they've cleared out the bridge early on, Sandesh and his teammate will have no problem heading on down, joining up Killer and Legend. The problem is INES are right next to them.
Now, have a look at INES. I'm not saying they're going to be playing in a hesitant fashion, because there is a compound over there where they were kind of holed up in. They are going to probably traverse along the left side, basically west of that giant mountain, because, again, they're a team that don't want to take any chances right now. Maybe we know that INES is good in the kills department. Well done, very good. However, the point system forces you to get those few placement points as well. So they are going to skirmish with people, but towards the end of this game. Now, I like the fact that it's going towards Pachinki. I want to see some urban warfare.
That could, I mean, you could definitely have your wish here. Or, you know, just to continue your train of thought, INES could just channel their inner Zeus and just go for the kill points. Because Zeus, I got to give them one thing. We've seen Seal top the leaderboards. We've seen, you know, other teams have their ups and downs, like Seal9s and A1s. Zeus don't seem to give a damn. For them, it's about getting those frags, and they are so good at taking these team fights, and so aggressive as well, as finally, it looks like Deadeyes Guys had relinquished their positions, but they might be going up against DRS.
You know, just talking about Zeus, you can't really be scared of taking a fight when you are literally gods amongst, you know, humans walking around. So that is something that I do love about him. But it looks like DRS did get a little hint. Someone is coming on the position. Galzen moves up not only to basically anticipate what's happening in the next circle, because, you know, you want to be kind of like in the center, but he can also potentially lay down some lead if need be.
Just want to point out, we have 14 minutes on the clock, and apart from the two kills that took place early, where I do believe it was, who was it? I think it was... yeah, T2K, they lost blah 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 with Sarger early in the game. Apart from that, we haven't seen a single kill taking place yet. We have a couple of knocks. You can see Venom Legends, one player getting knocked down. But considering how late we are in the game, 14 plus minutes in, the fact that no one else has fallen by the wayside, it's going to be sheer pandemonium and blood and guts getting strewn all around.
Oh yeah, that's what you're going to see at the end. It is going to be quite a monumental task to keep up with the action. And talking about the action, looks like Skylight Gaming have Venom Legends Nightwing on his knees, and that could be a bit problematic, but smokes are going to be deployed on a bit that is a little bit too far off, and there is going to be some random gunfire as well. But again, the urgency to rush in on a building isn't there as yet, because we still have some space, but looks like Nightwing's days are numbered.
I thought he'd get a little lucky there and not be spotted out, but Nightwing, his wings have been clipped. There's There's no bad family to help him out, and he will unfortunately go down, and that's going to be the third casualty in the game. Still, 61 alive, 16 teams in the running with 15 minutes on the clock. That is, that's one of the quietest starts we've seen so far in this tournament in PMPL Season 3. And eventually, I'm calling it Circle 4 in, Play Zone 4 in. It's going to be a bloodbath, XP.
It's going to be a bloodbath indeed, and looks like Venom Legends are going to get out of harm's way, and the circle has imploded in on itself, and I am one happy camper because it's going to be in Pochinki.
Can we take a very quick look at where the circle is right now? There we go. It is indeed, you wish for it, and you ask for it, you wish for it, and you're going to get it. It is going to be indeed on Pochinki, where we have 7C, Zeus, DRS, Seal9, and A1, alongside Venom Legends, who kind of made their way before StalwartFlex.
Have a look how everyone is going in for the buildings from either side of Pochinki, because they know once you get in, Okay, I'm going to keep quiet now because that happens to me every single time.
You're trying to say something and it's an AWM,
it's
right?
It's an AWM?
I would love that. I would love an AWM. And especially, you know whose hands I want it in? I want it in the hands of Godless from Zeus. The guy I believe is the best sniper right now in the server. However, it is indeed going to be High Voltage who are going to be getting a couple of knocks. And we said this earlier, we said it is going to be a messy affair. We're going to have multiple teams, 4, 5, 6 teams in a very narrow, very small compound duking it out. DRS spread across 4 buildings. And 7C, they're walking on in and they're like, how many people are there? They see Carnage in the vehicles, you see DRS in the buildings, and you have A1 as well.
Just a minute ago, there was no one in Pochinki, and right now everyone is there as Dante just clipped 2 from 1952.
The angle, he waited, he bided his time. If Jax and Sinister go in for the play right now, they could wipe out 1952. The res needs to come on in, and Jax is aware of it. He's going to drop one down, he's getting shot from afar though, he's going to have to go prone, but they will be wiped out as Sinister's going to jump on in as Jax gets knocked to his knees before he makes his way into the building, but he's found a bit of cover. Smoke will be deployed, and Sinister's going to be able to get a res, but that is going to be the first team getting knocked out of the server, and that is going to be good night. Goodbye for 1952.
Lucky break for Carnage Esports there because they were caught in the middle of all the action, and well, 1952 kind of took the brunt away from them, and they did get a chance to revive their fallen comrades, which means they still are in the thick and thin of all the action. Now 7Cs, they are going to be pretty much posting up at the church north of Pochinki. They do have those high spots, but again, have a look at all those hills around. It is quite easy to shoot down from those hills. It could be quite devastating. That is a good angle. The way they got it, especially since they were prone in that building.
Double nades, well placed, except unfortunately, Carnage, or unfortunate for A1, that is, Carnage has managed to relocate their position from that window. You can see Inky crouched down right into the irrigation tunnels. He's got his teammates right nearby in the vicinity. I like this position from them. You know, they know there are too many players inside of the compound, 7C all the way towards the church, and while they do have the low ground, the fact that it could potentially replicate trench warfare if the circle does start to favor them later on.
Also, mind you, all the viewers watching will kind of realize that Pochinki is one of those places where you have to go and fight. I'm going to stick to my thought for a second because it looks like another team just bit the dust, and Blood Legion have been wiped out without any kills. Not the outing we were looking for, especially after League Week 2.
Yeah, especially... Yeah, you want to have that good start, right? Again, still very, very early in the second super weekend. That nade could have been a bit more damaging. The second one could be huge. It's right next to us, but it's going to go a little deep. But doesn't matter. He's just going to get a knock onto him. As P and Crew, in the meantime, taking aim at a couple of other teams. And look at the nade. Look at the barrage of nades being tossed in. Uzum's dead. He has to be dead now, right? Yep, there we go. The final nade from Void is going to find its mark, and StalwartFlex, they haven't been able to reply back. They've taken so much damage from this utility, and now Rockford getting on top of the rock, trying to mow the grass with his DPS, and unfortunately, not a single bullet connects, but doesn't really matter. The blue is behind StalwartFlex. They have a bit of respite. Now, both the teams need to make a move here, but from behind, Sundash is going to come on in, and they have been flanked by PN Crew, and suddenly... things are looking tricky for Venom Legends because in front of them are StalwartFlex and behind them are PN Crew.
And PN Crew are moving in for the kill. Venom Legends thought they had their back against a wall. Well, that has all changed right now. Have a look at this little flank. PN Crew are engulfing them, and Steel Shot, it looks dangerous.
It looks very dangerous indeed in Venom Legends. Bear in mind, they already have lost a member earlier on. Void will be finished off, and that means Venom Legends is down to 1 man left standing, and they are getting completely annihilated. And StalwartFlex are going to be thanking the lucky stars that PN Crew came to the rescue. But now, they're going to be looking for more.
They're going to be looking for more. This is the time StalwartFlex should have gotten in their vehicles and basically escaped, because now they are basically finding themselves in a similar situation as PN Crew did, but from behind. PN Crew's woes are not over, as High Voltage want to join in on the party as well. And the fact that the blue zone has started moving out, it is going to be tricky. Now that is a little bit of a dicey move. The car is already burning, but that is what they had to do. This is something that should have been done much earlier.
T2K can see them. T2K can see them. Jane can see them, but Jane not really going to be. Oh, there we go. He unloads onto Johnny, and Johnny on his knee. Someone survives, but Jane from the distance, he is just taking pot shots at StalwartFlex. And StalwartFlex, I believe, they're down to one member there, and he might just be finished off.
Right now, on paper, INES, in fact, I had a quick look at the gander at the map. They have the best position, the highest position in this new circle right now. They've got to be careful, though. Have a look at that. You see them high up on the mountain from this point of view. C9 is, however, creeping up behind them, which could be quite devastating. There you have it. Have a look at the circle. They are all spread out right at the southern aspect of that circle. There is a big mountain right where they are. The question is, can they hold onto the spot? Because a lot of teams are going to want to go and steal it from them.
And who's looking to steal this position from A1? It is going to be Carnage Esports pushing on in. Utility being tossed in by Jax from above. But look at the way they're just pushing in. Looking for more. Manish right outside. There are two teams in that building as well. Bear in mind, this is messy. This is ugly as can get. Meanwhile, Jane, he's not quite done yet. Even though his team is down to just the 2 members, they're going to eliminate High Voltage on 4 kills as nades are exploding left, right, and center. A1 Esports will be eliminated by SGX, that's Skylight Gaming, but they still have to contend with Carnage Esports, and these nades are brutal. Chari with the second one. There's another player nearby. It's Manish, and it's barely alive. The nade could be in. That's it. That's it. That should be it. And with that, Carnage Esports will be wiped out as well. Skylight Gaming looking for more, as Riggs is going to join the fray. Zyor from the distance rattling of bullets, and everyone wondering what the hell is going on.
I do not know why all this commotion is taking place in the house, because only a little bit of the corner is going to be still in the circle, and now everyone knows you're there. So that is 7C should have actually just driven by. They just pretty much put themselves in a coffin right now.
But they still got Carnage Esports in the end, didn't they? And everyone's just getting eliminated right now in 7C. Well, sorry, they eliminated Skylight Gaming, who got the 6 kills, and they in turn are having a bit of a problem here. 1 member survived. It's Riggs, and Zeus have their eyes trained in his position. Everyone moving uphill towards the next play zone.
Now, Zeus currently have the only concrete buildings in this lost circle, the haunted house, as they like calling them, along with the warehouse. Now, INES needs to basically take that same trajectory. They need to hit T2K, because otherwise there is no way they can get to Zeus's position. Have a look at this. Newt and Gasia, they are going to be up top over here. Deadeyes Guys, I think they are going to go straight for the building. Now, this is when INES needs to get the left flank, hit T2K. That was a bad move. That was a bad move.
Well, someone shot at Newt as well. Did they get out and take the fight? They did. Hungrybox actually get the knock, but now Suyuk's down as well. He's going to be finished off, and Deadeyes Guys are going to be down to the 1 final member remaining here. INES making mincemeat of Deadeyes Guys as they went for a very ambitious drive-by.
And let me tell you why I thought it was a bad move. Because INES had given enough audio cues about their presence on that hill before, it's something that Deadeyes Guys should have anticipated. Now remember, there is still 1 man standing, and that man can get hungry for kills every now and then, and he does put up a show, of course. I am talking about Hungrybox. Now, he is going to come into the fray. The question is he the last one, or does he have a teammate?
He's the last one alive.
He is the last one alive. Now, Zeus, they have their work cut out for them. All they're going to do is make sure that they keep everyone at bay as well. Hungrybox is finally going to meet his maker.
And with that, that is going to be the end of Hungrybox and his team, as we do have Deadeyes Guys getting eliminated in the 5th, 6th position. INES though coming in heavy fire. Leo is in a fantastic position. That nade could be so disastrous. He's going to toss it in, looking around for anyone else, waiting for the nade to explode, and there you have it. It is perfection. It's got to finish off. He's going to get a knock and a salute, and now INES, 3 members, only 1 player alive, and Jane and Raided. Oh, look at the nade sailing! Oh my lord! How are they still standing?
Now this is where Jane can actually just come and flank them from the left of our screens right now and just totally wipe them out, as Ayush has been spotted out by Icy, and there you have it. Pre and Crew are going to be out of this game as well. Final 3 teams, 10 players alive. Z3us Esports are looking strong.
They're looking so strong. Oh, the nade, the bounce is perfection! That is gonna find them all! Oh my lord! This is bullying! This is schoolyard bullying! INES just got their asses handed to them. Zeus, they have no chill, and ladies and gentlemen, Zeus are on a tear. 12 kills, and they're looking for more.
Well, I guess when you are godless, you really don't give a crap about human life, and that is what's happening right now again. This position is too good. It looks like T2K are going to be spotted out as well. As I see, in fact, moving forward, they're still not done with the grenades play. He's going to lob yet another one.
Oh, and he is mowing the lawn. Beg your pardon. And Newt is going to be the last man left standing. Newt, good luck. Good luck, sweet prince, because you're going to need it. As Zeus, they go in for the final kill, and Newt's going to get a knock. Almost dead and finished off in style. Z3us Esports, they make it look so easy, so damn easy. What, 14, 15?
15 kills and a chicken dinner.
30 points, casual 30 points in the first game of the day.
And you just said, you know, Z3us, they don't care about winning chicken dinners because they just go out and gun down all the opposition. Well, they are definitely going to be a lot happier because it's not just chicken dinner. Have a look at all the moolah that they walk away with. $1,000, they can add it up like a specific team we know from before.
Oh yeah, they have a lot of money to work with right now, but Z3us Esports, like, we saw them perform in the first Super Weekend, we saw them perform during the second week league stage as well. While Seal dropped off, Z3us continued the trend, and right now, it looks like there is no stopping the Greek gods at the moment.
Well, as the party is going to be breaking out on Mount Olympus, we're going to take a quick little break. Why don't you all just grab your popcorn as well? Quick break, we'll be back after this.
Keeping it real. I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We are in week number 2 where we just started off with the awesome aggression coming in, of course, in the Super Weekend, and this is where a different story is going to be created today. But along with that, a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it happen. Hashtag book up your fun. I'm your host, Brother. Joining me on the analyst desk are the incredible two analysts who right now need to chime in and let us know. Dudes, that was a crazy game coming in from Z3us.
Yeah, that was definitely quite interesting because this time, instead of going aggressive early on, they sort of controlled the aggression, and towards the end we see them picking up the pace when there were just a few players left in the lobby. And talking about players, well, Leo's the new man in town. Well, not new, but playing with the lineup now. Started in week 2.
Imagine how good you have to be if you have 0 healing done on yourself. In
6 kills.
Yeah. Getting 6 kills, 749 damage and 0 healing done. If we talk about his contribution, you know, as of now, you can see he has been incredible. But right now we can see Z3us into the contribution donut, and Z3us has had, well, let's talk about Z3us then. Survival 18.2% for himself, and obviously if you talk about the kills, obviously the guy is the pace of the kills for the team right now, just getting up, heading on all together for his own gameplay. And he has been incredible. He has been a really, really good player. But Leo as well, you know, and all these players, if you want to talk about it, the way they were throwing grenades, the way they were just, you know, going for the kills, I would say, you know, they were the potential top players in the competition.
I want to talk about those nades. In particular, I want to talk about the nades that went on the players of INES.
Let's not.
That was certainly not something that INES were wanting or predicted, but eventually, again, it certainly did turn in Z3us' favor. But alongside that, you talk about the top players as you were doing so. Boy, oh boy, 3 of them lads are coming in from Z3us itself, and T2K Jane right here with 5 kills.
Jane also held his ground really good. I mean, if you remember, right, the fights were happening, T2K, INES, and obviously Z3us. Those were the 3 teams that were surviving out here. So Jane, you know, we know he is known as GI Jane for a reason. Those 5 kills are just out here, a proper example of how classic Jane just plays. Icy and Godless just making up their own names in this one. So yeah, all the players were looking really good for their own gameplay. Plus, constituting all the kill points, I guess, what was it, 15 kill points?
Exactly, coming in from Z3us Esports. That was just miraculous. But on the other side, of course, you were talking about T2K Jane. Team walked away with 7 kills, 5 of them coming in from just Jane. Eventually, beautiful performance, a perfect performance for the team. But combine that together, let's have a look at the match summary, where, of course, a lot of different stats are going to be showcased, and Jane coming in with the most utilities used.
Well, 22 utilities used, but as we move forward, highest skills goes to Leo, 6. Maximum assist comes in from Z3us with 6 assists to his name, and then longest distance kills, wow, 284 meters. That's quite good.
Exactly. I mean, that's kind of like like a new prime out here if you just want to talk about this one, because everyone just spots someone, they would want to take him down, and if you actually just shoot someone and it hits them, your opponents are kind of just in one way. If it's 250 plus meters, hey, where are the shots coming from? We gotta hide, and in that next thing you know,
panic a little bit when you
that
can't
happens
see them,
in long distances. That happens, and that's even better if it's Miramar. I mean, I'm not saying that's better, but that is better,
It can be. It certainly can be is the conversation that it should lead down towards. But with that, let's have a look at the match ranking coming in from the first game of this day. And in that, Z3us Esports walking away with a comfortable 30 points.
Well, an amazing performance from Zeus, Train to Kill, and INES as well. But I want to focus on the other teams for now. I want to talk about PN Crew. PN Crew, it feels like they're returning to the team that we saw during week 1, a team that would contest the top position again and again. This time, I mean, yeah, they were stuck in a difficult situation that they could not get out of, but they also had a really good game.
Exactly, and so many kills are here in 1 to 8 right now. They're going to, obviously, it's just high voltage with 4 kills, and then it's 1-1-1 for Seal 9, Carnage, and Venom Legends. And hey, talk about Seal 9, right? Talk about 1952. These are the teams that are showcasing themselves for the first time in this lobby. And just as we were saying, right, baby steps is what they have to take. They are taking them. They are trying to understand the meta of this lobby as compared to the previous lobbies that they have played in the league days. So they need to just, get a hold of it early. Otherwise, we were talking about 56, 58 points. That is the marker that they have to touch as soon as they can.
Yeah.
Absolutely, mate. But again, I mean, you talk about damage, you talk about them kills. This is just Z3us Esports, basically Mongolian teams, right? Last weekend where we saw it was Seal Esports walking away with 4 chicken dinners, $4,000 in the hand. This time around, of course, it started off with Z3us Esports, and the way they've started, I mean, they're looking pretty comfortable with that $1,000, along with which you combine previous week's 2,000. I mean, they're looking just gorgeous, mate, right now with the aggression and the domination in the lobby.
And this was quite an interesting game for Zeus as well, because had they gone to their usual drop location, things would have been a little bit different. I mean, if you could say, because on the northern side, the circle is on the northern side, you can reach to your locations a little bit faster. But still, they managed to play this one out really, really well. And talk about that Pochinki situation that was there during the middle of the game. That was so chaotic.
So there are 3 teams that I would say in all together in the competition of the world that likes to play, these kind of circles to their favor. One of them is Zeus, the other is obviously 4 AM if you want to talk about it, right? And then there are other teams like obviously BTR. So these kind of circles, if you have an open circle plus you are sitting inside the area like comfortably, look at Zeus right now. They know the fight's not going to come from the back sides. They know all the fights are going to be situated onto the front side. So they know all the focus that they have to do is just out there, and they got like what? 15 kills, out of which I would say 6-7 kills were in the final fights for themselves. So they are accumulating a big chunk of number for themselves.
Talking about getting kills in the game, A1 Esports, they started off really nice. I mean, I was quite surprised and I was happy with the way they were playing.
Yes and no at the same time, because again, I mean, we've seen this team perform a lot better, but in the previous few days, what we've seen from A1 is not the kind of effort that we want to be able to, of course, love. But again, nothing taken away from the team, nothing taken away from the skill. With that, let's move on to the upper moments, where, of course, you start off with the aggression, where it was, well, A1 and T2K.
Yeah, I mean, just when we look about it, you can see, the fights that were happening slowly and steadily onto the other directions. There were so many fights, but look at this. I mean, 1952 was taken down by the players. Jax did go out, but in that, he did go down as well.
Yeah.
But till then, Sinister had done the job. Then Sandesh was trying everything good. But hey, in this one, I would still love to see one thing, and that is the grenades that were being lofted down. And hey, I mean, the companion was looking at you while you were just lofting up the grenade. I mean,
see,
okay,
one of those grenade moments is gonna be the double nade that was thrown in Pochinki by the players. If I believe it was Carnage that was doing that, or they were the ones taking him. But that was quite an amazing moment to see. But talk about double nades, we have the triple threat coming in, and well, it was it was tons of damage on the players of INES. The players did not even survive that, and then in the end, you feel Newt knows he's dead, but he just does not see it on his screen.
Dude, that was just perfect. I mean, the bounce coming in to cross the Jeep across. I mean,
proper bounce.
The proper bounce, right?
If we're going to talk about vehicles, we have to talk about the players of StalwartFlex.
Yeah, the way that they were rotating and then they were caught down, those things did happen. But talk about the damage graph, right? So here you can see every team has had their chunk of fights right now for themselves, as we can just see. But somehow we are just talking about a few teams. I mean, we could see a few teams back to back, because there were some teams with no kills for themselves as well. So obviously we'll see this. But as we see it here, Zeus had like what, around 3,000 damage. Let's just keep it that way. And
Easily.
that's really good
Yeah.
number of damage. That means like even if you're getting 15 kills, you're getting a lot of fights for yourself.
Exactly. But hey, apart from Zeus, let's talk about INES. This is their first Super Weekend, and they have managed to have a really good first game. This could be the momentum setter that INES needed in order to have the climb of 58 points that we said, like get yourself in the top 16 and make sure that you move towards the finals. This team, with this sort of a start, I mean, they can definitely do it quite comfortably.
Now, Johnny, that is one team that has showcased that perfect comfort level
Yeah.
for themselves, right? As they start things off, as they start off the journey. But on the other side, I do want to talk about 1952 as well. But
Skylight.
we'll talk about that alongside as we look at the overall standing right now, where indeed the story, the journey of these teams is going to be showcased. How close is Zeus? Almost there.
17.
Almost
One
there.
more game. If they get like one more game. I mean, let's just keep it like this, right? $4,000 for Seal, $3,000
Yep.
for Zeus. I mean, if they reach that $4,000 marker for themselves, they would love to be at the first position altogether.
Probably
and
would be.
Train to Kill is also back at it, making the climb up again, sitting on the 5th position, climbing up 2 positions. A1 Esports, as I said, I'm going to stick to it. A1 Esports had a pretty good game this time. The way they started out, just getting those kills early on, made sure that they were getting those points. But let's talk about this. INES, wonderful start that they desperately needed, and they got it for themselves. Now that is going to be a tough challenge, but I'm pretty sure by the end of the day, if INES they continue playing the way that they are right now, they can take on F4. We can see them. There's a possibility they might be sitting on the 15th position. C9 and 1952, not really a game that they wanted, but hey, just the first match. No worries, we still have 4 more to go. Maybe in the next one they can make a comeback. And Ocean said this as well, the week in which these teams qualified was the week where we had Miramar.
Absolutely. And talk about Miramar, let's move on to the schedule itself, where of course we've just got done with first game that was on Erangel. Move on to the second game of the first day of Super Weekend. This is going to be on Miramar, and boy oh boy, again, a lobby is going to get divided.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be divided.
For sure it will be. Plus, in these kind of maps, right, if you're talking about Miramar, I would love to see an off team just get onto the track. An off team, by that I mean Seal 9 probably.
Yes.
With that I mean, 1952 probably.
One of the 3.
They need one game like INES to start off their momentum. INES already had the game.
Exactly.
In the previous game, they already had it for themselves. So probably something like that is what we want to see from these two teams as well.
That's going to be crucial, mate. That's going to be so very crucial for them to start racking up those points in their favor so that they don't get lost behind in the half-cus. But move the conversation towards the stats itself. Right now, we're looking at Venom looking comfortable. The real soldiers, of course, I mean, a very close affair when it comes to the stat.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, amazing performances from these teams, specifically Venom Legends and DRS have been really good on this map. So those are going to be 2 names that we will be looking out for. But as Ocean said, we want to see new teams pop off. So apart from the 3 teams that we have mentioned, the 3 new teams, I think Venom Legends is one team that will be putting a lot of pressure on the lobby, on the teams in the lobby. The last game did not really go their way, but this time they will definitely make a push.
That's true. That's true. Along with that, I would also love to see if Zeus can just overcome Seal in this game.
Well, that could be the case. That could very well be the case. They're only a few points away from this game after all, and in that they could very well turn up and be on that pole position. But with that, any predictions coming in?
No.
No, none. All right, it is time to step into match number 2. That, of course, as we just discussed, is going to be on Miramar. And the 2 boys, the 2 lads that are going to be taking us through this game are going to be none other than Necro and Fixes.
Well, thank you, Lakshay, and what an evening to start off with. INES did see death right in front of their faces is what happened. But heading on to Miramar, the analyst desk was also talking about, all these teams. They did, however, mention Venom Legends. But I really feel Carnage is also one of those teams that can really come out on top, provided that Seal is finally not playing. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, Seal, definitely, I was expecting them to, actually qualify at least, but looking at how they played in the previous days, I really feel like they deserve where they are right now. But again, talking about Zeus, after that gameplay that they showed in the previous map, I'm pretty sure they are going to be a nightmare for a lot of teams.
Now I'm going to make things easier for you. So we did see last time Seal coming out with those 2 back-to-back. Do you think Zeus can pull this one off as well?
Definitely, they have the courage.
We need a pattern, right?
They have the courage. They can. Taking a look at how they played in the first game and how they positioned themselves for the late game circles, I really feel like if they show that brilliant plays again in the Miramar map, I really feel like that can be happening.
I mean, that certainly can possibly happen, but in the map of Miramar, things tend to get a lot more trickier because you are feeling hot. You need to get those rotations coming in, and by all means, we are finally ready as the big bird is in the sky, and we've got the flight path trajectory all the way from prison towards Impala. Now, this has been a trend in this PMPL that we've seen a lot of certain circles happen, but any predictions as to where do you think the circle might go, Necro?
Let's talk about Circle for later on. I really want to focus on the fact that Z3us also likes to go towards LSR and even 7C. Now, last time we saw 7C changing their routes to Tora and Muda.
But the first time they kind of collided.
Yeah, they collided, but 7C definitely got a lot of disadvantage in that fight because they went down by a lot. Z3us left them absolutely handicapped. But again, now I really want to see if they are going to be colliding again, but no, Z3us this time throwing kind of a curveball. Pretty unexpected drop spot.
Yeah, I mean, this has to be doing everything considering the fact that the flight path trajectory this time so down south. So a lot of teams are trying to avoid that early vehicular manslaughter that they usually tend to go into. And this is 7C's second drop location. We are privy to that. We've seen INES also taking a drop onto its Valademar. So all the teams might be wanting to use their plan Bs that they have stored for them. But Blood Legion, well, not the kind of a start that they would have wanted considering how promising they were looking in the league days.
I mean, yeah, exactly. I mean, Blood Legion, I mean, of course, in the previous game, got eliminated on 15th position, which is quite questionable for me. You know, I had a lot of hopes going in for Blood Legion again, but they quite let me down. But maybe this game is where they actually rise up from the graves. But take a look at Seal9. They are dropping at the spot where Blood Legion is dropping right there. We might see some early fights going down.
We certainly will, and I think we've seen quite some traffic around the Picado area. We've got Deadeyes, we've got Carnage, we even have the players of 1952. So, well, Manish, he is in some target practice, some birds flying in the sky, and Suyog might just be the victim, but sort of would have been better had he had a red dot maybe, at the very least. Or maybe a Winchester. That's the perfect rifle that you would want if you are in for a bird hunt.
Well, I mean, definitely, you know, he caught a bit of a rumpus in those shots while he was actually target practicing. But didn't really manage to connect any, though. I mean, we all know it's quite tough, you know. You will have to lead your shots as well, so it's quite tough.
And he had an SKS. That is a kind of a weapon that has the worst bullet drop that you would not really want to have. But moving along, I mean, a lot of teams on the southeastern side, so we are going to look at some sticky rotations. But looking at Z3us and DRS right beside each other, one heading towards Montenuevo, others somewhere just down. And I really want to see some fights happening around the Chumacera area. We also have the players of High Voltage and Skylight Gaming in the nearby vicinity. So the northern side has been completely vacant. So we might expect a change in pace this time around because the game of Erangel sort of went down to those after those 15-minute marker. We did see some fights erupting, but this time I think things are going to be different.
Things will certainly be different, as Sharp has already been spotted by the players of Deadeyes. And the opening that they were looking for has certainly been found as well. Now, 1952 again already have a casualty on their name. Down to just a 3-man squad as Deadeyes are going to be putting on a lot of pressure. They are certainly not going to be holding back inside this fight because the confidence level must be on the Cloud9 because they've already found the opening as soon as 1952 rammed in the vehicle inside the compound. And they're even just hiding behind that little small shack. They don't really have a lot of space to breathe. But talking about fights going down, DRS again opening things up on the Leos is going to be the casualty here this time. And AJ, finally the trade has been found by Godless and he will be taken down instantly. No mercy shown from the lads of Z3us, but again, spotting down another player. IC going to be taking down Mafia Ninja as well. So many fights breaking down.
So many fights breaking down, and all pertaining to that one reason that these players are uncomfortable. They are not really well versed with the terrains of the map, not really aware about where the enemy can come in, and this was sort of a last-ditch effort made by all these teams. You know, just take the plunge, avoid the vehicles. We do not really want some early game casualties, but it is what it is. And looking at Mr. Bora and Galzen, not in a good spot either. I think Mr. Bora, I believe, he's given his position out. Any single moment, the players of Z3us are going to charge in, and Galzen going for a really bad call over there, giving away his position, and he was not sort of compromised over there. Now, considering the fact that Zoal is finally making the move, I mean, Mr. Boro is in for a treat, and yes, he's been taken down, finally leaving Kyolzin to be the last player alive, who is trying to take a few shots, but will meet his demise very soon.
Wow.
And there you go. DRS wiped out.
Wow. A team like DRS getting wiped out that easily? I can't believe my eyes at this point. Zeus, man, you guys are absolutely insane. The way these guys are playing, challenging the fights, and overall using their utilities as well. The precision coming in from these lands is on next level. But again, talking about Deadeyes and the fight going down between 1952, of course, in a heap of trouble. They need to find themselves a better position because they are just pinned down in that little compound they have, and they don't even have a lot of breathing space. So they will need to, find themselves a little bit more better position, or even, try to reposition themselves. But take a look at the position that Shifu Sir has onto them.
It's going to get interesting from here onwards, because Deadeyes, they certainly are making that move, but Shifu, that was ought to happen. I mean, you are sort of surrounded, you're gonna be engulfed over here, and here is Deadeyes pushing in, and well, you've got Shifu Sir being taken down, but Magnet, he's going in for the reload, might take the aftermath of it, has been knocked out as Hungry Box is going after yet another player, but it's Entry who's gonna get that knock, but can he get the kill confirmed? As Entry, he is fighting with all his life and all his might, but that's just not enough, as the last player goes pushing in, and Deadeyes surviving the onslaught, instead also eliminating the players of 1952.
Wow, what a play coming from the players of Deadeyes. But again, props to 1952. Did a quite phenomenal job, still managed to take out 2 players of Deadeyes, and they were doing quite good, the overall, how they actually rammed their vehicle inside the compound, already got a casualty on their name, and still managing to do quite good. Still, but they got outside the game. Deadeyes did their job pretty perfectly. So it doesn't matter. No matter how many efforts you put in, you have been eliminated onto the early stances of the game. And that certainly is going to be hurting you and your team's reputation a lot. But again, Deadeyes seems like they are on a move, which is quite good. You never really want to stay at the position where you've already caused a lot of sound, because your position will be compromised quite easily. And this is how Zeus actually took down the players of DRS one by one. And this was an absolute beauty to witness.
Yeah, it indeed was. And now, I mean, the only thing with Deadeyes I'm worried about is, do they have enough loot on them? Because they landed off at that one spot and have been there. Now they started traversing around, but not a lot of heals going on these lads. But one good thing is that they did not have to suffer from any kind of casualties over there, because had they did, then that might have been really troublesome. But C9 opting for quite an interesting rotations. I would have rather preferred if they went in from the northern side, because the northern side is less occupied in comparison to the southern side, where we have the splash of colors coming in, and the moment they tend to enter, where are you going in from? You've got StalwartFlex over there, you've got the likes of Blood Legion, and just right on top over there, you've got Venom Legends.
Well, I mean, we know that info. They don't. Yeah. They probably think that it's quite a clear route. But again, another fight breaking down. High Voltage taking a lot of shots onto the players of INES. Salu going down early this time. Gajar is barely surviving inside the building as well. Now, he needs to find himself in a better position. Of course, the backup will be there. The cavalry will be there from the players of INES. But again, they are quite far away from Gajar. If Gajar goes down early off this time, there will be no res coming in, because Gajar is trying his best to stay alive for a longer time, but this aggression from High Voltage is absolutely seamless, as Extreme and Assassin have already made their entrance onto the first floor. And now they are trying to take out Gajar though, but Gajar is just holding that third-person perspective angle, but the nades will be locked in from Assassin, and seems like he will be moving out in the last second, which is a pretty brilliant move.
But I really thought Cooney might just go after him, and he certainly has provided that crucial intel over there. But Clutch, however, managing to secure a knock onto its Oddsy, who went in there for a flank and evening out the numbers. Now, INES are not going to shine out without a fight. Now, if Clutch and Newt make it in time and help out Gajar, then things might really change over here, because Extreme and Assassin, they do not really have the perfect angle from which Cooney can provide that cover fire. Now, Cooney's position might have been compromised too, as the Newt is going to come down anytime soon. Alright.
Gajar doing a phenomenal job keeping both of those players quite busy, just inside the building. And again, now Gajar's position is not yet that perfectly compromised. They do know Gajar's inside the building, but they don't know where exactly he is. So, I mean, he's doing a phenomenal job overall, keeping the players of High Voltage busy. And now Kuni, of course, quite separated out from the team, will be throwing those smoke grenades to reunite with the teammates back again. But will Ineos let that happen, though? I mean, it seems like those smokes are going to be providing him that essential cover to back off. But this is where things might go down. And no, that nade was quite a bit off. But again, Newty trying to reunite with his teammate, and seems like he has closed out a lot of distance. And Gajar certainly might be feeling quite comfortable. But again, another fight breaking down between the players of Zeus and Skylight Gaming. Chari has already been the casualty inside the fight, but how are Skylight Gaming going to be retaliating back?
Not the player that you would want to have knocked out. Chari going off so early, this is going to spell trouble for the players of Skylight Gaming, who are not really having a good time this Super Weekend so far. Not really playing well in the first game, and Zol taking quite some damage, but instantly ducks and will have enough time to heal himself up as we are back to the fight that we have in hand, where HV have sort of, gotten together with Clutch still playing in from the backlines. I mean, that's a perfect setup going in, and Clutch still peppering down those bullets. Nothing really happening out of it, as they need to make something happen, and a few grenades, maybe a few Molotovs might just be that exact thing that Team INES or High Voltage are looking out for.
I mean, at this point in time, we're seeing a lot of brawls happening all across the maps, because we're seeing a fight breaking down between StalwartFlex, Zeus. Zeus is going up against Skylight Gaming, and High Voltage going up against INES. 3 fights happening at the same time. And the fight between High Voltage and INES is certainly elongating way too much, because Gajar is wasting so much time with High Voltage. And overall, I really want to give props to this man. The way he actually positioned himself just inside that small building and kept Extreme and Assassin busy for the entire time until the cavalry was arriving. Gajar, he's an absolute, I don't even know, he's a speed demon.
He certainly is, but look at Icy. I mean, Zeus, they are murderous. They want nothing else apart from that, and it was not cooked, so it's not going to deal that much of a damage or not deal any kind of damage at all. But this is where Zol is going to cook a nade of himself. I beg my pardon, that's symbology over there, because that was a Molotov sort of getting dodged away, or was it a stun grenade? As Zeus, they are going to enter any single time, and Godless finally, throwing that molly out. Demon, he is burning right now as he's getting incinerated. He needs to escape, but does not get the chance, as Zol will finally knock him down.
Zeus turning the tables into their favor. Skylight Gaming again in a heap of trouble. They need to find themselves a better position, as Zeus is continuously harassing the players of Skylight Gaming. Joker being the last man alive. Found 2 knocks already for himself, but Icy is going to be getting real up close and personal on Joker. Of course, has those essential information that he needs, but which person will be coming out on top? And that's going to be Icy, of course, eliminating the entire squad of Skylight Gaming and Zeus. Wow, these guys are on an absolute rampage.
Well, indeed they are. I mean, you talk about Joker. The moment he just proned out, that's the moment he knew that he was dead. And, High Voltage finally, sort of catching a breath, because INES have decided to back off, or have they? But, one thing I really want to point out to the viewers, C-Line, they are making some long rotations out from the circle, and all the way from the eastern side, but looking at High Voltage, finally Extreme, trying to exchange a couple of shots, in turn being injured really bad.
Well, I mean, as you pointed out about C-Line again, they are making those longer rotations, but they are also taking a lot of damage. Myunki did go down to the zone, to the play zone, but again, the res was there. So they do look quite a bit good, at least for now. But again, there might be another fight panning out between the players of StalwartFlex and Carnage. Now, they are pretty close to each other. It's only a matter of seconds. Anyone is going to be spawning anyone down, and fight will probably be happening. But Carnage do have upper advantage. They have themselves the high ground secured, while StalwartFlex don't really seem like in a comfortable spot. But again, Zeus, these guys are not going to be stopping anytime soon. The domination from these lads is not going to be stopping. As I did mention, Zeus is going to be a nightmare for a lot of teams inside. And they're eliminating top-tier teams just so easily without any efforts. A team like Skylight Gaming, team like DRS is getting eliminated. And
look
again,
at Icy.
Yeah, look at this man. Wow. Out in the open, though. The confidence on this man. Wow.
Look at the push coming in. I mean, Zeus, they're not just harassing people, they're bullying them. And, well, teams are not liking it, but it is what it is. Zeus need to establish that domination, that fear into the hearts of their enemies, as PN Crew is finally getting into a scuffle against the players of 7C right now, having that high ground advantage to themselves. And Fear, he's in a no man's land. He does not really have the right amount of cover that he needs. One good grenade might just throw him off and might get knocked out, but PN Crew rather taking another decision, the safer approach over here, just backing off, playing it safe.
Now again, I want to point one thing out. Take a look at Seal9 Spooky there. He has been dropped down by the play zone, and of course, he will be completely eliminated out the game as well. But I really feel like they have secured themselves quite a good position inside the circle as well, and that is a pretty brilliant rotation coming in from the players of Seal9. But of course, they have probably used a lot of their meds in the way they actually made it there, and I feel like a lot of utilities might be used as well in the process.
Indeed, but you know, INES, they are making the move. I believe they're sort of in the dark about Extreme's position, who has not given out himself over here as Gayor and Clutch making the move. Still keeping an eye on towards where Extreme is. Now, they certainly have an idea as to someone is definitely going to be there in that compound, as Extreme has started cooking up a grenade, and it might just go down, pretty much giving away his position. And this is where we might expect the two players, surviving players of rather INES, pushing in onto Extreme. Gets that one knock. Can he get the second? No is going to be the answer, as Clutch again clutching it out for INES. Now, they might not really have the kind of players that they need right now, but still, those kills are definitely going to give them that boost. But you know, if we talk about the zone, I really feel Deadeyes does have a very dominating position now. If they hold on, I think this chicken dinner might just be theirs.
Well, I mean, again, now, take this fact into consideration. Deadeyes and PN Crew are standing right next to each other as well. The fight might be panning out between them anytime soon. All they need to do is just spot one man down. But now Zeus Icy, finally the overconfidence kind of getting punished as well. Now Zeus are just down to those last two members surviving. And but they have 10 kills on their name, and that is absolutely insane. I mean, I was exactly talking about this. That's the way these guys are playing, the amount of confidence these guys are showing. It's certainly paying off, but now in these late circles, you certainly do need each and every single of your teammate to survive. And if your teammates are not going to be alive for those late game circles, then certainly that's going to be a massive casualty. But again, Zeus do have their two members alive, so anything can happen. We have seen these men, you know, just pull off some insane clutches, and this might be just a easy thing to do.
Absolutely. As we sort of head on towards a fight where 7C have taken that upper advantage against the players of A1, not really having a good time this entire week so far, but Mimo being taken down already, and for gunshots are being around everywhere. And we can see Sinister finally cooking up that grenade, and Fear with one of his own, and both of them sort of dodging it out. And Sinister, now he's gonna step out from his cover. Maybe that was the right opportunistic moment which he might have missed out on, but another Molotov coming out, and this completely gives away his position with Spear, who any moment can take that left flank and just go charging in. But he's sort of deciding to keep things to himself. Of course, he's the last solo survivor. He's got nothing else to do. He needs to secure those knocks, but instead will get demolished by the players of 7C.
Man, oh man, A1 Esports going down early off on 12th position this time. But take a look at the fight panning out between the players of Venom Legends and Zeus as well. Now, Steel Shot has spotted Godless down, but Godless again is trying to play it out as safe as he can. Of course, does know down to just a two-man squad, and you need to be as cautious as you can, certainly inside those late game circles. But again, TDK are taking a lot of zone damage, and Sanhok went down to the zone. Now, that is quite questionable.
I mean, of course, it is. Now, Zeus, this is a team that has managed to secure 10 kills, but at the cost of 2 players, right? Now they've got 2 players left. Now they've got to fight that entire final circle with just the 2 numbers that they have for themselves. And Train to Kill getting eliminated at the 11th spot with just that 1 kill. I mean, they did have a fairly decent start, so they can live with themselves considering how they are doing in the overall standings. But this is where we see that shift going out, and Shifu is right there. All he needs to do is hold on to the position and let the players of Deadeyes just come in close as Rafat gets spotted down by the players of StalwartFlex, and it was the numbers disadvantage that he had. 2 players against 1, so being taken down in the process as Nightwing. We can see him making that push on towards the players of Blood Legion as Gyro needs to hold the fortress as high and mighty as possible as he decides to back off. We've got Void trying to close in, and Venom Legends, this is a perfect setup from them.
The seamless aggression from these lads doesn't really seem like it's going to be stopping anytime soon. Again, now it's just a stare-down competition. And now it does seem like Blood Legion are kind of on a passive foot inside this fight. But Gyro, again, trying to get real up close and personal. But White is holding down the angle. Now, none of these guys are actually aggressing. Initially, what they wanted to do was just try to get inside a little bit of cover, find a little bit of cover inside the zone. And the compound that Venom Legends decided to strike in, Blood Legions were already staying inside it. So now again, Venom Legends have found themselves a little bit of, edge, or a little bit of edge of the compound for themselves, which would quite be good, at least for now, to buy themselves a little bit of shelter from all the bullets and all the chaos that is happening. But again, now, as I did mention, there's just a stare-down competition. I don't really feel like these teams will be forcing a fight against each other unless it's being forced by the zone.
Well, quite a stare down is what we are witnessing over here, and any single moment, like you rightfully pointed, the zone might shift, or maybe it might just favor these lads. So anything is really possible, and Carnage, they're right beside 7C, so we might also get to witness that fight. But P and crew finally making it to the top 8, so let's see from where do they go from on here. Right now, Sandeshi is watching all the fight happen right in front of his screens as Snipe does manage to get a knock onto its rig. Elsewhere, we've got Gyro trying to commit in for that push as he goes in, gets taken down by Void. Now Nightwing, he's barely surviving on a sliver of HP, needs to heal up pretty quick as Dominic goes charging in, takes down Nightwing in the process as Void still clinging on, holding against these 2 players. We've just got Leo towards the end, and he finally clutches it out for Blood Legion, and with all their players alive, all he needs to do is get that quick res up, and with 20 seconds on the clock, it just might be those 2 players only that he can get the revive on.
That was absolutely marvelous, but again, another team getting eliminated. That's going to be 7C as well, following the footsteps of Venom Legends. But another fight panning out between the players of Deadeyes and PN Crew. The fight might be panning out anytime soon if even one of the players is going to get spotted. But just take a look at how many eliminations is happening as soon as the circle shifted, took a massive curveball onto these players, and the circle shifted, took a hard shift. Yeah. Absolutely took a hard shift, all in the open, and as soon as these guys will be trying to make the rotation in, I feel like a lot of kills will be flying in. And again, PN Crew do have a real good position for themselves, have a lot of high ground, and can contest down the players of C-Line easily without any trouble. If they are going to be successfully holding off this high ground, then again, Deadeyes is going to be a massive nightmare for them. But Deadeyes doesn't really seem like they will be challenging the fight, but a lot of rumpus being caused from the players of PN Crew.
Indeed, and here we have all these players trying to close in, and Jiggle already been taken out of the equation. Vehicles blasting off by the players of Carnage. They are instilling heavy damage as Mumke has finally been spot off, and C-Line deciding to fly away from their nest, and now they are going to engage in those fights. And considering the fact that they have not really engaged in any kind of battle, it's going to be really tricky, as we can see Deadeye Shifu Sir making the move with his Vector, not a weapon of choice that you would want against the M249. He was ought to be punished as Wadu Sir somehow trying to take down the players of Carnage, but that's not going to be the case here, as Prabeen is the one man needed to clutch out the entire squad.
The lawnmower strikes again, another fight panning out. Ayush, an absolute laser beam. This is what I like to call him all the time, because I've seen this man hit some crazy sprays. And again, showing a demonstration of that live in front of our eyes is certainly going to be quite a fascinating thing to witness. But again, take this fact into consideration. C-Line is still alive. Blood Legion doing a phenomenal job overall, keeping their entire squad alive. But Dominic, of course, it's going to be quite tough to get the res onto him and then make the rotation inside the circle. But seems like Blood Legion are quite on the edge of the zone. So for now, there won't be any trouble unless the next zone also favors them. But again, now C9, they are trying their best not to get compromised by any of them, not trying to give any sound away. And of course, their position has been compromised. P and Crew do know that they are right below them, but certainly they do have that red favoring them.
Indeed, they do. And Blood Legion, they have somehow managed to revive two of the players like we had anticipated. They're making their way in. It's going to be a tough task, but Sandesh, he is the messenger of death as he is having that high ground advantage for himself. And considering Legend and Killer are providing that perfect cover fire, I think that's the kind of a support he needs from Ayush to commit for that push. But considering the fact that Carnage is right onto it, the eastern side, it's going to be a tough call. They have to take the left route, and that is exactly what they're doing. Going in for the push. Can they find the first knock? That's a big question as they go in, hammering down all those bullets over there, not really connecting as Roy is the man who is going to get that knock onto it. Sandesh as Killer comes chiming in. Now they need to push in tandem, but that's not the case over here as Killer gets a knock for himself, and Ayush and Killer pushing finally onto it. Roy, how is this lad going to hold for himself? And now no is the answer as C-Line have finally been eliminated, but on the 4th position with 2 kills in hand.
Exactly. So now we are seeing a lot of fights actually do breaking down as Blood Legion again taking a lot of damage from that nade as Leo is going to be the casualty inside the game and Jaro will try to get the res onto him, but Legend has been spotted from Jiggle and an absolute incredible spray from Jiggle taking down Legend in the fight, and seems like Jiggle will be pushing in forward to confirm that kill. But he should also know the fact that he's exposing his body way too much, spotting Dominic out as well, out in open. He doesn't really have any cover for himself, so of course he will be taken down as well. And Killer trying to steal the kill away of Jiggle. But Jiggle doesn't really seem like he is going to be letting that happen, as Jiggle is getting real up close and personal against the players of P and Crew. Blind firing inside the smoke. Killer YT has spotted down Jiggle, taking a lot of damage from the players of Blood Legion, and that's going to be Gyro putting down a lot of lead. And finally, Killer YT finishing him out.
Indeed, it has come down to these two teams. It's Nepal versus Bangladesh is what we are witnessing as Blood Legion are going after PN2. Now, having 2 of their players alive, it's a 2v3 situation. We have to see where the 8 circle goes. Whom does it favor? And the one who has the better of it has even better odds at winning this one out. But Leo, he still does have that one beautiful grenade as the exchange is on. As Gyro finds a beautiful knock onto its Legion to open things up.
Wow, that knock is an absolute insane. Now again, Ayush is in a massive lot of trouble. Out in the open, his position has been compromised. Jaro trying to spot him down, but doesn't really seem like it's going to be that easy. Killer YT, that nade is going to be dealing a lot of damage, barely surviving, but the heal is going to be there. Just take a look at the barrage of nades coming in from the players of Blood Legion. The res will be there by Ayush, but maybe if he's unlucky enough, he might get compromised instantly by the players of Blood Legion, but they are again barraging in the nades. And the Molotov quite not going to make it. Quite close, though. But again, you will have to use a lot much more power into that.
Too close.
Circle is favoring Blood Legion.
Yes, indeed it is. And, but still, they do not have the numbers. Now, if Killer plays a perfect game over here, then he might just be able to provide that cover fire that we would hope from him, and Legend giving away his life. Now, equalizing and evening down the numbers. Now, this is where Blood Legion have the upper edge in the fight.
Exactly. Now again, PN Crew in serious trouble as they are getting caught off guard while they're trying to make the rotation. Ayushin open ground, and that's going to be it as Blood Legion is going to be taking down the final man of Carnage. And wow.
Finally, after so many matches, the boys from Bangladesh have popped off. Relentless aggression every single time they took a fight, and they did not really have the better of the circle. They had to fight for it, give away lives. Dominic had to literally die for his players to get in, and they managed to get that beautiful chicken.
Exactly. Dominic actually bought a lot of time when he did get compromised by the players of PN Crew. But again, his the play these guys made, again, I'm just so speechless, I'm not gonna lie.
He is speechless. I need to catch a breather. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we are going to do is head for a short little break, because coming right after is the beautiful analyst desk going to break things down for you.
Are you keeping it real?
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We just got done in our Super Weekend Awesomeness game number 2, and that was a complete dominating affair from a team that everybody had been predicting and hoping that hopefully now is the time they will capitalize in their favor and pick up their pace, and that's exactly what they did. Along with that, it is of course a big thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Hook up your fun. Thanks to Oppo for sponsoring the PMPL events. I'm your host Bloro. Let's move on to our analysts and find out what they think about this game, dudes.
I think this was quite an interesting one, especially from the players of XB Blood Legion
Yeah.
and
Yep.
PN Crew having a wonderful day. But, well, in front of us we have the MVP, that is going to be Snipe YT from Carnage Esports.
Exactly, 4 kills coming up, 838 damage, no assist though, but 218 healing done. I mean, talk about this one, Snipe and Jiggle, I would just like to
Yes.
include,
Yeah.
right? Because the final fights that lad was taking up for himself, those were some incredible fights. But talk about his contribution, as you can see, assist was 16.1%. Overall, that's what the story has been, but the kills is where he is really dominant. Almost 25%, like 1/4 of the kills for the team is his contribution.
Yeah, even last week Carnage was the man from his team who actually stood out.
Yeah.
And in terms of the lobby as well, last week during the Super Weekend he had a wonderful time getting the most kills out of everyone. So an amazing performance from the lad just continues. But let's talk about those teams.
We have to. We better, because again, I mean, that is where this entire saga moves on down towards. Yes, Carnage was phenomenal, but there were other players as well. There were other teams as well in the lobby. That's bringing us down to the top players list, and in that, I am sure we are going to see some known names that have just not left this spot. But this time around, it's a different affair.
Well, Jiggle is there. I mean, we were talking about it, right? And Leo from XB Blood Legion, 771 damage for his own self. Hungry Box, 450 damage, 5 kills. I mean, the kill number was really strong with this one.
See, exactly as I said, XB Blood Legion, just the fact that they are playing is going to keep them up in the race, and Team F4 is the one that the players will be eyeing out for the spot, the 16th position that's going to be there up for grabs.
It's a really good thing, I would just love to say. You see XB Blood Legion's jersey, they have Miramar
Yeah.
on themselves. I mean, they would love to rule Miramar somehow, right?
And that worked in their favor.
It did work in their
Perfectly
favor,
did work in their favor with the amount of kills, with the perfectly controlled aggression coming in. They certainly got the chicken dinner. But let's find out what the other teams were able to do when it comes to this game's match ranking.
Exactly. Talking about this one, you can see 50 placement points. I mean, for XP Blood Legion, that is where we can talk about it, right? $1,000 going for them. Carnage Esports out here onto the second. PN Crew is here. Zeus, 1. This is what we talk about every day,
That's-
right?
yeah.
1 placement point, 10 kill points, 11 for them.
Uh,
Like classic Zeus thing that Z3us Esports does. It is their team in a nutshell. Just get those kills. Placement points don't matter, but I mean it is the thing that keeps them in the race. It is the reason that they get good number of average points in every single match.
Yeah, and they wiped the first ever squad when the fights just started, right? When they were just
exactly.
focusing on themselves. DRS, I guess
That
it
was DRS at
yeah,
the
and
receiving
they did really good for themselves. DE as well, but talk about this one. DRS 952, Skylight Gaming. I mean, the teams were on a hunt, and if they find someone, they would love to take him down.
Exactly. Train to Kill on the other side, kind of a shaky start. Not a shaky start. Well, they had a good game in the first one, but now the second one wasn't good for them. But talking about the opposite of this, Scene Line and XB Blood Legion, they had a wonderful time in this match, and it was quite interesting to see how these teams actually played things around. But so far, in the 2 games that we have seen, PN Crew, they have been consistent.
They have been very, very consistent. Every single time, PN Crew is able to find themselves in a perfect placement when it comes to those rotations, when it comes to those circles and those zones as well. With that, let's move on to the zone analysis and find out when it comes to this game that just took place on Miramar. What were the turnover wins?
I mean, this is where you would not want to expect the circle will go down to the backsides of Picaro for sure, like the open areas out in that one. But the hardships were really strong, and 7, you could see them away from the fights right now. They were just not in these fights as of now. And when they knew that they had to rotate inside the circle, they had to move fast. They had to move quick. That's what they had to do. Seal 9, meanwhile, that was a different story. As they came from the backsides of Picaro, they had to just rotate to the areas to control the whole of Picaro. And once they knew they were in the zone, they could just stay there for a while. They could just breathe through the areas just to understand where the fights are happening, where the fights are not happening. And that's where they got the hold of everything. But XP Blood Legion, look at this road. I mean, this was the most deciding road for the entire game, as the circle was slowly and steadily just moving up from one area to the other. The players that were on to the other side had to cross this road, and the open area that they had to face for themselves. I mean, that was the biggest challenge.
Yeah, that was a challenge. And as we move to the end of the day, to the end of the game, I mean, it was quite interesting, the situation that PN Crew were in. The one thing that I did not like about that ending fight is no one had utilities left.
Sadly. That is sad.
The Molly was the last thing we saw.
Molly was the last thing that was left, because, like, I mean, why not? It is Miramar. Absolutely no one is going to be constricted. So Molly's, like, you do tend to save them towards the end of the game. But no grenades were left. No smokes were left. Everything was used up. up just to cross that one street.
It was one of those situations, you know, it was one of those circles. But with that, let's move on to the performance itself, which will again compromise this entire saga that took place, where indeed we saw quite some early knocks.
Yeah, quite some early locks, and talk about those 1952. Well, they are going to try and bounce back from this. They still have a few games left for today or tomorrow or the day after. The opportunity is still theirs. Is the fact that they are here. They're going to try and pick some points. But as we talk about this team, there's absolutely nothing that stops them. And as Ocean said, they see someone, they go in, they get those kills, and they get out.
But one thing what teams use as well, and that is, you know, their utility usage. You know, last time we saw them switching on to FPV, just throwing the grenades. In the last time, Miramar as well, if it was on sound sense. That is what they play mostly on. The best part that they go for their kills is the way they utilize that sound sense. Even if it's an open circle, it's a closed circle, it's in the houses, they love to play around those things.
And INES also, I mean, they are putting up a challenge for anyone that stands in their way. Ocean, you said before the day started, the teams that are coming in for the first one, they're going to try and take things slow. INES were like, we want to take those fights, we want to get those kill points. That is exactly what this team is doing. That is just lovely to see. But XP Blood Legions have realized now or never. That's the situation they were in.
You know, I wish, had INES been there in the previous week as well, we could have seen like them with the momentum altogether. Because this week, they are just obliterating the competition for themselves.
Yeah. And I mean, now almost heading towards the end of the match. This was sort of a tricky situation. I felt like PN crew, had they sort of been a little bit closer to the circle, I mean, things could have gone either way. Now we're going to see one sort of a moment from Jiggle where he moves to flank the players of PN crew, gets spotted out by XP Blood Legion and gets taken out. But this is where things were secured. Yeah, XP Blood Legion, they were outnumbered, but it was just the fact that they were closer to the zone. So as the blue zone moves in, it hits them a few seconds later. And well, those few seconds are the things that won them the game, because PN crew, they had to step out of cover, they had to step in, and well, they got shot at.
They certainly did, mate. And again, I mean, when you move on down the conversation towards the kind of damage that was dished out throughout the entirety of this game, well, interesting turnover wins, but this time around it is Carnage with a perfect 2600 scorecard with 11 kills to this team. But we look on towards the right-hand side. We are looking at so many teams that were not able to bring in even a single kill, sadly.
I mean, especially for the last three teams, I mean, the opportunity to fight back wasn't even theirs. Especially for Skylight Gaming and DRS, as Ocean said, his exact words, the players were hunted down.
Yes, they certainly were, and was Zeus that was out for blood against them. But on the other side, again, we have had a conversation about A1 Esports for the longest time now. Where do you think, Ocean, is A1's domination or aggression going against them, mate?
I mean, it's like some week one team does good, the other week they kind of just, you know, tend to fall down. That's because of one thing, and that is the saturation point, that they think the players' learning capability. It's not like the team is not learning.
True.
They are learning with every good game and bad game, but the implementation that you actually have to just, you know, use it in the game in an actual way. Because every team, you know it. My opponent will be having the gun, I'll be having the gun. It just comes down to the matter of who shoots better at that moment. And
exactly, mate. And when it comes to shooting better, or rather taking a lead off that charge, it is certainly going to be a fair where we move on with the journey, when we move on in the story. And that story, of course, will be confirmed with the overall rankings that will tell us, will Z3us Esports take over this time around?
Almost. Well, next one might be Erangel, right? So they can take it because that's their strong suit. We'll see about that. But they got the 100 placement point marker for themselves. They are the third team in this one, like obviously having the 100 point marker. As you can see, 111 for Z3us Esports, 112 for Carnage in the placement department, and 100 placement points for Zeus.
Yeah, but look at those 91 kills right there. That is the thing that defines this
my
team.
question to you. My question to you. Will they get like 200 points for themselves and like 100 kills in 100 kills in the next game, or do you think that'll be a placement point game? What do you think? Like, will they reach triple digit for the kills?
I think they can. I mean, this team in the last two games they have gotten double digits, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So the third game they're going to try and go for that, and it is going to be quite interesting to see. But another thing I want to point out is not many changes in the first half of the standings. I mean, 1 to 10 it was just a swap between the bottom two teams.
I want to see 1952 perform as well. I mean, they are here. You're given an opportunity right now. You gotta make the best out of it, right? And obviously the team is trying. It's not like that they are not trying. They are trying to convert everything for themselves. It's not. It hasn't happened in the two games. Let's hope in the upcoming game they just, you know, start up their bank right now and they just move forward. But talk about C9. Their previous game was good. INES 21 for themselves. Every team right now is looking forward to F4's placement points.
37-point difference between INES and F4. They're going to try and make that happen today itself, because if they actually manage to do that, the journey ahead looks really, really nice, because they will have, if they, let's suppose today they get in the top 16, then on the next tomorrow and day after, next 10 games, they can just focus on climbing within the top 16, and that is what you want.
Hey mate, talking about climbing, there's another thing that we do need to talk about, where indeed the viewers sitting back at home are going to be a part of it. It is of course the time to bring in the perfect support that we've got set up for you guys, where we grow all across when it comes to these rewards that are set up for you. Because again, when it comes to this PMPL finals is what we are working towards, but throughout that journey there are awards being given away to you lads sitting back at home. That could be through in-game rewards, as well as you see on to the right of your screens, actual gifts that you could hold in your hands, mates. But
Exactly.
yes, move the conversation and have a look at, of course, how can you claim these. When it comes to the in-game awards, all you need to do is chime in along with the Esports Center. As you do so throughout the action that is of course going to be showcased through PMPL South Asia, you will be earning points. As you get those points, you can then multiply them by guessing weekly winners. As you do that, you can then again tenfold those points by participating in the lucky draw, and eventually you're working towards getting that permanent outfit of PMPL for you to of course showcase into the entirety of your lobby. Or again, I mean, you can very well be working towards those points and get those gifts and share them with your friends. But that's it. That's it when it comes to those virtual gifts. Move that conversation towards a gift that actually matters, a gift that will of course help you out in real life, and that's going to be of course, well, first prize we are looking at AirPods Pro set up for you guys. That will all be yours, alongside which you can also chime in and get to be a part of the gift cards that will of course be in your local currency. Along that, yes, we do have those virtual gifts as well, because virtual gifts, I mean, the more the merrier, there's no two ways about it. But now the main thing, how do you participate in it? Hashtag PMPL SA with your UID code, with your unique in-game code, followed by the region that you are supporting at the end. This is going to happen throughout the PMPL South Asia, throughout the Super Weekends. But as the team that you're supporting, as the team that you love, they get in the top 9. That is where you increase your chances. So showcase that love, start supporting that team, and do not forget to of course share. Do not forget to share your love throughout all the regions that are chiming in. Now with that, that is it. But that's not it, right? Because again, those are the gifts, those are the rewards. Now we are here for so much more than that. We are here to showcase those games, we are here to enjoy those games, and it is time to talk about what is upcoming now, where indeed we've got 2 games done. Move the conversation onwards towards the 3rd game, and we are back on Erangel.
Oh boy, I mean, it's going to be quite an interesting one, because now all the teams we're going to keep talking about this like broken records, right? The new teams, the new lads, they have showcased, I mean, one team in particular, INES. This, I would say, is their opportunity to do really well. If they can somehow manage to finish in the top 3, then just one more game is going to be the game separating them from F4, from the top 16. But apart from that, another team that I want to focus on is a name that Blotter took a while ago, A1 Esports.
Yes.
The difference is sort of getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger between them and the leaders. So they're going to try and shut that down.
They better.
For me, it's like 100 kill marker for Zeus.
That is going to happen.
That will happen.
That will happen, but hey, we were talking about it, if they'll reach in the next game. That did not happen in the previous game, right? So maybe in the upcoming game, because I would not want this to happen like 2 games later or something. If they
imagine they miss it by 1 kill.
That is a possibility. That is a possibility. But you know for a fact when it comes to, again, take it all the way back to day 1, right?
Yeah.
That is how the Mongolian teams have approached all of this. Every single game, every single time. With that, predictions?
No, not
None.
for today. I think today we are just going to enjoy the matches.
All right, well... Alright, well, I guess it is going to be Zeus coming in from, of course, Ocean, as he has been wanting to get that team to work towards those 200 marker. But alongside that, it is busy, very, very busy game. Let's just jump right into it on this map of Erangel. And we've got our Erangel boys back. It is going to be none other than XP and Blade to take you through this game.
Thank you for that again, Blotter. And once more, we're going to be jumping into the Erangel again, as he called us.
We're getting a T-shirt made. I'm getting
Might as well.
Erangel boys.
Might as well. I also heard, like, we heard the desk as well. They seem to be kind of chickening out, not giving any predictions. We heard Ocean say Zeus. I mean, that's an easy pick,
He's
right?
obviously going to pick the hardest hitting team.
Of course,
He's a
he is.
smart man.
I'm gonna put you under the spotlight though, XP. Who are you gonna be going with?
I think I'll tell you something. Before I pick my team, somebody finally gave a memo to Blood Legion that, hey guys, when you go out hunting, we want you to bathe in the blood of your enemy and not your own. And this time I think they went and did exactly that. I know I get a bit too graphic, but the Blood Legion is finally washing themselves off with the blood of others. And you know what? They had a good last game. if they continue to play smart and tactical as we saw them in Miramar, they just might take Erangel.
They might indeed. I'm actually going to put my money on Seal9. They looked great in the league stage of Week 2 just a couple of days back, and so far they've been looking pretty good here as well in day 1 of the Super Weekend. Yet to get a chicken dinner though, but definitely starting to rack up those points. Again, reminding everyone, this is a team who did not play the first Super Weekend, so right now this particular one, the second Super Weekend, is their opportunity to rack up as many points as possible and try and ensure they make it to the finals in a couple of weeks' time. Looking at the playing path, XP is going to be starting just north of Quarry, ending all the way between Kameshki and Lipovka.
And pretty much we are going to be splitting the map in half, so to speak, and Venom Legends this time around are opting for Primorsk and Ferry Pair as their favorite drop spot. Of course, we see this is a team which drops according to the playing path. They aren't willing to drive an extra mile or to just to get to their favorite drop spot. That is something good. I like that little versatility that they can mix things up. Of course, Z3us Esports are a team that does the same. This time they were like, wait a second, someone went to Georgia Paul last time around. It was INES, and this time let's just go and give them a run for their money.
I don't see INES anywhere though. Did they drop down? Oh yeah, they
right
did.
There,
they
under
did. They did.
Seal9.
Right on the Seal9 right there below the logo. So I am kind of blind next week.
I'm excited. I'm excited about the showdown that's going to take place in Georgia Paul.
Taking a very quick gander at everyone else, we of course have 1952 as usual dropping towards the ferry pier. We have StalwartFlex going to be taking a long path all the way down to the military base. A1 Esports going to be dropping towards the cliff area. So yeah, everyone heading in the usual drop spot, so to speak, and looking at that circle. We've seen the circle so many times, XP, I've lost count.
So many times now. Quickly, we did kind of brush up on INES. It's going to be a bit tricky for them this time because they're not just going to face off one Mongolian team. It could be two because Seal9 love heading to the North City as well. And talking about facing off, the winners from the last game, the Blood Legion, going up against the Deadeyes Guys.
Deadeyes Guys, they've had a pretty decent start so far in the Super Weekend, and very close by there is also another team who could join into the fray. I do believe that is High Voltage. You can see on the right hand side at the edge of the radar, ladies and gentlemen. And there we go. Early exchange of nades. Shifu.
Ooh, that's a good one.
That's a very good one. Almost finds Gyro. And Shifu immediately relocates and tries to ensure there's no one pushing him from behind.
Something funny this time around, though. Have a look at how Deadeyes Guys, Hungrybox, and Shifu are all by the lonesome because their teammates are going to be in pretty much the major city of Rozhok. Mind you, this is just east of Rozhok for all of you who are not too savvy with your map, which is kind of funny when I say it because it is Erangel, and everybody's played Erangel, and everybody's pretty much traversed every single nook and cranny because sometimes you go chasing people, sometimes you need to run away.
And right now, Gyro is debating what he's going to do. He's got no first aid kits, no bandages, nothing. He just has that energy drink, which is going to boost his health up a little bit, but it's going to take a sweet time for it to get to a more healthier state. So now he's going to bide his time, wait for Shifu or Hungrybox to make a play. But as he did point out, the other two members of Deadeyes Guys are not in the immediate vicinity, so a bit of a standoff for the time being.
Also, I like the fact that Blood Legion kind of sent Rayon expecting that, we might have a little bit of a flank coming in, so he's on that little hill between Rozhok and their current position. But quickly, let's just have a look at the map. Now, again, INES, they are going to be in between a rock and a hard place soon enough because, like I said, both the Mongolian teams in this Super Weekend are right in their vicinity. Now, Skylight Gaming, of course, they love Gatka, and the thing is, they need to pick one of those central compounds with buildings that have multiple stories if they want to have a chance to survive till the end because, well, they haven't had the best start to the day as we come to expect from them, having, they are mid-table right now in the overall rankings, 110 points for them. And they are in the 10th position. So, again, I want to see a bit more aggression coming in from the boys from SGX.
A team who I would want to step up a little bit more is, there were 4 teams last week who didn't make it to the first Super Weekend. It was INES, Future Station, Seal9, and 1952. Of these 4 teams, 3 of them have made it to the second Super Weekend. The aforementioned first 3 is INES, Seal9, 1952 and INES. Now, Seal9, they've shown they're here to play. They're looking really solid right now. 1952, still a little iffy at the moment. However, INES, like the fact that they've qualified, great performance from them all around, still not seeing the bite. I'm still not really seeing much of a bite from the team, and I feel like going up against Sealand and Zeus, that's a sort of fight I would want them to take. It's going to start to get their blood flowing. It's going to get, force them to take these fights. And that could be the catalyst that INEs are looking for, as we do have Leo sneaking in through the grass. They know it's only a couple of players, and Deadeyes Guys, because of how passive they've been so far, it's going to allow an opportunity for an extra player for Blood Legion to slowly congregate onto their position.
Kind of seems like this is the watering hole, and one of those leopards or panthers was just trying to, you know, crawl their way, prance their way towards the enemy. Little did they know that the enemy might have an idea. They are anticipating this, of course. Hungrybox and Shifu, all by the lonesome. They should be waiting in for the remainder of Deadeyes Guys to come in, swoop in, so to speak, and help them out. But again, the patience that is being exhibited by these boys is phenomenal, and at the same time quite nerve-wracking, because anything can go along. There you have it. Z3us is finally going to come in our picture. But again, that's the one position I was talking about as far as Rayan goes. So Rayan could be that guy who is not only just scouting out, he is essentially holding down a flank. I mean, he might be a bit separated from his teammates, but his position is going to be pivotal. Now, example, suppose Blood Legion decide to move in on Hungrybox and Chief. I mean, the patience is just amazing right now. I love it. Everyone's quiet, sitting in a corner.
And that's also because the position these two teams are in, it's almost smack in the center of Rozok, and you can see the play zone, the circle, is cutting across their position. So they're going to be biding the time, waiting for someone to make a move, but eventually they will have to go for a play, because we can see DRS arriving as well. Now, DRS might go for a more roundabout path, or they might stick on south. It looks like they're going to be heading up north off the river, meaning they could be on a potential trajectory against P and crew. Head on down. First couple of bullets will be let loose. The Uzi, but Hungrybox not gonna continue, not gonna take the fight. It's gonna be falling on back. They're waiting for Blood Legion to push in.
Elsewhere on the map, it kind of seems like Z3us Esports are chasing down INES, and there you have it, a few shots fired in the background. But the question is, where are these shots coming in from? It is INES going to be opening up on Z3us as Leo has been taken down.
Alright, suddenly Z3us, the team who we thought would be a problem, and they have been a problem for everyone, and INES, we said this XP, they need to take these fights against the top tier teams. They need to show what they're really made of, and right now 2 knocks and a light clutch pushing on in. He's not going to push in too deep. He's going to ensure, you can see the smoke. Is he going to shoot the smoke, or is he aware of Leo's position behind the tree? It doesn't matter. He's going to be lobbing in a nade, and that nade could be good. Leo is bleeding on out already. Nade's going to be a little too deep, but he will be finished off by Gazor with the sniper rifle. And INES, well, that's a team whose name was on our lips, and they're going to be drawing first blood as finally the push comes in from Blood Legion, but it is going to be Hungrybox who is going to get the kill and the knock and the kill. Ryan, he's going to be taken on down. The push going to be coming on in, and Hungrybox unfortunately won't be able to hold them off. He will be finished off, so the trade does take place as the remaining member of Deadeyes Guys are going to be pushing on in. Shifu barely alive, and he will be knocked on down. Leo trying his best to get the knock onto the player here. It's going to be Suyog, but Suyog's doing a fantastic job just running around, dodging and weaving the bullets. One bullet is all he needs to get the guy above, but he is so very low as well. He's going to get the knock, and now it's a 1v1. Leo's managed to heal himself. He's going to drop one down, but he catches him in midair, and Suyog plucks him out from the sky, and Blood Legion will fall. Deadeyes Guys, the patience works out for them, as meanwhile Icy is going to try and get his vengeance against the members of INES.
That was just perfect. I told you, I kind of mentioned about Rayan's position, from Blood Legion. Now, the moment that flank went down, it allowed the remainder of Deadeyes Guys to push in and basically back their teammates up, and that was just played to perfection. Of course, Suyog, the man of the moment, with his Vector low HP, getting the job done. Now, I like the fact that INES kind of realized that, you know, they are one member down, so they are going to anticipate that. Oh! Now they are definitely going in for the kill.
I love how Zeus like, wait, you can take one of us down, you come at the king, you best not miss, baby. And they're going to go pushing on in here. Gazor down on his knees. He's going to be crawling his way. And look at Godless pushing in. He's not giving them any respite whatsoever. He can actually catch them off guard while Clutch is going in for the res. Godless, he's got the nade perfectly primed, and he finishes off the job. Gazor will fall, and Clutch won't stay alive for much longer here. He is crawling around, hoping desperately for some respite to arrive, but Z3us, they are showing them why they are such a dangerous force to contend against.
And they're not done yet. They've kind of figured out where the last member is. Icy almost getting knocked off his feet as he dismounts from
He's
that
still taking the
vehicle.
fight! He doesn't heal himself, he takes the fight!
Now,
what a lunatic!
Now, mind you, this is when Godless and Zeol are going to be coming in on his position as well. Nude is going to be in a world of trouble. There you have it. And that's all she wrote. Now, I've got a little bit of a thing I want to point out over here because we are going to have a little lull. Nude and his teammate should have moved in a lot quicker. That was a little bit of a mistake I kind of have as far as INES go, but now as the action is going to continue, Carnage are out on the prowl.
Well, one of them is down. Manish has been knocked on down because all four of them are in separate vehicles. That means there was no one nearby to go in for the rest. Snipe will also be spotted out. True Love riddling his body with bullets, and that's an early death for the side of Carnage. You still have a player to be picked up. Manish is still out in the open, and Mimo is going to make life miserable. So Jiggle as well. I think he attempted to head on back and help his teammate out, but he will escape barely on a sliver of HP, and Carnage are effectively down to just the two members. And I got a feel for INS. We said how, yeah, they're taking the fight to Zeus, and Zeus just come back and backhand them so hard that they get eliminated.
It was a little unfortunate, in fact, for INES. A couple of seconds of hesitancy, I think, is what kind of led to their demise. But I like the fact that High Voltage right now, they do have the high ground, but the thing is they are going to be in the middle of all the commotion, and the circle still has some time before we implode in on ourselves. But have a look at what's happening down south. StalwartFlex are going to be coming in, of course, as always. They come in a little bit late. Following them, we have the boys from T2K. But the thing is, I saw another team over there, 1952. If I'm not wrong, they've gone further south. They might just come up with a boat from the west coast.
I'm keeping an eye on the map. It looks like they're actually going to be taking the more safer route, so to speak. You can see them right at the bottom over there, right below T2K and StalwartFlex. But like you pointed out, since they're taking so very sweet time, two things could happen here, right? Either they surprise everyone and they get a couple of free wipes, or they're not able to enter the play zone and they get gate kept. It could be either thing.
It kind of seems like they know that they have a couple of teams in front of them. They are going to just follow them, trail them from behind. Now, this is what I'm talking about. Look at blah, blah, blah. They did dismount from their vehicles. They've got to be quick on their feet, though, because they're going to be shooting up ahead. Little do they know, from behind, we have some people coming in. And now it's just going to be Carmageddon over here because everyone's in a car. But the thing is, you got to dismount to shoot.
And StalwartFlex have made their way inside, and they have the control of that beach.
They do have control of the beach. They can kind of like, gatekeep them in. However, what I would want from StalwartFlex is to get that better position and just make sure they are fortified a little further up, as PN Legend is kind of giving his position away. However, the fact that he is high up on that mountain is not going to be a problem.
Yeah, PN Crew, a team who have looked pretty solid so far. And they are looking to continue this trend. Again, bearing in mind, like Deadeyes Guys and PN Crew struggled in the first Super Weekend, so for them to get off to a pretty solid start here, they're going to be pretty happy with it. Zeus, though, they're down a man early on, but as we know about Zeus, it doesn't matter if it's 1 man, a 2 man, a 3 man, or a 4 man squad. it literally doesn't matter. They're still going to be taking the fights. They're still going to be hungry for more, and that circle is tasty. Chef's kiss right there. It's a fourth circle, and it's more water than land. I love it.
I'm just glad we kind of shifted up north because we've been seeing those southern Primor circles for way, way, way too long. And now StalwartFlex are going to find themselves in a good position as the second airdrop is going to be coming down. It's a complete move to cross out with the suppressor, but Venom Legends coming under fire, courtesy of Legend.
And PN Crew, Legend just realized there's too many people to shoot at. If they all dismount and shoot back at him, he's going to be done for. So it's just getting a little crazy. Zeus have joined in as well. DRS in the vehicles. PN Legend, PN Crew's also in the vehicles. This is chaos right now. Everyone making a run, making a rush for a better position for the latest circle. IC is so very lucky to escape unscathed, but in the meantime, a couple of knocks will take place. Venom Legends lose the player. IC will fall to Assassin. DRS getting riddled by bullets from the distance by Void as well. And Zeus, Gauntlet still driving around like a lunatic. Zul should be finished off here by PN Crew's Ayush. As PN Crew, they have control of that little bit of an elevation, and they're making it count.
Kind of looks like somebody's having a little bit of a house party, but the invites went awry and everybody's been called to the same location and they just been driving around. They're like, there ain't no parking space over here. I'm just going to overshoot it. But now DRS, they have made it to a couple of buildings over here as Spooky takes down PN Legend, finally falling from his high horse, so to speak. A1 Esports picking a fight over here, just at the edge of the zone towards the south against T2K. Got to keep one thing in mind. Ooh, Nightwing is in a world of trouble.
Doesn't know.
Have a look at God. Again, you said it. These guys do not care whether it's an entire squad. They go for the kill as A1 Esports is pushing in on T2K.
And he finishes off Nightwing. With that, Venom Legends will be done for. Will be out for the count as A1 pushing up against T2K as I pointed out. Now T2K, Jane with Sarga, they're holding the line. They're holding the front lines. Blah, blah, blah is going to deploy smoke early on, which is interesting. Molotov's raining on in and with Sarga. He is just going to try pre-nading the entrance. And A1 not really risking it by pushing up ahead. blindly. They're taking a sweet time, clearing out the usual angles using the utility. But while all of this is happening, Sinister's coming in from the side. He's providing cover, he's providing eyes as to where the other members of T2K are.
However, he's got to be careful because all this commotion is going to catch the eye of StalwartFlex as Dante seems like he's going to make his move inside the circle.
And Sinister from the perfect angle, he's going to find one. He's provided information where Utsurga is as well, and blah, 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 left alone now, basically in a 1v4.
In a 1v4, he's got to make sure he deploys enough grenades just to cast them off guard. And I think Dante is going to take the full brunt of it. Oh, almost getting the knock over there, but he does get jaxed. Dante finally getting taken down by that secondary grenade play.
That is huge from blah, blah, blah. Can he get a finish, though, is the question. He's still getting shot at. He can pretty much pull this off alone. They've all taken a bit of damage. He's got to finish off the job, looking for more, but in the end, he will eventually fall. A1 Esports, he made them bleed, though. He made them bleed. Valiant effort coming in from him, but in the end, T2K will fall. They will be the third team to be eliminated, as Seal9 now going up against PN Crew, who have been looking fantastic so far.
Fantastic indeed. Of course, this fight is going to take at the opposite spectrum of the circle. We are all the way up north over here, just a little shy of the new circle, which is still 50% in the water, just the way we like it. But now Seal9 are making the right decision to move back just a little bit because, again, you do want to get to the next zone before you kind of get pinched out. And now they do have a few options. They have their vehicles parked. They can still take that little route along the beach. As you can see, Spooky moving in. Now, I like the fact that he... Oh, that's what I was talking about. He knows there's a team right over here, but he wanted to scout out ahead. And the moment he's scoped in, somebody just shot him.
Timing can be brutal in this game. And right now, Seal9, as they do get over to PN Crew, bear in mind, neither of these two teams are in the play zone. They're right next to it. They can move on in, but it's open terrain. As we have a bit of a replay of blah, 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 pretty much almost pulling off the 1v4, the nade timing as well. But unfortunately, he wasn't even able to finish off the player there. A1 doing a great job keeping everyone alive.
Keeping everyone alive, and now they are going to be heading towards... That is not good. You don't want to get caught out in that position. They are going to park their buggies to give a little bit of cover. Now, of course, you do want to deploy smokes as well. There you have it. The smokes are going to be deployed, and, well, Blay, is he going to get the revive?
He is, but I'm scared. That vehicle, if it explodes, it could be disastrous. But 9boy, with a great shot, with some great suppressing fire, he's going to find Uzum. There's some StalwartFlex who are also on the beach. 7C are going to join the party as well, but they still need to cross their road. Smokes, like you mentioned, like you pointed out, being deployed, as Johnny's been going to be dropped as well from StalwartFlex. So, fantastic job from A1. They're going to continue the trajectory.
Lucky he got knocked in that little dip, though.
Oh, he did. He really was fortunate there. Look at the pushing on up. They want to finish off the job, and it's going to be going for a drive-by. A1 Esports are going for this, and they're going to mow down almost every single member of StalwartFlex. And StalwartFlex, the hunters, have become the hunted. And I do believe they have only one player alive. Godless has been spotted out in the open.
Correct me if I'm wrong, did Godless just get the last man from StalwartFlex? I kind of missed that out, but it looks like they have been decimated over here, Blay.
They have been. A1, what a play from them, pushing on in, as now we're down to the final 11 teams, 33 alive. It's going to be beach warfare. It's looking like the storming of Normandy all over again.
I kind of like the fact that 1952 is still in this game, all a bit. We still have 11 teams alive, which means I can go nerd on you right now. But before I do that, Chari was just coming up on the enemy's position, but he gets taken down before he even knew what happened.
A1 Esports are looking for more, all 4 alive, 7 kills. The knock on the Chari, the smoke deployed, Sinister aware of where his prey will be, and he's looking to finish him off, looking to finish off the job. Skylight Gaming, 2 players still standing. Chari on the ground, the third one. The nade could find its mark. It is a little shy of his position, though. Demon and Joker, they have that UAZ for some cover, and Joker's going for a very brave maneuver, considering how late in the game it is, and immediately he has to get out of the driver's seat, go prone, and heal himself.
Of course, that was extreme shooting up from his little high point. Chari could be in trouble. I do see a grenade coming in. We should see it on our screens right about now. Joker is going to scum to the blue zone as well. Demon's got his work cut out. The revive is not coming in right now, as A1's Dante is just unloading on them at Brig, and True Love could be in a wonderful position to basically rack up another kill for themselves. But looks like Demon needs to worry about someone far, far away. There we have, we're talking about Dante's positioning, and the blue zone is going to come in and do the rest. There you have it. 2 teams again getting eliminated in quick succession. 9 still in the game.
Oh, huge nades, humongous nades coming out from the side of Seal9. Monkey Making life a little rough here. 7C are not quite out of the pickle yet. They're still marinating in the jar, and it's not looking good. High voltage right outside the play zone. And the one team who's looking pretty comfortable at the moment is Venom Legends. They are inside a play zone. They haven't really gone up against any teams. And Godless, mind you, is still alive, chilling on the beach.
He's lucky that the circle has actually been kind to him. And talking about Venom Legends, they have one of two compounds in this circle. Of course, one has been occupied by them, and the other is Occupado by DRS. And Godless, he's lucky because he's got this little bit of a ridge right at the beach, but Havoc over here trying to rain some havoc on 7Cs with those AKM shots. Love the sound, but it's the play zone that is going to bring down Turula.
Play zone's going to get brutal now, XP. It's all moving on in. No one's really moved on in with that. 7C is going to be taken down. High voltage, making them ride the lightning. As Cooney is going to be pushing up here. Sharp is down on his knees as well. Look at Godless, man. He's announcing his presence. Like, okay, you want to come at me? You best not miss. And he's not going to miss a shot. Oh, almost gets taken down, though. His helmet's gone. He's got to use his first aid kit. He's got a couple of first aid kits, a few energy drinks and painkillers to work with. And he's got a little bit of a depression, of some cover to work with. What he's got to do is ensure no one pushes up close. And he's harassing them. He's harassing A1. He's the only player who actually has an angle onto the side of A1 Esports.
And you know, that actually kind of gives 1952 a couple of moments to just sneak inside the circle, which is exactly what they have done. But their woes are not over yet, as High Voltage and Venom Legends seem to be going up against one another. Now, he did know that his game was over, and you know, valiant effort by Z3us Esports, getting eliminated in this 8th position, if I'm not wrong. But again, they had 5 kills played.
They had 5 kills again. High fraction team that they are, but right now we're going to be switching perspective to that of Venom Legends, who are going up against High Voltage. High Voltage inside of the compound, Venom Legends having to go in for the push. They are a player down, have a player knocked, so it's basically right now a 2v3. High Voltage doing a great job taking down Void. Now it's all on one member of Venom Legends. It's going to be Steel Shot, and it's going to go up against 3 members here. They've got to be careful. They're also going to be shot by multiple players. Steel Shot down to half HP. He's going to finish off the job. Finishes off 1 player. 2 more to find for the side of High Voltage, and Steel Shot trying third person to spot the player out, but there's a crate providing him a little bit of cover.
He has him.
And he knows where he is. When Steel Shot's going to go for the smart play, he is going to go for a run. He's going to run away, head for the hills, and play for the placement points, which in my opinion is a smart play.
Is a smart play indeed, but now the circle, the question is, are we going to go out towards the beach? Oh, DRS Gaming are going to be a happy bunch, as the circle has pretty much shifted right towards them, which means now all they have to do is hold down the fort. Now Steel Shot does patch himself up. Rafat knows that he is a lost cause, so Steel Shot needs to basically be very, very quiet, as A1's Dante is going to see something similar that he saw last time with Godless. Looks like Sealed9 Spooky has switched places with Z3us's Godless. I guess it's a Mongolian thing, right?
And if you take a look at the potential final play zone, right, there is still a little bit of the play zone in the water. Spooky can sneak his way along the beach, find some safety to work with, since all by is lonesome. The problem here for everyone is going to be DRS's position. They're well entrenched inside of the zone, as High Voltage are going to be pushing on in for the kill. They want to finish him off. They want to take down Steel Shot so they can contend with the rest of the teams left alive. Extreme's going to make a play, and is going to pre-fire on the angle. A headshot. Steel Shot didn't have a chance in hell.
Mind you, he was getting shot from Deadeyes Guys, who do have a little bit of a height advantage, and there you have it now. Extreme are going to come in their crosses. No way you are getting that crate, as he does get taken down.
Extreme getting knocked down. Now the res can definitely come on in, and Deadeyes Guys, they know where the players are. Oh, he's been finished off. 1952 stealing the frag away. 1952 been so quiet so far. Finally, they're showing their hand as A1 is getting shot from behind, and they are in a rough spot out in the open.
Well, these took their name, and Sharp goes down, and Tofik is going to be wiped out as well. One of their better outings so far. 6th position ending. Not too shabby, but of course we expect a lot more from them. Now, Deadeyes Guys, they have to move inside the circle. This is where things are going to get a bit tricky, because they are not only getting shot by DRS, but Havoc could be a little spoiled sport as well. And as you mentioned, Spooky has made it to that little bit of water still inside the circle.
And it's so unfortunate for A1. I really believe they went for the right play, trying to take the beach control early on, but the circle moves away from them, and right now they're going to run out of smokes at some point or the other, and the vehicles have been completely wrecked here. Gyaldon's going to find Dante, and Jax finds DRS's Boro, and A1, they are getting pinned down.
My eyes are on the minimap right now, and let me just tell you one thing. Deadeyes Guys did a wonderful thing. They realized that the compound is going to be occupied. They are going down south, away from the zone to finish off. There you have it. High Voltage have been finished off. Beautiful, beautiful thinking on Deadeyes Guys' part, which means they are the only other team who have 3 members that can potentially take on a 4-man DRS.
Let's not forget Seal9. They still have that one player, that's Spooky, in a little bit. And a 9boy, what can he do? He's outside of the circle. He can't move in. He's done for A1 Esports. They get massacred out in the open on the beaches. High voltage though, getting knocked down earlier on 8 points. A1 with 9 kills, a fantastic showing, all things considered. And DRS now, as you pointed out, they have 4 alive, but Deadeyes Guys with 3 and Spooky in the water has been spotted out. A1 knows where he is, and he has his eyes peeled. He wants that kill.
It is all going to come down to DRS and
Look at the
Deadeyes
circle!
Guys, and the circle is still on DRS. Now these boys are going to be elated, however they can't get complacent. They do have 8 kills, which means they've already potentially wiped out 2 entire squads, but one tiny mistake could be their downfall. Now Spooky, I do not see Spooky getting out of it unless he actually really scares his opposition and does a little bit of a peekaboo, but that is not going to be enough, and I guess he's going to have to contend with 3rd position. Now Deadeyes Guys have been spotted out, as AJ is going to put Spooky finally.
Need to be careful though. And to say they're out in the open of the road. Nice trade coming in from Wadu, but he will get knocked down. Seal9 finally getting knocked out. He's down to the final 5 left alive in the circle, and 2 teams for the chicken dinner. Suyok, last man alive. DRS, they have 3 members still standing. Mr. Boro is on his knees, but it's going to be okay. Nades being thrown into his direction, but it's going to fall a little short of his position, but the bullets are grazing his top, and Uyok's deploying every bit of utility he has, but he is pinned down, and Mafia Ninja will read him his last rites. A fantastic outing from DRS. The circle did favor them, but they played that one to perfection.
The real soldiers getting the job done. Winner, winner, chicken dinner for them in Game 3 on this amazing Super Weekend 2. Now, let me tell you one thing. A lot of people in the comment sections are going to be like, oh, the zone favored them. I get it. There is a tiny bit of luck that is involved as far as the zone's rotation goes. However, they held the ground down and they basically got rid of onslaught after onslaught. They just kept wiping the slate clean. All right, we're done with this team. Bring it on. So again, a lovely, lovely play over there.
And of course, Deadeyes Guys having a good end as well, even though they were not able to get a chicken dinner, getting a number of kills. 2nd position, not too shabby.
They could have gone out in 3rd or 4th. It was that little rotation which was really the cherry on the cake. However, while we all just appreciate the little gameplay that we've seen so far, remember these still have 2 more games in tune for you guys. So don't go anywhere. We're going to quick little break. I just completely messed up a few words, but we'll be back after this.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We just got done with the 3rd game of our 2nd Super Weekend, and it is off to an incredible start, where this time around there are a different few teams that have joined us along, and that has showcased a different story on board when it comes to the entire saga of top 16 teams being a part of the Super Weekend. With that, I'm your host Boro. Let's move on to our analysts and find out what do they think about this game that just took place.
Well, it was an amazing one.
Exactly. I mean, talk about the MVP as well, Yalzin, right? Getting kills for him himself and the team. 6 kills coming out, 12, 25 damage, 4 assists as well. That's how you know that, playing like a team player.
Exactly, playing like a team player, and that shows the domination that DRS had in this game as well. Plus, as I said, this was an amazing game because, like, the Western Circle.
Yep. No one anticipated that circle.
Nobody did, but it was a really good pun intended sort of a circle for so many of these teams because they were not ready, they were not prepped whatsoever at all, but the way it was just acclimatized by so many of these teams is where you see the beauty.
Yeah, exactly. Just like you said, right? The circle was throwing its own curveballs against the competition. That's one thing. 194 healing done. I mean, if you saw the fights, right? Every time a player was going down, there was someone to give the adequate cover from their side. That's what DRS was doing. Talk about his contribution in this one. You can see 23.2% is where he was onto the assist side as well, getting the kills 20%. Talk about the damage as well, 23.2 for the damage part. So yeah, he has been doing really good.
Yeah, the only time we see the lad lacking a little bit behind is the survival time and the damage taken stats, and well, it doesn't matter if you're contributing that heavily to the kills, to the assist.
You
It's
are
okay.
the real
it's
soldier.
okay, yeah.
You certainly are the real soldier from the team, no question about it, because after all, it is a four-man squad that is going to compromise of certain people having to take that first initial push, and that again is going to be supported by your lads, and eventually that is what a team play is.
Exactly. Talk about the top players, right? Extreme here getting 3 kills for his own self, 696 damage. And Waru Sir, 655 with 2 kills. And talk about 6-9. So A1 Esports also had a really good game in this one. But the only thing that, you know, I was talking about is when we were discussing this one as well, they were stuck down in the open area.
Right.
It was Godless from one side, just trying to get him down, and then obviously from the other side there were the other teams. How many smokes can you use? Eventually you'll run out of them, and if one player goes down, the vehicle was blasted as well. That just means one thing, that is you have to just move in the open. And that just creates chaos in the minds of the players as well when they think about the fights.
Exactly, mate. Because again, I mean, you talk about A1, we wanted to see this team outperform the competition. Well, they certainly did pick up the pace when it comes to the aggression, the domination in terms of the damage. But eventually, again, as Ocean just mentioned, of course, they were in the open, caught off guard.
Plus, the situation was not even laid out for them. I mean, the aggression is the kill that we're going to see this team move out with a decent number of points. But they made the best out of the worst case scenario, so to say.
That is true, mate. That is so very true, because that implies that they certainly walked away with a lot of points, and with that, there are so many other teams also that did so perfectly for themselves. And along with that, the match ranking showcases, of course, the chicken dinner winner teams with 27 points.
Wow, 27 points. I mean, this is just me, or do you guys also feel a team that actually is getting chicken dinner today is contributing good for the kills for themselves?
Yeah.
We saw 15 kill game now we saw 12 kill games as well. So there have been teams so if you are getting those kill points, that means eventually you're getting ahead of the competition. A1 Esports meanwhile 17 points for them as well.
Exactly, an amazing performance from A1 Esports. As we said, the aggression is the thing that helps them, and this is what the team also relies on. But talk about this, Seal9 1952 finally stepping things up.
Yes.
Seal9 with those 15 points to the name, and 1952 getting those 7 points in this matchup. But apart from them, let's also talk about the fact DRS again, they got another 1,000 coming in the bank.
I mean, they love it now, I would say. Obviously, it kind of just, it's not like, you know, everyone would love that money for themselves, but it kind of makes you work even harder with each and every game moving up forward, because if you lose on a lot.
Also, Zeus missed out with 1 point, equalizing the difference between them and Seal Esports.
I hate you.
Well, for now, because again, the day's not come to an end. But with that, what did take place was the amazing rotations that worked out in favor of so many of these teams. So let's just have a look at the zone analysis for now.
You want to look at the zone? I mean, I remember me and Fixers were sitting out there. Fixers was like, hey, will the zone go to the shorelines? And if eventually the shore just goes there. So yeah, that was kudos to Fixers just for predicting that one out. And with that, you know, the major thing was you could see the teams that were moving from the shore side. Venom Legends was there, Stalwart was moving from that area, T2K would have moved from that area as well. So you could see a lot of teams just gathering at the shore sides. Godless, I mean, he was surviving all alone, so he was lucky enough to get the next circle on himself.
Yeah, and it was quite an interesting scenario as well, because as we did see, some of the teams did end up overthinking the situation a little bit more than they should have, where we saw the players, specifically the players on the beach line, take a few shots on the team that were outside, and the players on the outside, well, they just stayed because they thought there were more players in that location, and well, they did not have any space to move. But talking about using those spaces quite perfectly, DRS did that really well.
I mean, DRS got the circle for themselves. That's a really brilliant thing, holding the area. And then there are some teams, if you hold an area, you gotta take the fights as well, because you know that's the responsibility you gotta take for themselves. But DE versus DRS in the final moments, those are some amazing fights.
I want to talk about that because I love the way Mafia Ninja approached that situation. He threw like 5-6 nades towards that last surviving player from the side of DE, absolutely not even letting him get up.
Nope, no breather allowed whatsoever at all when it comes to PMPL South Asia. With that, let's move on with the performance that took place throughout this third game of our second Super Weekend.
Exactly. Talk about the early aggressions, right? Early aggressive fights. I mean, this is where it all just started up, moving on forward. But hey, slowly and steadily, DE and XP Blood Legion, the fight actually just became a bloodbath. But onto this one, this is where you would see DE Suyok just clutching it out for himself and for the team, because at the end, it is the survival of the fittest.
Well, Iron is having an off day in this matchup, getting caught out by the players of Z3us Esports. And then as we transition, A1 Esports did have a good approach to this game. Once again, I say the aggression works out for this team. T2K this time tried the level best. This was an amazing moment from T2K's blah blah blah. threw a nade close to the door
Yeah.
as he expected. He knew he was outnumbered. The players of A1 Esports, they're gonna get greedy, they're gonna come in towards him, threw the nade, took players out, but then messed up the next moment when he charged out.
I mean, you know one thing, and that is, no one would want to come through the windows if you want to rush. Everyone would be chasing the doors because the window, the jump animation might as well just take you down if someone else is holding up a gun onto your side. So that's just one thing that this, becomes a major difference onto the thinking capabilities. But this is where A1 Esports just went down, right? You had those vehicles for yourself, you had the smokes, but how long are they gonna last?
Also, these houses are the chicken dinner houses for this game. Those houses, those like two buildings gave them so much cover. It gave so much cover to the players of DRS that absolutely, and they controlled it quite nicely as well. Like players giving each other cover fire no matter which direction you look in. But wonderful fights being taken from a situation that was supposed to be theirs.
Absolutely, mate. But in that, of course, they were able to rack up those points in terms of, well, getting the damage points. And in that, we are looking at a pretty decent turn of events for a few, or rather just one team, I would say. All the others have just been slowly trying to chime in along.
Yeah, I mean...
in this one, right, there are a few teams again. So, first game, there were 3 teams with no kills for themselves.
Right.
Second game, there were 3 teams with no kills for themselves. Third game as well, there are 3 teams with no games for themselves. So this has been a thing. I mean, I would not want to see that record as of now, but I would love one thing, and that is if some team is getting like 500 plus damage for themselves, at least try and get 1 kill. Like in these moments, the only mistake that there is the shot calling between the players.
That's true, mate, because it always does boil down towards the communication within the team itself and letting know of the information as to what's going on one side or the other. And that, again, could very well be crucial and detrimental for your positioning and your role when it comes to the overall standings. Because after all those points, that 1 point per kill makes a humongous difference. And with that, talk about that 1 point, we are exactly square between Seal Esports and Z3us Esports with 197 points.
197.
Yeah.
I mean, after this, obviously, Zeus can go even further if they want to. Well, we'll see when they get that triple-digit mark of the kills for themselves. But
Next game.
I hope so. Talk about A1 Esports, high voltage, 5th and 6th position for themselves. T2K just went a bit down, but not a lot. And this is where it all comes down, right? Top 10 teams, as you could see, triple-digit markers for themselves.
So there are a lot of ties going on. 197, 197, 188, 189
Almost.
between 3rd and 4th, and then we had 2 teams below them as well. So that's an interesting situation between the top 10 teams of the leaderboard. But now moving on to the second page of the standings, Venom Legends make the push, take on the players of R3D Esports who are not playing right now. Venom Legends sitting on the 14th position, and now the next team that in their crosshairs is XB Blood Legion. But on the other side, Seal 9 catch up to the players of INES, and these two teams together, is one of them going to move past F4?
If not by today's end.
2 games left.
Yeah, I know. Maybe tomorrow. We'll
Hopefully.
have to see.
Hopefully tomorrow, or if not, what would be better is, of course, if they are able to make that happen today itself. But with that, what we've got right now set up is an interview set up with Shifu sir from Deadeyes Guys. So let's bring in along Mr. Shifu. Where are you, mate?
Oh, he's right next to us.
Oh, yes.
What's
he
up?
is.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, and congratulations to the entirety of your team. You guys have been phenomenal. Of course, it's been an uphill battle from the starting week up into now, week number 2. It is a close affair. You guys are sitting on the 12th position right now. But talk about the journey from week 1 to week 2. Have there been changes? Have there been aggressional changes? What have you been working towards from week 1 in towards week 2?
So, in week 1, we are trying out new rotations, and we failed. But of course, right now, boys are getting back on track, and we are playing a bit more aggressive. Yeah, and we're getting ready. I mean, basically, we are getting ready for the finals, not league. So yeah.
That makes perfect sense, because after all, that is what the final thing is. You need to move on towards the top 16. Simple as that. Top 9, even better. But along with that, Johnny, you had a conversation to make.
But I wanted to ask the same question, but on a bigger scale, considering the fact that this time you are coming in with roster changes. Were there major changes made to the strategy that we saw from the last rendition of Deadeyes Guys to this team that we see right now in front of us?
Yeah, there has been changes like in rotations, and of course strategically also there was changes in plans, but right now, yeah, I mean looking at the teams, I think we have to play our old style. I think so. Yeah, we're trying to go back where we were before and trying to do more good.
Exactly, mate. That's all that fans need as well. Again, Ocean, what is your connection?
So my question is going to be a little different one, right? When we talk about PMPL South Asia, we always used to think about Nepal's teams, Bangladesh teams, and Pakistan teams. But right now, it's Mongolian teams as well. So how much, in your studies, like how much have you seen the difference of teams like Zeus, Seal 9 right now in this week, Seal as well? So what do you think those teams do different as they kind of are ahead of the competition right now? So what do you feel the difference while playing against them versus the other South Asian teams?
Of course, like Jews have they have PMGC experience, so the meta there is like different from here, and of course they're really good. I think Mongolian teams, yeah, they're pretty strong. Talking about right now, they're pretty strong right now. But I don't know what happens in the finals or regional finals, because most of the teams are not. I mean, like they play just. They try to qualify for the finals and they play like different during the finals. So I can't really say about that. Maybe they're hiding their, fake strategy. I mean,
Exactly, mate.
Yeah.
They've got
strategy and all that. Yeah.
the entire lobby, I would say, has tricks already set up across the entire board. But again, with that, thank you so very much for taking out the time between the games. Of course, thank you so very much for the conversation. Best of luck for the upcoming games. And of course, certainly do hope and keep our fingers crossed that you move on into the top 9.
All the best.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Well, that of course was an interesting turn of events right here, because again, we've been talking about Deadeyes Guys from the longest time, from the start itself, of course, and every single time the conversation would be, well, when are they going to come online?
You know what? I agree. I agree with what he said completely. We have been talking about this as well. Like, teams are definitely going to try and hide something up their sleeves to, as a wild card, as something of a totally out of the box strategy that they are going to utilize in the finals.
Absolutely, mate. With that 3 games done, it is time to move on along with the 4th game, and that, of course, implies let's have a look at the schedule and find out where are we going to be moving on down. It is finally the sweaty, moist, rainy map of Sanhok.
Well, it's going to be quite interesting, and I think the major reason Sanhok is moist is not because of the sweat, but because of the blood of your opponents that rains down on you, because of how aggressive this map is.
Yeah.
Exactly, mate. Exactly. Always.
I mean, we'll have to see, which team just comes up on top in this particular map, because it's more about how much good of a fight you can take while hiding yourself onto the ground sometimes, and that sometimes can be a good way of taking those 1v2s, 1v3s, like being a snake maybe, or taking up those early fights in Paradise. So things might as well just change.
Exactly, mate. But again, with our conversation, let's move on to the map chance and find out what do the stats tell us when it comes to the teams. Well, Z3us Esports certainly looking good, but Deadeyes Guys on the 1st place right now.
Exactly, having good performance on this map, and well, we're gonna hope that these teams actually perform. But interesting thing is the 3 teams behind Deadeyes Guys, they're not even playing.
They're not even there.
No, but that's the kind of domination they've showcased just in week 1. That's where the stats are based off of from.
Exactly. Lakshay, I'm gonna take over from your spot 1 second this time, because I know your next question that you're gonna put towards us.
It is the prediction.
I want to ask a different question to the person standing in the middle, Ocean, the fortune teller, as people like to call him. Circle, predict the circle right now before.
I thought you were gonna ask him, but okay. Well, if you're asking me, I would want Query to bootcamp Paradise, that sort of a circle.
All right.
Well, again, if it's on a Paradise result, it's going to be just perfect play coming in for so many of these teams. I mean, that's what I'm hoping for. But along with that, let's move on into the game. Enough banter from our side. Let's move on to the duo who we've come to know as the dynamic ones. Well, they're getting there. They're getting themselves acclimated on the desk. It is none other than, of course, Fixers joined in with Necro.
Well, thank you so much, Lakshay. Apparently, we did think that Ocean's crystal ball was broken, but it seems like it has been fixed as we head along towards the map of Sanhok. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first map of Sanhok that we are witnessing in this entire week. So, things are gonna get dirty. They're gonna get wet. They're gonna get moist and bloody. Well, Necro, what do you feel? Which team is gonna come out on top?
Well, to be honest, I'm really rooting for Zeus this time.
Again,
if you ask me why, I mean, the aggression these guys are showing.
Hey, I know that, but Zeus is one of those teams that tends to get really aggressive right from the very start, but at the same time they take a lot of casualties. Now you have to be very smart in Sanhok. Now Zeus and Sanhok have had a different tale altogether, because every single time they go into a battle, they get third-partied.
Well, I mean, third party is of course going to be factors. Considering the fact that it's going to be Sanhok, then we all do know a lot of third parties happen, certainly when the circle is shrinking down to its smallest.
Yeah.
But again, I really want to see is that the bottom lines in the entire leaderboard, are they going to be stepping up? For example, Seal9 showed a phenomenal, in the week 2, phenomenal performance. Are they going to be doing it or continuing the pace inside the Super Weekend?
Well, here we go. The Big Bird online going all the way from Markham and to all the way to its Canberra. Not that it matters a lot because you can tend to drop off at your desired drop location.
Yeah.
Now, I really want to see how High Voltage played this one out because it's been quite a while since we had that western camp out of the circle, because that's where they really flourish. Otherwise, they have to take that southern route down. But again, Seal9, like you mentioned, is one of those consistent teams that we are seeing across those last 2 games. So maybe Seal9 can also get this one in the bag.
Well, I mean, exactly. And yeah, even one thing I want to point out, Avon, again, do like to go towards the Paradise Resort area all the time, no matter what's happening. They will be rooting for that area. But Blood Legion seems like they have found themselves a new house, which is going to be Docks.
Oh,
now, in the past, we have seen... Okay, you literally said it's been a long time. You have not seen that circle. And PUBG gods are going to be like, okay.
Hey, Negro, you know, I'm not even kidding. You were also there. I did predict the previous circle. I just said I wanted it to go towards the western shorelines. It did. It sort of took me and Ocean back to those PMCO 2019 global days when we used to have those western circles. So today also having that western circle towards camp Alpha over here, that's going to be really interesting. Because now this goes 2 ways, right? The moment it sort of tends to shift towards the eastern side, that's when teams like PN Crew seem to take the charge over there and seem to capitalize. But I believe we do have a fight amidst us.
Maybe a fight will be panning out. Considering the fact that the entire Carnage team is kind of separated away from StalwartFlex, and seems like they are going to be ignoring it for a while. I mean, I don't really know why he's so, separated away from them, because certainly if he goes down, then you do not really want an early casualty on your name, at least on a map like Sanhok, because you do need each and every single teammate alive in those late game circles. And StalwartFlex, somewhere down like kind of being careless about the facts. It seems like finally he will be taking the vehicle, but this is where he might go down as well. Shots have been taken, and StalwartFlex going to be rooting outside the vehicle, and seems like he will find himself a decent amount of cover, at least for now, but his position has been compromised.
Yes.
The backup must be on their toes anytime soon. They must be arriving.
And he needs that loot right now. He needs those vests, he needs those helmets. Having the level 1, he certainly want to get geared up, and Venom Legends are not giving him the room to do that. Now Snipe, he is all by his lonesome. He is basically a goner, but if he can pull out a clutch, that would be devastating, as he already has managed to take 1 down. Can he get the second? No, just a bit overextension, and being absolutely punished for that, as just Nightwing is going to follow up and secure that first blood for himself. But we have seen Snipe in these kind of situations. He's done that in the past. I would have really been surprised if he would have kind of clutched this one out, but it is what it is.
Well, I mean, it's against a team like Venom Legends, and the odds are certainly not looking in your favor if it's a 1-on-3 situation. And as I did mention, it was quite a questionable move from the players of Carnage to let StalwartFlex away from them, and certainly they will have to pay the price for it.
Indeed. They will have to. But Blood Legion, dropping off again, a new drop location. And the last time we did see them going towards Kampong. But this time, considering that INES is back in action, they certainly have to give them that respect and the space to loot. So they've rather, sort of turned out on a hindsight and have retreated. And it is all about that early loot, right? But their shift is going to be extremely difficult, as here we have Skylight Gaming going against the players of PN Crew in a very, very precarious situation. Now, Leon sort of giving away his position. This might be a bit detrimental towards the objectives of Skylight Gaming.
The position has been compromised. They do know that there are some players inside the compound, but take a look at Ayush's position. Are they going to be expecting him to be on the hilltop? And no, it's going to be the answer. Ayush already finding himself the opening, Heaven going down in the process. Again, he does have the Tommy gun for himself. And we do know how devastating it is in those close ranges, and with those 50 bullets being inside the magazine clip. Again, seems like he will be lobbing in the nade to force anyone down, but the rest will probably be stuck onto heaven there. And again, now they are not looking quite good in the initial position they have. Skylight Gaming, of course, are kind of exposed, but they do have a little bit of ridge onto their name. But PN Crew, the way these guys are challenging the fight, they are absolutely wrapping up from the back lines, and finally they have found themselves another opening, as they will be continuing the killing spree by getting Joker down just barely. He's surviving right now, but Ayush is going to be pushing inside. Domination from these lads is relentless.
It indeed is, as Leon falls down to its legend as Ayush shows charging and gets that one knock. Can he get the second though? That's going to be a big question. No, it's Joker getting the trade, but it's Sandesh from afar managing to secure that final kill, and down goes Skylight Gaming. Now, this is a big surprise. We're not really accustomed to see them go down so early. This is one of the teams that tends to survive. But look at 7C. Now they've inched in closer towards the players of Carnage, and any single moment they are going to bring the fight right on their faces.
Fear spotting Praveen down. But again, Praveen, he is going to be a shark inside the situation, hiding inside the water, at least for now. But his tail is still exposed, as the nades will be lobbed in. Again, the door has been taken down by the nade, but quite a bit of fuss caused by the players of 7C. But Manish trying to stay inside the house and doesn't really want to get contested that easily. So it seems like he will be backing up behind that little compound or the ridge that he has. But again, a lot of nades are lobbed in and not really able to find its mark.
Fear trying to make the move, but we do see some Miami action erupting right in front of us. C-Line, well, this time preferring that water route for themselves, and will have caught the players of T2K in a very, very uncomfortable situation, and they are just going to be drowning down to their death. And 7C, it's a totally different story altogether over here, as Carnage seem to have retreated from the action. Praveen way too far.
But it seems like the third party from Venom Legends will be there anytime soon if these guys are going to be continuing the fuss and giving them a lot of sound cues in the process. But again, a lot of rotations are being made inside the circle. T2K were the one to make the rotation from the waterways, but C-Line easily taking them down without any trouble, because of course when you're inside the water you're not really able to do anything. All you can do is just expose your head and get shot at. But again, another fight panning out between the players of DRS, and seems like they are in a world of trouble, as Zeus is of course going to be the one to take them down again. We have seen this in the previous game as well, and now again it seems like DRS will not really be having the time, because they are all the time going down for the players of Zeus, and this feels like deja vu.
I mean, they just secured chicken, and now again being caught in a situation like that, not the position they want to be, as Mafia Ninja has been spotted out from afar. How is he going to escape from the situation? Now Zeus have successfully managed to get that revive on the players, and well, Mafia Ninja, beautiful shot onto its Icy. Can he get that knock onto its Leo though? If he manages to do that, then things might just change and tables might turn, as True Love indeed on the other side has taken down Void. But we are gonna focus our attention at this particular fight, where we might expect Zol with those beautiful barrage of nades that he is already opting for. Any single moment he is gonna strike.
Well, again, for now is of course Mafia Ninja, being the last man surviving for DRS, doesn't really have a lot of choices, and all he has is that little stone or little rock for himself as the cover. But for how long? As Zol is making the push onto him, getting real up close and personal, doesn't want to see Mafia Ninja alive inside the server, and he is going to be peppering down a lot of bullets as he's moving as close as possible, trying to close down the distance. But again, take a look at the bob and weave, take a look at the movement from this man. It's on another level. He is trying to pre-fire the angle, but again, Mafia Ninja almost can be taken down, but Zol is barely surviving as well. But it's going to be Icy from the backline doing the job and that's going to be enough.
Look at the cojones on the lads of Zeus, but we have the boys of 7C pushing in along to its Venom Legends as Nightwing is somehow struggling getting those knocks, but it's the players of Venom Legends absolutely everywhere. But no, 7C, they are instilling the hurt over here as they have successfully managed to take down the players of Venom Legends right from the very start. So we are witnessing some early bloodshed over here, but look at Blood Legion. Now they know where the noises are coming from, and any single moment they might go in and strike. But at the same time, they need to make a call. We need to rotate in really quick, because if you do not do that, maybe the players of high voltage might pay a lot of attention towards you and take you down while you're traversing around.
I mean, again, yeah, taking them down is going to be a massive factor, but again, if you take them down, the route is pretty much clear. You can cross the bridge without any trouble. But now the fight is panning out between Blood Legion and the players of 7C. The engagement has been found, the players have been spotted as well, but not really finding that opening that they need. And again, this is how Zeus actually absolutely tear down the entire squad of DRS one by one. And I can't be honest with the relentless performance or relentless aggression these guys are showing inside the game. It doesn't matter how good of a team you are, Zeus will just be pushing in straight forward.
They will, but yeah, this is what I was talking about. Apply that bit of pressure, make your presence felt, get inside the circle, get in there really quick. Now with 7C trying to contest it, now it's going to be really tricky as to which is that one team that's going to make it there safely. And PN crew really sticking at that one spot. Now the last time we did see that happening, the circle did shift down south towards the eastern side, where PN crew did have a good chance, but it was still the boys of Zeus getting the chicken in. I mean, it all came down to that fight against, I believe, the players of Skylight Gaming, and it did go into a 2v1 situation where, of course, Zeus having that advantage did win out. But the second airdrop, the right gun, the perfect machine you need for yourself at this point. But who is going to go for that? As Memo spotting out the players of Blood Legion, taking a few shots, then backing off.
But again, Dominic has a real good position onto them. Barely got compromised. But talking about Zeus again, Fixers. Now in the first map of Erangel today, Leo's healing done was 0. It was absolutely not. How good you have to be to not use a single first aid or medkit inside the game.
Gods don't bleed. Maybe that was the case with Leo. He went God mode.
Well, then other teams will definitely have to find the kryptonite for that.
Yeah.
But now again, Dominic does have that, real good position secured. All he needs to do is find an opening for his teammates to maybe make the rotation in as well. It seems like that's not going to be needed. Blood Legion are just going to be taking those risky routes and ramming the vehicle straight inside the bridges, as this was how 7C managed to take down the players of Venom Legends. But again, take a look at Gyro, what this man is doing. He's using the scooter all the way across the bridge to cross it. And without any trouble, he will be making it as well. Wow, these guys are absolute psychopaths.
I mean, this is ludicrous. That's what we're witnessing from the boys from Blood Legion. And well, you've got to take them, right? You know that you've got no option. If you, however, make it towards the Camp Alpha side, then that is where you have the upper edge. But look at the circle shift. So this time it's not towards the eastern side, where all the teams did predict it might go there. But this time the circle has played with their hearts, as it has taken that western shift, where teams, of course, like Blood Legion might have an advantage. But here we are, still the players have been knocked out. So now they need to recover, they need to get to a good spot and hold it. And what we possibly can see is another chicken dinner coming out from the Bangladeshi lads.
I also want to point one thing out. Now, on the top side of the map, there's C9, and anyone is falling right their footsteps inside the water as well. Now, the fight might be panning out anytime soon. If C9 Nuki decides to stop in, and, Deadeyes will, of course, be on those shoreline to welcome him inside, and even A1 will be there in the backlines as well. But take a look at Zeus as well. They are wrapping in from the bridge lines, and I really feel like we might be seeing a lot of skirmish happening onto the north side of the map. But for now, StalwartFlex spotting down the players of Blood Legion. Their position has been compromised, and they don't really have a lot of cover for themselves. And yes, that is not going to be working in their favor, as Blade again wants to confirm that kill onto Leo, but not going to be that easy. Certainly ignoring Gyro in the process as well, but it doesn't matter, the knockdown will be there from Crypta.
Yeah, indeed. And Blood Legion now in a massive world of trouble. I think they've sort of been surrounded. Dominic being that one player surviving for their team, as Blood Legion sort of delaying things over there and now have to deal with the aftermath of it as StalwartFlex are chiming in into the party, as we've got the lads from 7C. Now they are being the sneaky ones over here. They still know that they can take that water route. They can go get inside the circle, be safe, not rather opting for the bridge because they know what is going to follow up next. Someone is definitely prying out onto them and maybe hunt them down.
Well, that will be happening. But again, I want to focus on High Voltage's position as well and the way these guys have rotated inside the center of the circle. Now, of course, they have made all the way down. And I really want to point this thing out as well. Now, of course, when you are on the high ground and when you're coming down to the low ground, your bodies are, of course, exposed. So making that move as early as possible is going to be the most brilliant choice your team can make. And High Voltage, I'm going to give props to them. They have read the situation out perfectly and made their mark inside those little compounds. But again, StalwartFlex seems like they will be moving inside the water, but quite risky rotation coming in from these lads. But they don't even have any options because Blood Legions are guarding the way of Bridge as we're talking about another fight panning out between the players of Zeus. And again, the knockdown has been found on the IC, but doesn't matter, you know, it's just going to be the first casualty they have. The res will be there by Leos, but will he be out surviving the zone damage?
You know, I'm really worried about Team Zeus right now, considering how they have rotated so late inside the circle. Now, this is not really usually Team Zeus is doing. So, well, heading on to its quarry, dropping down over there. But hold on to my thoughts, as INES is in a bit of a pickle as they've got a fight online. And it's Godless dishing down death from above, damaging them and getting those beautiful knocks left, right and center. Just when we thought maybe INES is providing that pressure. No, that was not the case. The Hunters have certainly become the hunted as Godless gets into a domination spree.
Godless, the god of thunder, raining down bullets. And again, INES found themselves absolutely terminated as Godless was again continuing the fear onto them. But now, talking about fear, seems like he will be in a heap of trouble as he's knocked down. Of course, the res will be almost impossible to get as 1952 will get their kill confirmed as Rig is, of course, going to be in those clotheslines. But again, 7C. Now, take a look at Nemo. He has cooked the nade. That might be detrimental, but no. But his position has been compromised. Nemo will be taken down instantly. And Miner doing a fantastic job overall, capitalizing onto his position and providing that essential backfire for his teammates. But Hungry Box again taking a risky move onto 9boy out in the open. The confidence onto this man is going to be relentless, but doesn't matter. That's going to be A1 thrown outside the server.
I mean, that's Hungry Box in a nutshell. He is unfazed. He does not get scared at all. As per Bean, well, Kuni, what are you doing? I mean, what? Prabeen, he's not opening up his guns. He is not holstering up his weapons.
God.
He's just letting the players of High Voltage get in. Now, this might just be the sneakiest play ever done in the history of PUBG Mobile. Now, Prabeen comes out! Yes! Oh my goodness, this is ludicrous. What Prabeen just did, and High Voltage caught with their pants down. Havoc, now he realizes what a massive blunder that they have committed. Gone in for the nade, and well, now Prabeen is gonna go down. But I mean, he's gonna go down with a smile.
Well, I mean, last time we saw Jiggle doing the exact same trigger discipline, and now it's going to be again from the same team. It's going to be Prabeen following his footsteps, doing the same thing as well. But finally, Carnage has been taken down and terminated off the server as High Voltage are going to be the one. But they have got a casualty on their name inside the fight. But again, another fight panning out. Leo's absolutely laser beaming down Killer YT and Ayush as well. Incredible sprays. What a precise gameplay shown by this man.
The way he shifted his bullets over there, the way he fired them up, and that was beautiful. That was mesmerizing to just watch it. But look at Legend. He looks unscared over there, but he needs to be careful because the circle has started closing in. Now this is the fourth circle. He can certainly stay away from it for quite some time, but needs to make those fast movements as Leo will definitely secure those kills for himself. Sandesh is way too far. Now it's going to be really open. It's going to be really difficult for the players of PN Crew to actually get in. Now they have got players of Zeus with the pants down. Can they get the knocks?
This is quite brilliant. His position hasn't been compromised. He's still outside the zone. And the entire squad of Zeus is right in front of him, and this is his moment to strike, and he strikes at right time as Godless taking down Zol, of course, trying to cover him back up, but doesn't matter. He will be taken down as well. The nade is right next to him. Will that be doing damage to him? And of course, it will be. Incredible utility usage, showing the glimpse of it again inside this game. And Z3us, wow.
Well, this is the moment where Sandesh, I really expected, might just chime in into the fight, but it's still going with a loss. Sol is definitely going to go down, and the kill will definitely come into their accounts. But looking at Sandesh, he still is trying to dish some beautiful damage as two players of Z3us have been taken down. Now, this is going to be really, really tricky for them to be trading over there, as Dominic has spotted out Blood Legion. The players getting a few knocks here and there, getting those kills confirmed, as Blood Legion have taken a commanding spot, but it's the player of Deadeyes rather having the central spot. Now, they've got the compounds, they do not really have much to worry about, as Z3us from the far off fray is getting some beautiful frags left, right and center.
Well, again, Havoc kind of separated out from his teammate, but again, his teammate is knocked out, and of course, Icy going to be spotting him down, tearing him apart, and that's going to be High Voltage exiting the server as well. As Z3us, of course, Icy putting the last bullet right in his skull. But again, it's stare down competition between these teams. Deadeyes, of course, have the massive chance to take this entire game in their hands, but Blood Legion, again, in the black backlines, might be doing a lot of work.
They indeed will have to, because now Blood Legion, they've got a long distance to travel inside the circle, and that has to be out in the open. Now they need to play the ridges right. With Icy just being alive, maybe Dominic might spot him. The moment he just peeks out, if he takes a glance over there, that is an easy frag for him. But look at Shifuse right out in the open, gets punished for that. Dominic getting a beautiful knock, but Icy just being in the covers of that stone over that rock over there. But for how long is the question, as Dominic has started cooking up that grenade, and in the wrong direction it goes, not really connecting over there.
I'm still trying to figure out, well, where did he actually lob that nade? Because, well, quite a questionable nade or utility usage. Of course, you want to be securing as much as possible, but again, that nade might be doing it, as he did lob the nade in the right direction. Leo going down by the players of Deadeyes, and that might be doing it as entry from 1952, finally going down by the zone, and that's going to be them getting outside of the game.
Now Blood Legion, they are in a very, very precarious position, completely caught off guard with all their players down. They were a full squad just a few seconds ago. Now it's all down to its Ryan to actually continue inside the circle. Now with Deadeyes at such a commanding position, they actually might get this one home.
Well, exactly. Deadeyes causing quite a bit of rumpus in those late game situations. And Circle, as Ryan, of course, as we did mention, he's taken a lot of zone damage, and finally seems like he is going to be doing that heal battle all by himself. Now, there are 4 teams live, PN Crew, Z3us, and Deadeyes being one of them. Blood Legion, of course, Ryan is going to be doing that heal battle. But for how long is going to be the question, because he will certainly run out of those medkits soon enough, as again, Deadeyes making the move, kind of finding themselves more kind of a breathing space, and of course finding themselves that free open repositioning spots as well.
And there you go, Ryan being taken down from the play zone. The kill not secured. However, 4th position elimination is what we do witness for the boys from Blood Legion. Again, a very promising performance by the lads. But Icy is still surviving. Now he's still inside the zone. And Sandesh, he needs to make that move. He needs to do that quick. Considering Deadeyes having such a massive numbers advantage, they can seal the deal over here. But Icy's position, we do know they have a slight idea as to where he might be, but Sandesh, he might be the surprising factor in this game.
But again, now of course Deadeyes do want to shatter all these last members surviving, but they don't know if that's just from, I mean, they of course do know that these are, you know, 2 separate teams, and it's a 1-on-1-on-4 situation. Now again, the circle shift is favoring the completely last of Deadeyes, and I really feel like this might just be their game, because Icy needs to make the move in as well, and even PN Crew is going to be in those backline. And as soon as Icy exposes his body, of course, Sandesh will be taking shots onto him, so that might be Icy gone as well. So, I mean, this situation is quite favoring the lads from Deadeyes, as they do have the man advantage inside the situation. And, yeah, they even have the circle favoring them.
They do, they certainly do. Sandesh, he will be opting for that healing battle. As we can see, does have those 5 first aids, but has he managed to spot out Icy? That's going to be really crucial, but no, before that gets hunted down as the players of Deadeyes are just charging onto its Icy, who was relentless in the first and did manage to get a few knocks over here, but it is the boys again from Nepal securing another beautiful chicken dinners. This time, however, it's Deadeyes, and now they have got that eye for the kill. They have actually gone for that, managed to get this one home and a much needed breather.
Exactly. Previously DRS and now Deadeyes. The Nepali domination is on point.
Yeah, indeed it is. I mean, with the way things are panning out, we are yet to see the Pakistani teams flourish. We've seen the Mongolians dominate. We've seen the Bangladeshi coming online. But Pakistani teams are surely missing out. But maybe the last final game might just be the one where they manage to get a chicken dinner. But before that, we will be heading out for a shuttle break. You don't go anywhere.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome back once again to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We just got done with game number 4 and it has been a fabulous day. It has been a perfect start to week 2 of the Super Weekend and we're only on day number 1. Only on day number 1 with still one more game remaining. I'm your host Blotto. Let's move on to our analysts and find out what do they gotta say with the second chicken dinner coming in for Deadeyes.
Well,
That was an interesting one.
exactly. That was really a good one if you just want to talk about this one. But as you just look at this, 7 kills, 694 damage, 2 assists as well by Hungry Boxer, and we talked about it, right?
Yep.
Back to back, he has been the top in the top players. Previous game he had 5 kills, he was in the top players. This time he has 7 kills. So yeah, and 36 healing, only 36 healing.
Well, an impressive performance. No wonder the lad was celebrating after the game
Exactly.
ended. And hey, along with that, another $1,000.
Yeah, $1,000 coming up for DE if you just want to talk about this one. But hey, look at his skill contribution. That's the highest percentage marker that I have seen, I would say.
Yeah, and an amazing performance. Has been a veteran of the scene, and well, from the journey, if you remember the last time we saw him, I mean, 7th season now playing with the players of DE. Amazing performance from the lad. But Deadeyes guys, we just had a chat with them. And now they are starting to perform. So we do see the bounce up from this team, but still there's a speculation, like as the player just said, we are saving the strats for the finals.
And that's going to be important. That's going to be really crucial for them to move on along into those top 9 to be part of that regional final. But with that, let's have a look at the top players coming in from this game. And it is, of course, 7 kills coming in from this lad of Deadeyes guys. Hungry Box.
7 from Hungry Box and 6 from Wadusa right there. So an impressive performance from the players of DE. And well, if this is them saving strats, I can only imagine what happens when they actually start playing.
Yeah, that's true. Zeus as well. You can see Icy and Godless getting up for their own kill points for themselves. But yeah, Warusur and Hungry Box, these 2 players have been impressive and incredible in this one game as well.
I think this was just a glimpse of what the team can actually perform.
Absolutely, mate. Because again, you bring that conversation towards the interview that we just had, right?
Yeah.
He was talking about during week 1, we were just looking at what to expect from the entirety of the lobby. You move on towards week 2. I mean, that's exactly what the lad was discussing. And I was, of course, Shifu Sir saying that now we're ready, now we're prepped. And that's exactly what they showcased. With that, another chicken dinner coming into their banks is going to be $2,000 now. But move on to the match ranking. It is going to be a close affair now.
Again, a high kill game coming out, right? We were
Yes,
talking about
yes.
the high kill games. If there's a chicken dinner, there are always high kills right now. But Z3us Esports, look at them. 10 kills for them as well. And hey, again, Zeus versus DRS, that started to happen. As we just saw, PNK was out here, XP Blood Legion, 1952. So 1952 is showcasing the signs of life from themselves. But right now, INES, the way they started their day, it's not been the same boat.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the sort of slowdown of momentum has been there from the team of INES and A1 Esports as well.
Again, 3 teams, 0 points.
0 points.
Just as we were talking, right? Today has been the day. 3 teams always come up with 0 points for themselves.
Yeah.
Again, not really
Like,
what
not
they
even the
expect.
kill fights, yeah.
Nobody in the lobby, of course, wants to be part of that. But eventually, it is just the way those rotations work. It is just the way you caught off guard making those rotations in those open circles, and that's what makes it that much more difficult for these teams to rack away with those points.
Exactly, but this was
Yeah.
a fun circle.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
This was a fun circle. Obviously, the Paradise Bootcamp areas were there, but then the circle was bound to move to the Camp Alpha side. And as slowly and slowly it started moving on to those areas, every team wanted to acquire the central area, but then the circle chose another shift, and it goes to the southern side of Camp Alpha. And so that in that the bridge rotations from the Camp Alpha to Ruins area, that becomes crucial. And obviously, you could see the areas where Praveen is. And hey, Praveen, if you're talking about this one, that guy, he knows how to hide his strats and use it at the needed time. You all saw that.
We were talking about this. It felt like he had the invisibility cloak from Harry Potter, and well, he was just completely invisible. And a pleasant surprise, not an unpleasant surprise to the opponents that were there.
Exactly. I mean, high voltage. How could you
Hey,
not?
no one saw that.
No one saw
No
that.
one saw that.
No one saw it.
Literally, no one saw that.
Literally nobody saw him, and what a play that was coming in from the side of Carnage Esports. But eventually, again, I mean, high voltage, they are going to be.
I would love to see that in the Oppo moments if we have it, right?
It
I
will
would
be
love
there.
to see that.
It certainly will be there. Let's move on to the Oppo moments and have a look at, well, not only that moment, but so many others as we just start off with Carnage bringing in Annihilation.
Yeah, the annihilation, the domination that Carnage just started off, right? And this is where Venom Legends always does good. You know the initial fights that they take, they always try to take them in their favor. And if they survive, they love to go long in the entirety of the match for themselves.
Yeah, definitely. An amazing performance from the team, especially as you pointed out, early aggression is where they are good at. But as we move forward to the middle stages of the game, it is Zeus again. Just those kills coming in for the team. Finally, with this match, they have crossed the marker of 100 kills, and I think even will be sitting on the first position as far as the leaderboard is concerned. But then again, I mean, Venom Legends being caught out of position, and was quite fair to them as well, because the part of the area from where they were trying to enter the circle, there were like 3 teams present.
Exactly. I mean, those things kind of just, get to matter for themselves, obviously, with the players, as for how they are looking forward onto their own fight. But DE Hungrybox, I mean, getting a lot of kills for himself. The way he was so much focused, but this was the moment. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Spots him down, takes him out, and then everyone gets to know, hey, we were in that house.
And he closed the door as well, right behind which Praveen was hiding, and then High Voltage was like, hey, how dare you? How dare you do that?
Well, the damage was done already, right? Yeah. The time had passed. So
the point was taken, no two ways about it. It is going to be High Voltage bringing in a lot of communication when it comes down to them bring in that conversation towards themselves. But again, I mean, convert that towards the final moments. It was just a perfect play coming in from this team that we were talking about again and again every single day. And here they are, proving their marker, bringing in not only 1 but 2 chicken dinners back to back.
Yeah, quite an amazing performance by the players of DE. But Z3us Esports, again, the damage comes in, the kills come in, and following them, PN Crew. They are having a wonderful day for themselves. I mean, good finishes, good number of kills. Might not be getting those chicken dinners, but hey, sometimes if you can be consistent, even within the top 4, even within the top 5, with like 5 to 6 kills to your name, that's a good day.
2 consistent teams right now. That's going to be Zeus and PN Crew. DE is consistent given the fact that their previous game was good and this game as well. We'll have to see if they are consistent throughout the day in the final game if we just talk about that one.
Absolutely, but before we head in towards those final game moments, we have to have a look at the journey that these teams have been a part of, and with that, it is Z3us Esports taking a lead over Skylight Esports with 219 points.
Hey, you just asked the players of Deadeyes Guys, like, we want to see them in the top 9. Here they are, sitting on the 8th position, bouncing up 4 places, 139 points for them, but the difference is still there. And as you said, yes, Z3us Esports, 219.
This is where the competition takes over if you are not, consistent. A1 Esports still does not have a chicken dinner, and whilst the other teams are getting the chicken dinners for themselves, they would like to compete onto their names in the top 5. That's where A1 Esports need to look forward to. If they get a chicken dinner, they might just compete against High Voltage, DRS, and then they would like to move to the top 5. So that team needs a chicken dinner right now. But talking about the team still in 19th position right now, I mean, Seal 9, they have 30 points. 1 more game remaining. We'll have to see how close that they can get to F4 in the competition, because what F4 did in 15 games, they want to do it in less number of games as possible for all these teams, because obviously every team right now, their goal is to get into top 16, then we'll move up forward.
completely agree with that, because the faster you do that, the faster you take over the position from F4, the more focus you can put on climbing within the top 16 and making sure that your spot in the finals is secured. Because once again, only 16 teams will be moving to the South Asia finals.
Exactly, mate. And from that, only 9 going to be part of that regional final. So
Yes.
the journey does not stop. After every single game, there is going to be a lot of grind. But along with that, you guys have been grinding, you guys have been watching, and we have a massive tournament set up for you guys sitting back at home, which of course will start off with the mega schedule that's been set up throughout PMPL South Asia, where every single time you chime in, you get to stand a chance to win so many of these wonderful goodies, along with which, I mean, you've got the virtual gifts, combine that with the Apple AirPods Pro and so many others, which of course does include the gift card in your local currency as well.
Yeah.
This is what we are talking about, viewers.
Talk about everything, right? This, just as we said, this is the giveaway calendar that you have, and as you can see, a lot of stuff out for brags.
Absolutely is. And in that conversation, as you start racking up those points in game, you have to be timing in through the PMPL South Asia aggression through Esports Center. As you do so, you will be earning points just to watch. Just to watch, you will be earning points. As you get those points, those can then be multiplied by guessing weekly winners. And again, you can multiply those as well by participating in the lucky draw. And you will be able to get, of course, those perfect in-game items along with the perfect PMPL outfit that, again, Johnny has been wanting to get in the longest time, mate.
I really want it. I mean, I would love to wear it to the stage someday, like just show it off, have the PMPL logo right on my chest. But I have to say one thing, Ocean, you better watch out. I think your crystal ball might be under threat if the players want to predict those winners.
And they certainly have been doing so. They have been doing so. But along with that, I mean, virtual gifts taken care of. Now let's talk about actual gifts that are also for you. These are the incredible first, second, third prizes that are set up for you, which of course includes the AirPod Pros, along with which you've got in-game items and you've got the perfect gift cards in your local currency. And to participate, all you need to do is hashtag PMPL SA with your unique UID code from in-game, followed by the region that you are supporting. Now this is going to be crucial. This is going to be very, very important, because you better start loving and supporting your love from the teams that are from your region, because that is where it'll all fall back onto, and the teams that will be in the top 6 to the top 9 will have that much more chance of course getting those gifts towards you guys. With that, game number 4 done, it is time to move on along with the schedule. Let's have a glance at the schedule and find out what map are we going towards to close off our wonderful super weekend.
Well, what goes around comes around, and that's where Erangel always stays. We are going to be moving on to Erangel. Now I would love to see, right, how do the teams play the last Erangel for the first day of Super Weekend 2? Because there are some teams that would just, love to go all YOLO just for the sake of it, just maybe.
See, I want to see, so P and crew, they have been doing really well for themselves, but I want them to get this last chicken dinner. I mean, I hope they get the last chicken dinner, because consistency is there from the side, the consistent climb has been there, but there's still a difference. I mean, we do not see changes happen between where they are and the teams are sort of stagnant for now. But with that one chicken dinner performance, I think they can definitely climb up a few positions.
Absolutely can. Along with that, I do want to point out that one more team that I have got my eyes glazed out towards. That's going to be rather 2 teams actually. We've got High Voltage, who are looking really comfortable as of now, no question about it. A1 Esports as well, looking really comfortable on the overall ranking. They are in the top 8 to the top 9. But if they get that chicken dinner, they could be that much more crucial when it comes to the entirety of the lobby.
Exactly, because A1 Esports is at 6th position right now. They are just out of top 5, but they are really close to High Voltage's points. So if they get a chicken dinner, they might just be out there. But again, there's one team that we know. If you talk about the map chances, as we have seen, right, there's one team that always love to stay on top, and that is Zeus in the maps of Erangel. So always does so. With that, you guys sitting back at home, hashtag PMPL SA with what team are you going to be supporting and rooting for. It is time to get busy with the final game of our second week's Super Weekend. It is time to move on to our commentators, who once again are going to be the Erangel boys. It is XP joined in with Blay.
Thank you for that, Blotter. He makes us look and sound so
boys,
good every single
XP
time.
and Blade. We gotta do this.
We're gonna do this at one point. Hopefully we get some freebies as well. The free t-shirts, I could probably pop that on the stage too. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be jumping in, as Odes pointed out, into the final game of the first day of Super Weekend number 2. And as Ocean said, what goes around does come around. We're gonna be ending on Erangel the way it always does. And heading into the final map of Erangel right now, XP, we've seen some ups and downs. But PN Crew and Deadeyes Guys finally stepping it up in a super weekend is, at least for me, a good sign for these two teams.
I mean, I was kind of expecting Shifu to silence the crowd once again, but this time they had their nerves down, they were focusing, they were concentrating, because we still have one more game to go in, well, day one of the super weekend, the second super weekend. So again, they don't want to get complacent. They want to make sure they keep that ball rolling. They keep that momentum in their favor. And this is the kind of team that we, when they play the way they've played in the last game, that is what we expect from them day in and day out. And I'm glad they finally showed up.
They have indeed finally shown up, and to see if they can close out the day with another chicken dinner to the name, especially for either for PN Crew or Deadeyes Guys, we're going to be finding out as we take a look at the plane path as it flies over Erangel once more. It's going to be starting just at the military base and heading between 70 and Stalwart.
I have a question for you. Where do you think StalwartFlex is going to go?
Well, let me think here. Let me open up my crystal ball, and this is going to be military base, isn't it?
Change it. Please do something different this time. I do want to see a few
There we go.
course,
They've dropped early.
I mean, like you said, they are one of the three things that are going to be certain in life. They are definitely heading to the Sosnovka military base, which means we might actually see a couple of teams dropping in at Novo as well. No. 15, 9, 52, they are going to be still heading to Ferry Pair. But I like the fact that they got out this early to make sure that they drop down first, because Venom Legends, again, they like switching things up. Now, since the plane path is pretty much through the middle of their drops, Primosk and Milta respectively, I do believe Venom Legends are going to be heading right, and Milta is where they call home in this game.
As usual, all these teams dropping where they usually head towards, but Z3us Esports, they are still the wild card.
Were you kind of holding the moment you saw 952 jump out? You're like, hey, we might finally see some action at the military base.
we still could. I mean, depends on how the circle's going to be forming here. Z3us going to be this time dropping towards Shelter. They like switching it up. It's either Georgia Pole or it's Shelter. And Deadeyes Guys, sorry, 1952 Magnet actually dropping south of the Western Bridge, which could make things interesting, which could make this rotation from StalwartFlex a little bit more dangerous.
I love the sound of all these parachutes opening up. And well, as they are going to open up, the circle is going to appear once again. And this is kind of becoming a habit now. We are used to seeing the circle on this side, on the western side of the map.
Yeah, it's curious. Like, if someone's done the math, and nah, not at the range, not with Uzi. No, not gonna happen. I mean, CZ, never mind.
Maybe the range definitely matters as far as submachine guns go. Of course, that was it does look like an Uzi. The Scorpion is it's a very similar sounding high rapid fire gun. Now this weapon
that could hit. The AKM, unfortunately for Monkey, and fortunately for Void will drop. However, Seal 9, because they have picked up a couple of weapons, might be making a push for Venom Legends very quickly. And speaking of Venom Legends, they were fantastic during the league stage, the second week league stage. They have kind of fallen off when it comes to Super Weekend, though. 4 games back-to-back, it's not been too bad, but not even close to the level, to the peak they hit a couple of days prior.
I mean, it did kind of seem like Venom Legends are going to be pretty much running away with the show as far as the second Super Weekend goes, like you just mentioned, because of their wonderful, wonderful performance in the second league week. However, with the added pressure and, the nerves start rattling a bit as well, let's give them some time. Because, again, you got to remember one thing. They might not have done big in the Super Weekend thus far. However, for the finals, 16 teams are going to go forward, so their name of the game is to make sure they stay in those top 16 slots. And now, quickly having a look at the map, Skylight Gaming, as usual, is going to be heading towards Gatka with 7Cs this time coming in a bit close. They are going to traverse around, possibly go towards the hospital and West Georgia.
7C and Skylight Gaming are two teams who are right now at the top of the second half of the overall standings, currently placed 11th and 12th. While they're not in any immediate danger yet, they have to be wary, right? You can have some of these teams like Blood Legion, Venom Legends push them down further south.
Why does it look like Z3us Esports are chasing down 7C? Because again, I'm kind of surprised seeing 7C on this side of the map, because
I'll tell you the answer.
They must have seen someone dropping down in Pachinki. They were like, nope.
I'll tell you why. So, I don't know how many of the young ones have watched Terminator 2.
Reference time!
Terminator 2, The Zeus are basically the T1000, the Robert Patrick's famous role in which he's chasing Sarah Connor. And unfortunately, for all the Sarah Connors in the server, there is no T800, there is no Arnold Schwarzenegger to protect you.
I like this. Zeus are like, wait a second, let me just go make sure everything is good at home. They are going to go up Mount Olympus. He just has 5 bandages, maybe just that 1 magazine on his weapon, nothing else, no backpacks, no helmets, no nothing. But they're like, you know what, let's just make everything is tidy up there.
Why do you
then
want
we'll go out killing.
Why do you want to loot when you can just loot the corpses of your fallen enemies?
Ouch.
Right? Why do you want to waste time going through houses and looting up stuff when you can basically go in and pick up your own Amazon delivery package, which are basically to Zeus. Every team in the server are a mobile Amazon package, which they're going to be hunting down and grabbing for themselves.
Well, once again, Zeus are going to be making their way towards the George Paul containers, which are currently occupied by INES. Now, this time around, Seal 9 and Blood Legion have kind of done a bit of a switcheroo, because it looks like Seal 9 wanted to go and hunt them down in Milta, and Blood Legion wanted to go and hunt them in North Georgia. So again, a little bit of a switcheroo coming in, which is kind of exciting, as Sinister does spot T2K. However, you need to lead the shots.
Sinister is taking a couple of shots, taking a sweet time, popping an energy drink as well before he hops onto the vehicle being driven by Jax, the clutch specialist, as I like to call him. And this is a guy who usually is the last man standing alive for his team, and time again is proof of that. He can carry the flag of his team pretty late into the game, even if he is all alone. As we do enter, cross the 5-minute mark on the map, not a single casualty yet.
I'm pretty sure Deadeyes Guys, who are basically all by their lonesome in Rozhok, are still going to be really wary of every single corner, because they are going to expect Blood Legion over there. So the first couple of minutes are going to be a little shaky for them, and they'll be like, wait a second, we have the entirety of the city to ourselves. So again, most of the teams are going to be in the circle, but 1952, boy oh boy, have a look at that, ladies and gentlemen.
They
have
are
a look
waiting
at what is happening at the bridge down below.
StalwartFlex, they're not expecting this. They're not expecting this. StalwartFlex, they're pushing up the bridge in 1952 Lineway. They haven't done this a single time, but here we go. Oh, I'm back. He's conveying information. This is massive, and he's not going to let loose a bullet. He's going to lull them into a false sense of security, and then they're going to unleash onto the player, and it is going to be Blade taken down. Magnet still hasn't shown himself. StalwartFlex, they're like, oh, crap, there's a player there. Magnet waiting patiently for the other 3 members of StalwartFlex to go for a play, and he's so right next to him, he can convey all the information they need.
I love the fact that he had that trigger discipline as the first men went by, because I was kind of wondering, why is 1952 so staggered? And well, now you have an answer. I kind of expected a couple of these players to be up on the side as well, but it looks like Magnet has spotted the enemy. Crypto has no idea.
This got very scared. Magnet, he had a chance and opportunity to get the knock. Immediately is going to drop one down. He is getting hunted down. His position has been compromised. However, as long as he doesn't move any further ahead, he could stay alive, but instead he's going to drop one down below, and Newsom follows him, and he will finish him off. Magnet, he kind of fluffed that one, but a nade coming in from Johnny is going to get a knock. They are trading blows right now. 1952, they still have 3 alive, but the knock taking place means Johnny and Crypto are in a rough spot. A second nade in this position, and they're done for.
The moment Magnet kind of just gave his position up is when 1952 should have pushed in. So that is a little thing that I'm going to be just, I'm going to bring that out right now. Of course, criticism should be taken constructively at all times. Now, they are going to pass themselves up. Entry is at the point of, well, he wants to make sure they don't enter the bridge. But again, these small things do accumulate. This is the time 1952 should have pushed in.
They should have picked those spots out his knees, taking a couple of shots. And StalwartFlex, actually a pretty good recovery, all things considered, right? They lost Blade. Their Magnet's position should have been their doom, but Magnet kind of fluffing a couple of sprays there, and it proved to be his doom.
I still kind of am of the opinion that Entry maybe just shot a bit too quick, because you gotta expect the teams to be coming in 1 man per vehicle. So you let one through, maybe a couple more, then it could have been a bloodbath proper. But
I like that camera pan, by the way. It was there we go. Oh,
he has no idea still.
He was so confused. Like, wait, who is shooting at me? He probably thought it was one of his teammates right next to him, and then he drops down to his to his doom. It was getting the kill.
In his defense, you got to keep in mind that when he is peeking to the right, he is zoomed in or rather scoped in as well. So, you kind of miss out your peripheral vision. But again, I mean, StalwartFlex, they have kind of recuperated from that nightmare which could have been. And now they've got a few
Wait,
more
what?
options.
Oh, they're gonna push in. They're gonna push in through the smokes. That is brave from StalwartFlex. His entry's gonna drop down into the water, and suddenly on the bridge, 2 members left from 1952. The third member entry, he can provide no support apart from try and swim his way to the bridge where his teammates are located towards, as Tawfik and Minor, C Minor rather, are gonna try and keep these 3 players of StalwartFlex at bay. But StalwartFlex are doing a pretty decent job getting control of the bridge meter at a time, as Tawfik's going to drop as well, and they're just going to relinquish this fight. 1952, despite being in such a good position.
Now the thing is, C Minor over there has a major role if you think about it, because he needs to...
A C major role?
Yep. Alright, you take over because you just completely made me lose my chain of thought, because I just kind of laughed at my own little joke right now.
I mean, C minor as a major role. I mean, look, listen, neither of us are musicians. You are actually, you play the bass, so you would get this.
Yes, I do.
You would actually get that joke better, but C minor. He is the lone man, standing a stray bullet, does deal a very minimal amount of damage, and he's done a pretty decent job keeping them at bay, because the 2 members, Tawfik and Entry, have managed to clamber up onto the northern side of the bridge.
Also, mind you, Entry kind of used the smoke from StalwartFlex to kind of jump down below, and they kind of wasted like 1, 2, 3, 4 grenades on that spot, which is something that I'm worried about. And now, as some more smoke is going to be deployed, I like the fact that they have this systematic movement. They're doing everything in a particular way. Now, they are going to take a few shots, but look at the staggered smoke. It's going to make sure all the things, the vision is completely blocked, and there you go. They are going to go into the next blockade.
And they've finally pushed up towards C minor. And now, he's got Tawfik and his other teammate nearby, right behind him. They are going to be providing him suppressing fire, but the nade is cooked. The Molotov is going to be deployed, and that's going to make life a little tricky for Johnny. I love the push-up from C minor, but he gets punched in the face by the bullets. Uzum will drop him and finishes him off in a blink of an eye. In 1952, it was a 4v3 initially. Now they're down to 2 members, and Johnny zigzagging his way through the broken down vehicles, using the smoke for a little bit of cover as well, and they have slowly, steadily, tactically taken over this bridge. And now Tawfik and Entry, they have to wonder, do they want to stick on around? Do they still want to face up with StalwartFlex and Entry? And Tawfik, I think they've made the call. They are indeed going to be running for the hills, heading into the play zone, and maybe from there trying to face off against StalwartFlex with a positional advantage.
They could do that. Of course, hypothetically speaking, anything is possible. But StalwartFlex, again, lovely advance on that bridge, making sure that they do everything tactically and in a clinical fashion. And
I have a question to ask you.
Yes, sir.
Looking at 1956's position and StalwartFlex pushing on into the bridge without even knowing their presence over there, do you want to give that one to 1952 kind of throwing away their advantage, or was that StalwartFlex playing fantastic?
StalwartFlex playing fantastic. Now, if you notice one thing, I think it was Blade who went down first, so he was already slowing down as he was reaching that second blockade. Now, that is when I was telling you, Entry should have had a bit more trigger discipline. Let him disembark from his vehicle and let at least another couple of people come in, and then they could have literally just obliterated them.
Well, Zeus are looking to do a bit of obliteration of their own. It is going to be Godless pushing up in his UAZ, and Ayush is taking a bit of shots from the right-hand side. Godless trying to toss in a nade through the window. Unfortunately, it will bounce off, but it's okay. He's got a ton more nades to deploy. It's going to back it off the edge of the door. Not going to find anyone, however, and Godless just trying to bully Ayush. I love the way he's just bouncing the nades off, keeping them at bay, while look at the way Zeus are pushing up towards him. They're surrounding them, Zol as well, just nades left, right and center. Ayush will finally fall to the Molotov from Godless, and Sundation Killer, they have decisions to make as they push on behind, but bear in mind, there's another team lying in wait for them, and it is of course going to be 7C if they do manage to escape from Zeus.
Now, I like the fact that this is a similar situation.
He's chasing him! What is he doing? What is he? He's chasing him alone!
I mean, Killer could have landed a few shots over there, but that is the determination the boys from Z3us Esports have. Once they lock a target, they either go and finish them off, or they are going to fall to the pressure. But now Killer has been left alone, and this is what's going to happen. Zeus... that was a bit of a mistake.
Doesn't matter, though. He's still going to get the kill. Ayush will be finished off. P and crew...
Maybe Zeus is just trying to teach his teammate to be a bit more God-fearing.
Perhaps. Icy actually came back. Sandesh, he hasn't let go of the acceleration pedal. He is still He is so paranoid that Ice is still chasing him.
I wanna
He's
go a
not
little.
stopping. He's not stopping.
I want to go a little casual. I want to be like Icy. So yeah, did you get your mark? Yeah, I chased him for a little bit, but then he just kept on going, and then I thought I'll just come back, because, you know.
All right.
Anyway, coming back to the game.
Well, coming back to the action, INES now going up against Seal 9. Inky getting dropped. Spooky in the UAZ in a very dangerous spot here. He can get shot at, and indeed he is taking a bit of chip damage, but he will escape to safety. A bit of respite as Seal 9 taking a fight there with INES, and INES splitting up in a pair of two. Bear in mind, if you look at the minimap, if you look at the radar top right corner, there is another team in the vicinity. It is Blood Legion, and they are jumping in for this fight.
They are going to be jumping in. However, the fact is that this observatory is a bit high up, and Clutch could be in a world of trouble. He's going to get out of harm's way. Yes, he does, but that car is spewing too much smoke. I would want to get out of it.
I would indeed want to get out of it. You can take a look at the map as well. Everyone heading towards Gatka, where it looks like it is indeed going to be where the final circle will be located. Salutes from INES getting dropped as well by Blood Legion. Nate's being tossed in by Gazor. His vehicle has been obliterated by S9, but this battle here, both the teams are in the play zone, so it's not about, you know, trying to get into real estate. It's about trying to knock out a team, trying to get those kill points, because right now we still have all 16 teams alive and in the server. A nice nade there, but not quite perfect.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. I like Blood Legion's position over here. They have that little ridge for cover now. The question is, are they going to wait for this fight to just be over? Or are they going to go in and basically make Seal 9's lives miserable right now? Because it does look like INES are tearing away, which is the right call in this situation, because they really couldn't find a footing over here, you know, in this little assault.
Indeed they are, and yeah, like you pointed out, INES opting not to continue this fight. As Inky rattling off a few bullets. I like how Seal 9 have a player outside while the remaining three are inside of the observatory tower. And as you pointed out, Blood Legion, they have that compound with like a couple of two-story buildings to work with.
Just below them.
Just below them, although they do have Dominic just trying to be the watchdog.
Now, the best thing is the circle has taken a little bit of a drastic shift, and we are going to be going northeast, but it is one of my favorite places to be in Gatka. It's the compounds where you have those two irrigation canals, which kind of come in, and, well, when you have water, you kind of try and cross it. You don't want to make sure your car is submerging. He's lucky that it's shallow water. Otherwise, slowly but steadily, that car would start sinking down as Havoc is trying to get out of harm's way.
He will indeed. High voltage. Eating straight into the safety of the play zone, but they're going to be going up against, well, you saw them earlier, it's Blood Legion. They need to take the fight here, and Rayan, unfortunately, is the lone man inside of that house, so he will fall. He is conveying information, though that nade is huge, but doesn't quite get the knock or the kill. Dominic and Leo trying desperately to get a trade. Jaro's going to find one onto Extreme. He's going to try and go in for the finish, but Jaro just crawling around, trying to avoid his inevitable doom. As High Voltage now are trapped inside of the building. Dominic comes running in without checking his corner. Because of that, he is going to get punished, as Cooney is trying his best as well, but he will be dropped. Havoc and Assassin still standing, and Jaro, I believe, is the last man alive for the side of Blood Legion, and Havoc's going to take the fight to him, and with that, Blood Legion will be dismantled by High Voltage, and High Voltage only taking one casualty.
I was trying to look for some smokes being deployed in the house, because looks like he had no idea the enemy was right behind him. I'm going to come back to that later, as Chari opens up on Carnage Esports, giving them a taste of their own medicine.
And Carnage Esports, that's rough. A player down, a player on his knees. Sandesh spotted out in the distance as well. Skylight Gaming, they do have all 4 players alive. They've had a quiet start to the second super weekend so far, but right now they have all 4 players alive to enter the final game of the first day, and 2 kills to their name. StalwartFlex, 3 alive. They have lost Blade a while ago. Venom Legends, though, they have 2 players knocked out in the open. Rafat going prone in the smoke, healing himself up. And Venom Legends are not looking like they're looking very solid here. They seem a little spread out, so to speak. And that's not a good sign.
Looks like elsewhere, INES are going to open up on Zeus. They were driving past Willy Linny, and, well, you can't do that, and now the boat's not over, as Assassin is going to unload on them as well. But StalwartFlex's Uzum does spot the enemy. That little ridge just saved them over there.
Indeed it did. And StalwartFlex, what are they going to do with this, right? They haven't quite confirmed any of the kills. Smoke will be deployed. As you did point out earlier, Zeus taking a bit of damage. They have lost a couple of players. They had down to just the 2. I'm just keeping an eye on my map on my main screen, and it looks like almost all the players, there we go, almost all the players, in fact all the players, are inside the play zone at the moment.
Inside the play zone, and they have a compound to call home as well, as looks like Uzum is going to be lucky man indeed, as he almost got knocked out, but is still going to be on his feet. Now, Johnny, he needs to patch himself up because they are still in the circle, however, not the best positions to be in. You have this little hill, which gradually slopes down to StalwartFlex's position.
It does. The nades can roll on down as Joker finding clutch, but Uzum in the meantime getting dropped by Rig. So they're exchanging shots with 7C and they're very far away from each other. INES will be eliminated in the meantime. You're calling it ace? It's gonna be a little bit more to the north. Your crystal ball not looking that shiny today, XP, but right now, for me, it's a standoff between StalwartFlex and Venom Legends.
Hey, at least we went east from high voltage's position. That's what I kind of meant, because they were on our screen.
I'm going to point something out, though. I'm going to point something out, though. Z3us Esports, smack center. Even though they're down to 2 members, they're smack center of the play zone. DRS have that compound. They're in a circle as well. Carnage Esports going to be pushing on in, and C9 looking solid as well. Void gets spot out in the open, and will be finished off as well by Johnny.
Talking about Seal 9, they are probably in one of the best positions. They have those 6-house compounds just north of the Gutka sign on our map, as Johnny is finally going to meet his maker. But again, they need to be careful because it's going to be hotly contested property.
Oh, StalwartFlex having to take multiple fighters down to the final member here. For the side of StalwartFlex, it is Uzum, and Raffet is on the hunt. They need to be careful of the fact that Deadeyes Guys are also pushing on up. All 4 members still alive. Venom Legends keeping him pinned down into 1v2 here. Raffet trying to go for the jumping shots, but Uzum's going to spot him out, but doesn't really matter. Raffet with the suppressed shots who's going to finish him off, and that is going to be StalwartFlex getting eliminated in the 14th place with 4 kills to their name. And of course, Venom Legends, they do keep 2 alive, but it was a very expensive duel they had to take.
I like the smokes deployed by a high voltage over there. They know they want to get a bit in the center. Now, it is going to be a little bit too short, as we have a little bit of a trench warfare going on in this irrigation canal, as Deadeyes Guys are going to be picking on 1952's Tofik, and being the last man alive, that's not a place I want to be in.
Yeah. Do you have anyone on 52 factoids for us?
Actually, I do have one. I wonder if you watched the movie Toy Story. The Mr. Potato Head figure was first launched in the United States in the year 1952.
There we go. TIL. And as we say 1952, they will also be eliminated, as A1 Esports are getting bullied here by DRS. A1 trying to push it towards DRS. AJ swapped his weapons at the worst time possible, and because of that, he will be knocked down. Boro and AJ on the knees. Mafia Ninja and Galdan to take the fight here. 9boy and Sinister barely alive on a sliver of HP, but he is still standing. But these nades could be their doom. He's cooking it, he's cooking it, he's cooking it. He tosses it in, and as the finish comes in, the nade, it won't find him, but Sinister's been spotted out. The nade's going to come into his possession, and the nade is dealing so much damage, but it's not quite able to confirm the knock nor the kill. Dante should be getting res as well. Look at how low everyone else is. Sinister's going to res himself. 9boy's healed himself as well. And now it is a 3v2. Making it a 2v2 as 9boy will once again be knocked on down by the nade coming in from DRS. And DRS, the 2 members standing here, they want to finish off the job, and they don't want to take any risks. They're going to be tossing another nade, and it's a deep nade, and it's going to finish off Dante. And Sinister now left in basically a 1v2, because 9boy, it will be dropped as well, put out of his misery by Mafia Ninja. And Sinister, it's him against the world, as he will have to go up against the 2 members, and they peek him together simultaneously. And DRS Gaming, they wipe out the team.
The simultaneous peak was good, however, I did not like that they were one behind the other. One lucky shot could have been devastating, as when we are going to join Carnage. They do have that little bit of a dip right at the end of the irrigation canal, but they are going to have to go up against 7C Esports. Also, mind you, have a look at your minimap. We have a little bit of a southern shift over there, and now they want to make sure to get to the other side of the irrigation canal. But over there, lying in wait are the boys from Deadeyes Guys.
Amongst all the chaos, we forgot to even mention a spot out that Z3us have been eliminated. Jiggle with a spray through the smoke. Fortunately for Deadeyes Guys, they do find that little bit of a cover at the edge of that irrigation canal, but it's basically a tunnel of death.
It is a tunnel of death, and can want to make it, you can still spot your feet, as Rig with that SKS is going to put him down.
Good night, what a sir. It was good knowing you. As Rig will immediately hop into the vehicle along with his teammate. Jiggle's still alive from Carnage Esports, and there's one thing that can rely on this guy is to pull off some of the most ridiculous clutches you will ever have the opportunity to witness. We saw that earlier. Maybe he can replicate that as well. Okay, 7C, they're going for a very dangerous play here out in the fields, right next to the hay bales, but they've been spotted out by Seal9, and Seal9 taking the fight to them. Fear good for one knock, but that's all he's going to find, and I do believe that should be it for a couple of players here for the 7C. Inky, making sure there's no one in the vicinity, he is paranoid, the smoke's will be deployed as he goes in for the res onto his teammate.
The thing is, Seal9 over here, although they don't have a lot of cover, the way they are spread out was impossible for 7C to get any successful knocks in. They did get that one knock, however, that crossfire was just beautiful. Coming back to the old fight that we were talking about. Now, Carnage Esports, they need to basically do what Deadeyes Guys are doing because Shifu is going to pick a fight. Unfortunately, he's going to get taken out. That's what I was saying. DRS could be in a beautiful spot to wipe out not one, but two squads.
Let's see if they do that, though. T2K. Fierce actually made his way. He might actually find 7C. The nade comes in. It's going to find Roy. That's perfection from 7C. I have no idea how the hell Fear was able to crawl his way across open terrain and reach his teammates, and the res should be coming in for 7C.
Mind you, that res needed to come in for Seal9. Spooky is still on that same sliver of HP as we saw him earlier because, like I said, I like the fact that they spread out, but they don't have any cover, so they need to be careful with their movements, and they are going to get caught out once in a while. Lovely, lovely attempt by 7C to make sure they are still whole. Now, DRS could be in a world of trouble, as Deadeyes Guys and potentially 7Cs could be moving in on their compound at the same time.
DRS have shown that they can hold a fort, but as you pointed out earlier, as we saw earlier, they lost a couple of members, and Mafia Ninja, he's been spotted out, Hungry Box inside of the bush, waiting patiently. Assassin spotted out, Monkey, he's shooting in the smoke, he connects a couple of bullets. They know for a fact there are a couple of players alive in there, and Assassin is so lucky that the bullet's just grazing past his head.
They do have a little bit of a slope down towards them. That is kind of helping them out right now. But the thing is, they are making so much noise. If Seal starts getting hit by 7C on the right of our screens right now, for example, Monkey could be in a world of trouble because all the boys from High Voltage have to do is make sure they don't make any sounds and they keep crawling in. Of course, a nade is going to be coming in, but look at that. Monkey realized that, you know, that is a battle I do not want to fight right now. I need to regroup. And for now, the focus should be to take 7C's position because they are going to have to crawl. I love this shot right now. Now, just off screens, Deadeyes Guys are on the left of our screens. You are going to see them slowly move in. 7Cs need to go in for those little hay bales, which they are doing perfect, but they are going to be contested by Seal9.
Speaking of Seal9, Monkey spotted out. Like you said, he was all by his lonesome and no cover whatsoever. And he will be immediately finished off. A reply comes in from Inky. He's going to find Memo. 7C Rick on a sliver of HP. Still hasn't healed himself up. I believe it's going to come down in Fear as Deadeyes Guy's Hungry Box getting spotted out by Gyalzen through the window and is looking to confirm the kill.
I love the fact that Mafia Ninja kind of left his little haven, space haven, moved further back outside the new circle and is trying to provide those long flanks. He might actually be in a position to get Seog. Have a look at Seog's position right at the top. But Manish, like I said, they need to basically follow in Deadeyes Guy's footsteps, and that is what he is doing. But the thing is, he's just one man.
The thing is, both these solo players are in the play zone right now. They've crept deep enough, and now it's a waiting game to find out where the final circle, the 8th zone, is going to be. Gyalzen spotting out a couple of players. I'm not sure if he spotted out Spooky. Yes, it's actually Sandesh from behind, finding Spooky, finishes him off. Inky is going for the trade. He's dealing a bit of damage, not quite able to land the killing blow. The Sandesh alive on half his health. Still alive. Fear will finally fall. The 7Cs will be swept away. Assassin spotted out as well, and Gyalzen could get the confirmed kill onto him. Players falling by the wayside. We're down to the final 7 teams, but only 9 left alive. Make that 8 as Sandesh will fall. And with him, his team will bid us goodbye.
Move aside, Sanhok, because now we have a new map for the Snakes because everyone is literally down on the ground as Rig is, I thought he maybe left his helmet over there, but he's got one just in case. Remember, he is right next to an airdrop. Is that going to be enough? Yes, it is, because S9's Roy just went down.
7C, actually, I take that back. He didn't get eliminated. I thought he got eliminated earlier, but he's going to find another knock here, as Cooney will finish off the job. He tried his best to stay alive there. And I beg your pardon, I thought 7C got eliminated a while ago. They didn't. Rig actually keeping them alive. 9 kills. C9 will also fall in the 5th position on 5. Down to the final 4 teams. 5 live. It's a 2v1, v1, v1. Suyog from Deadeyes Guys finishes off Manish. Carnage Esports wiped out. Now, 2v1, v1. You said it, DRS Gaming were in a fantastic position earlier. And the name is absolute perfection. Cooney will fall. It's a 1v2. DRS going up against Deadeyes Guys. Suyog, sir, in a 1v2 situation. He's hiding behind the get broken down. Hut and Galden has his eyes trained onto him. The nade is cooked. It's locked
it's
in.
beautiful. It's
And it
beautiful.
is so very good. But unfortunately, that Hut is enough to provide him some cover. And Mafia Ninja using the opportunity to push in through the smoke.
Beautifully done as Mafia Ninja is now on the left flank, but he has been spotted out by Sanhok, which is going to give Gyalzen enough time to come and move in for the push as well. Now these smokes are going to be devastating. Mafia Ninja gets taken out. Wait a second, I did hear a grenade go off. I want to be sure it is DRS. That's what I was telling you. Mafia Ninja got taken down, but Gyalzen cooked that perfect grenade while his teammate was getting shot. I told you, I just heard a boom. DRS Gaming, the real soldiers, getting the job done once again.
2 chicken dinners. 2 chicken dinners in the first day here when it comes to the Super Weekend. I gotta say, these guys, man, when it comes to the Super Weekends, they freaking deliver.
They're the real soldiers, nothing fake about them. They are meant to be here and they are showcasing why. Again, at the end, that perfect little game of cat and mouse, to be honest with you, because they knew what the enemy was.
But Deadeyes Guys, though. What a performance today.
This is the same Deadeyes guys we saw in week 1. We were like, wait a second, where are the IO Gurkhalis at? And they have definitely shown up. But DRS Gaming take about 2 chicken dinners on the first day of the second Super Weekend. With that, now we are going to tally up all the scores. And I know you want to know who's sitting where, so don't go anywhere. We take a quick break. We'll be back after this.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? We're kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. This is week number 2, Super Weekend Day 1 is where we're at. Just got done with all 5 games and that was just perfect play coming in from all 16 teams in the lobby. Alongside all this, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F9 Info for making it all happen. Hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. Along with that, I'm your host, brother. Let's move on to the analysts and ask them, when it comes to this game, lads, that one was just the play you were asking for, Ocean.
5. It's 5 right now, as you can just see. And Gyalzen talking about the MVP, 1 assist, 73 links. I know what is with DRS, whenever they win or something, the healing numbers always slow.
Yeah, it feels like, I mean, as you were doing this, no one can see them to take them out, and this team has been pretty deadly, especially towards the end as well. That flank coming in, that was impressive.
That was like Mafia Ninja, he went on to the other direction till the time Gyalzen was just throwing nades. That means, you know, you're baiting yourself, like giving out the grenades, obviously, just hoping if that does the damage though. But at that moment, Mafia Ninja was preparing the perfect flank angle for themselves. But look at this. Alright, so contribution unit, damage taken, the percentage.
You know, you talk about the play coming in from this team. They are the real soldiers, no two ways about it. They have the experience, they know what it takes to make a squad, to break another squad, and that's the kind of play that's needed for that.
Yeah. Definitely an amazing lineup, putting up an amazing show today as well. I mean, this is just impressive what this team has done. And now the only thing that I think we are going to be questioning now is this team going to take over the finals as well once they move there?
Well, we'll have to see, right? Because if you're asking about DRS, I'll still give you the words that our friend from DE just told us, right? That every team hides something for themselves. Maybe they will. We'll have to see how that happens. We're talking about this one. You can see Joker with 5 kills, 841 damage. Rig with 4 kills, 79 damage. And C9's Inky. So C9 also played really good in this particular game. I mean, they stepped up their game. And it would have been their game had they had all the players surviving. But, you know, the move, the crawling in the circle and all those things, that kind of just took everything away.
Plus they were making a lot of noise, just pulling up a lot of attention towards themselves, and especially in those final circles, that's never a good thing.
No, most certainly not. I mean, that's not the kind of play you want to bring when you've got the entire circle kind of favoring you. You should be able to play it a bit more with a subtle approach. You know, you don't want to be that aggressive. But with that, again, that's just one point to make. Move on towards the match summary itself, where Gyalzen once again is right here from DRS with 7 kills for this lad.
7 kills and that damage, 916 damage. But longest kill distance this time going towards Frankie from the side of T2K, 306 meters.
Yeah.
And then we have the lads from Seal9, Inky and Roy. Roy has been an impressive player for this team.
Exactly. That has been the case for themselves. But I would love to see, where they were in this game.
Absolutely, and that of course means that it is time to call upon the match rankings and find out what has been the scorecard like.
Hey, again, high kills.
Good kills, yeah, good kill
Always.
game from DRS right now. And hey, another $1,000 in the bank. High voltage coming up onto the second one, DE. I mean, DE was obviously second, but high voltage with the kill points and everything coming up to them, they had 18. Yeah.
Also, look at this, top 8, it's all the Nepali teams in there. Just one team, Seal9 from Mongolia, sitting on the 5th position with 11 points. Are those 11 points going to be enough to, well, help them take over the rest of the competition? Well, I think we're going to have to wait till tomorrow for that.
This shows Nepal's domination right now.
True.
How the teams are just, understanding what the other teams are doing and just putting in on themselves. That is what you can see. We talk about this one. StalwartFlex, no placement point, but 4 kill points for them. Z3us Esports out here as well. So Z3us Esports, this was kind of a topsy-turvy curve for them, you would love to say.
So here's the thing I want to say about Z3us Esports. Yeah, they like going aggressive, but that's not going to work out every single time. We all know that. So they've had 4 good games. They were due for one bad one, and I think this one was it.
That's fine. That's
Yeah, that's
absolutely
fine,
fine.
that's
Because
fine.
again, I mean, when you talk about those points, they are the ones who are leading the chart.
Exactly.
No two ways about it. Every single game we've seen from them, they are the ones who almost always dominate in terms of those damage histographs. So nothing taken away from Zeus's play. But another thing to talk about are going to be, of course, teams like, again, 1952, who are trying their level best. Yes, they had that perfect bridge camp coming in against StalwartFlex.
Yeah.
But the way StalwartFlex approached that situation, just so cunning and so precise. Perfect play. With that, again, we're talking about rotations, of course. Let's move on with the zone analysis and find out not only that spot, but how many others were stuck in that sort of situation.
Exactly. I mean, when you talk about the circles, right? We kind of figured it out. This would be a Gatka circle, the Gatka query-ish circle. Plus, as the zone was moving up onto the downward side, you can see Carnage just, holding their areas for themselves. And we saw good fights happening. DRS, I mean, A1 Esports, Carnage, so many teams just gathering out in these areas.
Yeah, definitely. And talk about gathering, I mean, that is when things become tricky. When you know it's going to be a circle in the open area, and once you start to move in, you are going to be spotted out. But I think this northern shift, this shift that happened towards the northeastern side, that's where DRS and DE were. That is the thing that gave them a huge advantage in terms of the finish inside of the game, because now you don't have to worry about moving out in the open, being vulnerable. All you have to do is hold your ground.
Right now, right now you can see the previous Erangel that DRS won, this game that DRS won, back to back. Once a team is actually just winning up the games for themselves, you can really good tell in one way, in a really good way, and that is they are trying to just just like Seal did in the first week, they were the magnets for the circle. That's what DRS is right now. Plus, if you're the magnets in the circle, the most important thing is you have to take all the fights as well, and DRS did that to perfection.
Exactly. The only time they were in trouble with the zone was the early stages of the game when they had to move in towards the west. Other than that, quite a comfortable situation inside the match.
Absolutely, mate. And again, you talk about that one moment. We've got so many moments that took place throughout the game. Kills coming in from every single position, thus implying. Let's move on to the other moments.
I mean, in these moments, you would see that 1952, the gatekeeping that they were doing against the players of Stalwart, but still, 1952 kind of just, lost up on a few of their players. So yeah, things just did go good, badly, and crazy for themselves. But on to this one, I would love to talk about DE, right? The consistency that we were talking about. The Erangel match, previous one, first was DRS, second was DE. Then Sanhok, DE takes up the chart, and now DE again second. So DE has been another consistent team.
That is true. That is so very true. This time around, of course, we just spoke about Zeus not being able to convert that. But this is an interesting turn of events where XP Legion tried to take on high voltage.
Well, I mean, when you're taking on a team that already has a lot of cover and you are coming out from the open, it becomes quite tricky because you have to walk through these choke points, and only if you manage to take down a few players before you try and enter the compound are you going to be successful. But this time that did not happen. They tried to take fights head on, and well, the kills were confirmed. And one thing I want to say about StalwartFlex is, as you said, the approach to getting out of that bridge camp, the beautiful usage of those smokes, just covering up the area, then moving forward, closing the distance, and then picking off 1952. It was perfect.
Exactly, and this was a fight that was just happening through on and on with the grenades and all those things. Because 6-9 did go down, and then Dante was finished out, and Sinister, he tried everything in his power to take down the players of DRS. But hey, DRS, they never wanted to stop themselves against that chaos. But look at this. This is where C9 started to make that noise that actually backfired.
And you can't do anything. Well, you can't do much when you're getting double peeked out of the corner. So that was a tough situation.
Look at this grenade. As soon as Kuni just shifts himself, he sees a grenade just out there and then it goes
Now
boom.
the finish.
Yeah, the finish that happens, and this is where you can see all the players just happy for themselves. And hey, they are one of the fan favorites.
They most certainly are. That is the way to play the game in your favor for your fans and showcase that they are here to dominate. And along with that, again, I mean, you look at this team, DRS, 10 kills, 1783. So again, the conversion rate off of that damage is just perfect.
Exactly, and talking about conversion rates from the damage, look at Seal9, 1875 damage, but those 5 kills coming in just because of how the situation sort of was laid out for them. But getting towards the aggression can be a little bit tricky, and them getting caught out in an unfortunate situation, well, it could have been their game, but still, I have to say, Seal9, they did really well.
They did really well. You know, they did dish out a lot of damage, but the only thing that I saw right now that was against the Seal9 is the off-angle fights that were happening. Off-angle as in, if they are just lying down at some area, no doubt they spot someone, they try to take him down, they don't take him down, but they leave that person and they start moving up forward in the circle as we just saw. They still need to worry about that person onto their
They've
direction.
given away the information. You better take care of your 6s and your 9s, but that's not happening.
I want to point out one more thing as well. Ocean, this game, I mean, every single team got at least 1 kill. So we
except Carnage.
Yeah, apart from that, I mean, we don't have 3 teams going out on 0 this time.
This time it was not the case. I mean, every team learns up from their mistakes, and this time, like most of the teams did learn up from their mistakes. But again, DE and DRS back-to-back good games. Today was their day, if you just want to, talk about it.
No two ways about it. No two ways about it. And that, of course, is going to reflect onto their overall standings, because that is what the entire fight is about. That is what the journey is about. To be a part of the top 16, to be able to, of course, play the wonderful Super Weekends.
213. Now, what I want to say about DRS is, remember the first day of the Super Weekend?
Yes.
We were wondering what is going on with this team. They did not do too hot during the league play. Super Weekend, they are having a shaky start. What is going on? And here they are on the 2nd position. This team has definitely picked up the pace.
$5,000. Wow.
Yeah.
I would just call it that, right? But one day, Seal Esports is on 4th position, right? This is how it's going to bite. High Voltage, A1 Esports, DE, T2K. DE is on a roll right now. They will love to move forward. So Seal Esports will have to look forward to how much more of a damage will it be in the upcoming 2 days.
Exactly, mate. Exactly. And again, I mean, you look onto 15th and 16th position. Now, those are teams that are not playing, but again, looking comfortable based on their previous stats, and that's good for them, at least when it comes to day 1 of the Super Weekend 2.
Seal9 falling 17 points short of taking on that 16th position. They might be able to do that tomorrow, but it's going to be quite an important task. I mean, your target should be to surpass R3D Esports in terms of standing. You have to put yourself on the 15th position by the end of this week, or maybe try and climb up even further than that. I mean, I know they are starting with a disadvantage of the deficit of the points and then trying to make up for it, but 15th position is something that you should be aiming for and making sure that happens. Otherwise, the next Super Weekend, it's going to be a tricky one.
And that's going to be the final one.
Yes.
The final blow to the nail, final blow to the coffin. That's not something that anybody wants to be a part of. But again, taking that conversation forward, you're talking about the real soldiers. And talking about those real soldiers, you know for a fact that they have been phenomenal. But compare their stats from Super Weekend Day 1 towards the Super Weekend Day 1. It is just a perfect play. This is just perfect play from them. Compare week 1 with week 2.
Look at this. Damage dealt versus damage taken ratio. How good of a ratio this is right now. And week 1, 16 kills. Hey, week 2, it's still going on.
Yeah.
22 kills out here.
That's day 1 of week 1. And that is exactly what I was saying. They were not off to a good start.
But again, I mean, you compare that to week 2's day 1. You're walking away with $2,000. You got yourself 5 wonderful chicken dinners in total. The points are working in your favor. The gameplay is certainly in your control. I mean, what is going to stop this team?
Nothing.
Maybe the break between today and tomorrow.
I hope that does not stop this team, because we would still love to see, how far this team can. Because if a team is starting to push themselves onto the limits, we'd love to see, how far they can push them on the limits. And look at the ranking curve, the way they have been moving up with themselves. And this is all about the Super Weekend matches, as we can just, see right now. I mean, they have started to pick up the pace for themselves. As we could see, the ranking curve right now is mostly at the top position for themselves.
And this is one thing I want to point out, that every single team in the top that you're going to look at the ranking curve, you're going to see those dips where the points fall off. And that is because of the fact that when the teams are going too aggressive, as I said, when we were talking about Zeus, aggression does not always pay off. You're bound to have bad games, but they make up for them.
So this is like 8 games. First 8 games, you could see.
That was a slow start.
That was a slow start. After that, there have been lots of ups and downs for the team. So after the 8 games is when they understood what the lobby is all about, how the lobby is actually playing, how the lobby is understanding their goods and bads in the gameplays, and then they move forward. If they do good, they do really good. If they are going down, they are going really down, because the lobby is also evolving as compared to the gameplay, but they are evolving good for now.
Yeah.
Exactly, mate. And that is all thanks to, of course, the kills that these lads are summing up for themselves, and the entirety of the lobby that is, of course, doing so. So let's move on to the kill leaders coming in from today. And we, of course, do have to have Zeol in there. Again, I mean, Assassin is actually catching up.
Oh, yeah. Assassin is never going to stop. I mean, his name is Assassin.
Hey, last game he had an M249, just given him a chance. He could have just taken down the players out there. But obviously, staying out in the open, plus those were a few things. But right now, 59
plus he was trying to charge.
59 kills right now. I mean, it's still good. He, although he has really good average survival time, 19 minutes and 13 seconds as compared to the 18 marker that the other players are at. But talk about this one. I mean, you could see the other players in which we are seeing DRS Guys and 51 kills, Godless 49 kills, Joker 47, and Hungry Box 46. Today was a good day for DE as well.
Yeah. Today was, as you said perfectly before this as well, DRS and DE, they have had a good day today. Definitely making sure that the teams put up themselves in terms of the kill numbers and the placement points in the overall leaderboard. And yes, it is because of these people that we just saw in the kill leaderboard. Galzen has been really consistent for his team.
Yeah, that's true. I like the fact that we actually get to talk with the players of DE in that interview segment, just to ask them how would they strategize it. And the way they were answering, I would say just one thing, that they were already thinking ahead of the time for themselves.
Exactly, mate, because this is the moment. This is week 2 already, and this is where these teams that are, of course, wanting to dominate need to showcase that domination. Otherwise, the train is going to leave them far too far away, and that is again going to be something that no team wants to be a part of. But alongside that, let's have a look at the day summary. That's going to compromise of a lot of starts, and in that we've got Zeus.
Yep, not surprised at all. Yep. I mean, 4 games, they were absolutely destroying everyone. But damage received, 7C is going to be there with 5,302. So in terms of 5 games, I would say that's okay. They did okay-ish. They did not have too great of a day. They did not have a bad day. So 7C, they are doing pretty well for themselves.
Yeah, they were. But talk about this one, right? If in one day you're getting 40+ kills, I'm talking about Zeus,
that is impressive.
That is impressive.
Yep, no question about it. Because again, I mean, you only have those few select opportunities to be able to make it worth your while. And this is where these teams, of course, do make that marker to be able to showcase that domination for us to be able to enjoy, and for you guys sitting back at home, because you're showcasing that love. I hope you are. If not, hashtag PMPL SA, and once again, hashtag PMPL SA, followed by the region that you guys are rooting for. And again, they need that love, mates. They need that love. With that, thank you guys so much for tuning in. We do reach the end of our day 1 of course, the Super Weekend 2. It is a huge thanks to Oppo F19. Hashtag woke up your fun. I've been your host, Brother, joined in with these amazing analysts. It is Isopajani and Ocean Sharma. Until tomorrow, take care. Sayonara.